What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was neglected, left, and joined the Sitri clan. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into part 2. The entire supernatural world was mourning the death of the Sekiryuutei, that boy who saved many lives and prevented the Chaos Brigade from succeeding in their evil plans. A few days have passed since the Sekiryuutei had perished. Things were not looking good at all. Sona Sitri and her maids were more than depressed. They cried day and night. The most devastated was Sona, who locked herself in the room of the Sitri residence, to which she barely ate and left there. Ravel Phoenix was just like Sona. She was in the underworld in the Phoenix Castle looking at a photo of her and Issei with many tears in her eyes as she hugged the photo. Her parents and siblings could barely comfort her. Irina was sick just like the girls. She missed many days of school and her eyes were red from crying so much. Rosweiss, who was staying at the Sitri residence, was depressed with a lifeless look. Sarah Fall barely did her job as a Mao. She cried, she didn't eat, she didn't go out, and she didn't want to see anyone. The most affected was Kunu, who had another bad memory in her childhood. Just like her mother mourned the death of her first and last love. Le Fei cried because of the pain in her chest of having lost the person who managed to reach her heart. When she lost him, she realized that she had feelings for him. But it was too late, the boy died. Kuroko was excluded in a place of the underworld. She had her gaze lost in tears. The heroes faction was dissolved. Its members were locked in the underworld prison. Underworld, Lilith's prison. Inside the prison were the Crimson Satan along with Governor Grigory and Archangel Michael. They interrogated each member of the dissolved faction until they reached their target, Saw. In a room guarded to the teeth, the three leaders stood in front of the hero Saw. "Speak! What else is the Chaos Brigade planning?" said the intimidating redhead. The blue-haired boy just remained silent. "You demons are lost. Even if our boss's plans were delayed, we will be on top." The blue-haired man stood up defiantly but was hit by one of the guards. Azazel had his hand on his chin. He was thinking about everything being told by the other prisoners. "Are you?" Azazel said in surprise. "Yes. Our boss Rezavim Levon Lucifer will bring the beast of the apocalypse. And with the beast controlled, nothing will be able to confront us." Saw laughed amusedly. Those present in the room were in shock. The beast of the apocalypse that killed thousands would return? It was something that should not happen, or the same tragedy of 1,000 years ago would happen again. Not only that would be a big problem, an old enemy who they thought had died was still alive, and the worst thing was that his plan was the most twisted. With the powers they stole from Ophis and other preparations that are still missing, they will be able to bring him back. They are lost. Serzex gave the order to lock up Saw and not speak about what they heard. "We must keep this a secret. We must have a meeting and tell what happened. This will be very difficult without Issei Kuin," the leader of heaven said worriedly. At that moment an earthquake occurs. "What's going on?" said the governor, holding on to a wall. At that point, a soldier from the underworld enters, alarmed. "Great Mao Satan! They are giant beasts! They are attacking the city!" said the excited soldier. "Protect the people. I will warn the others and go fight," said the authoritarian Mao. The soldier left the place and Serzex contacted his sister, Sarah Fall, Ajuka and the Sitri group. Azazel called out to Valley and his team. Michael called Irina and his sky soldiers to help defend. "We will not involve Kyoto or Asgard in this," said the red-haired Mao as he left with the other leaders. Outside the prison 4 giant beasts could be seen. 3 were Bandersnatch and 1 was the dreaded Jabberwocky. "The Jabberwocky? I thought that beast had perished a long time ago," said the red Satan with surprise. From a magic circle appeared Rias and her entourage. The girls in the group had dark circles under their eyes. "Oni-sama, how did this happen?" said the redhead, observing the beasts. "We don't know, but one of those beasts is the Jabberwocky, so we have to be careful." Serzex looked at the girls' dark circles again. "It seems that they were crying again for the death of Issei Kuin," thought the red-haired Satan. From another circle came the Sitri clan with Sarah Fall and Rosweiss with the same dark circles under each girl's eyes. "Poor things, they must be very depressed. I hope this ends quickly," thought the governor of the fallen. From a portal appeared Valley and his team. Like the other girls, Kuroka and Le Fei had dark circles under their eyes. Some angels came down from heaven with Irina in their company. Now that we are gathered together, let us defeat these beasts and save the innocents, Sekiryuutei exclaimed with his finger pointing at the monsters. Everyone nodded and went out to protect and attack the monsters. Issei, Sona thought, letting out a tear. Dimensional gap. In the silent gap was Issei lying on a red floor. The dragon lowly goddess was asleep next to him. At one point the brown-haired boy manages to open his eyes, somewhat dazed. What happened? Where am I? The brown-haired boy thought, stunned. Issei sat there observing the environment. The sky has different shades, and the ground is red, with very sharp rocks. Where am I? It seems that Ophis has not woken up. The brown-haired boy examined the environment in which he was. He was brought out of his thoughts by a voice in his left hand. Partner, I see you've finally woken up. Wow, you really made us work hard, said the red dragon to his friend. Issei looked at his left arm. Ddraig, what a joy! Wait a minute. Where are we? What happened to me? The brown-haired boy asked. Ddraig sighed exhaustedly. Well, partner, what happened is that you died. Samael's poison destroyed you, the dragon began to tell. Issei was shocked to start touching his chest. Boo! But what are you saying, Ddraig? I'm still here. I respect and feel my body too. He couldn't continue as he saw his body once again. Wait. Why did my muscles grow a little? The brown-haired boy stood up. And, why do I feel like I've grown a little? He began to look at himself from head to toe. A drop of sweat broke out on the dragon. This is going to surprise you, but that is your new body. The Great Red and Ophis made that body for you. Issei was more surprised. Wait a second. Great Red? He helped me? But why? What happened? It was a mere coincidence that the Great Red passed through the dimension in which they were. I was in charge of keeping your soul in the boosted gear. To tell the truth, it was thanks to the spirits of the bearers. They absorbed the curse so that your soul would not disappear. Issei had his full attention on his friend. Ophis loaded the empty armor with your soul inside and took you to the head of the Great Red. To tell the truth, we are still in his head. Issei, upon hearing the last thing, walked until he reached the back of the Great Dragon, observing that it was above him. Wow, it's true, this is new, said the brown-haired boy, scratching the back of his neck. Great Red saved you because of your dream of knowing the absolute truth, bringing justice to the innocent, getting back with your girls, and above all, what caught his attention the most was your dream of living the best youth of all, the Red Dragon finished explaining. Issei smiled nostalgically as he remembered that he traded his dream of being king of the harem for being the young man who has lived the best youth of his life, a peaceful and fun life alongside the people he loves. Thank you very much, Great Red. Looks like I owe you one, the brown-haired boy exclaims happily. The Great Red One lets out a little roar. Don't worry, brat. They were the telepathic words of Great Red to Issei. A small yawn is heard behind Issei. When he turned around, he could see how Ophis was looking in his direction. Issei, you've woken up. Ophis' tone was soft. Issei took a few steps until he reached her and offered her his hand. Thank you, Ophis, for saving me, said the brown-haired boy with a smile. Ophis felt a small beat in her chest and timidly took his hand. How long was I dead? Asked the brown-haired boy. You were dead for 6 days, the dragon lowly would normally say. Issei felt an electric shock. What? Wow, it was a good time. I worried the girls a lot, said the excited brown-haired boy and then calmed down. Partner, it wasn't a simple process. I mean, we spent a lot of time channeling the powerful energy of Ophis, and not only that, we had to make the body adaptable to the energy, said the dragon with a drop of sweat. Issei sighed tiredly. I'm sorry. I got carried away with something so clear, said the brown-haired boy looking at the ground. Issei feels Ophis hug him. Issei, from now on I am yours and you are mine, said the dragon lowly, burying her face in the brown-haired boy's stomach. Issei felt chills on the back of his neck. What did you say? Said the brown-haired boy, trembling a little. I am yours and you are mine, she repeated equally. Issei knelt down. But why do you say that I am yours and you are mine? Did something happen while I was unconscious? Said the brown-haired boy, looking into her eyes nervously. I don't know what you're talking about, but since you have a part of me, that makes you mine, and since you have my essence, that makes me yours, he said, trying to explain. I didn't understand anything with that explanation, the brown-haired boy thought to himself. Partner, What she means is that now both of you are, well, how to say it? Now, she is your mate, the red dragon said nervously. That? I didn't expect that, the brown-haired boy thought with a clumsy look. The brown-haired boy takes both hands of the dragon lowly. If Ophis you are mine and I am yours, said the brown-haired boy smiling at her, causing the dragon lowly to smile. I'm becoming a Lilicon. At that the great red gives a roar. Brat, the underworld is being attacked by monsters, you better go, the great red dragon spoke through telepathy. Issei stood up to stare into nothingness. I'll go there, Sona and the others must be very worried. I have a feeling they're going to beat me up for having worried them, the brown-haired boy thought with a sigh. Partner, our skills have improved a lot. This body being from the Great Red will increase your power and resistance by a lot. What I mean is that you will be able to take your body to the limit, and having the infinite energy of Ophis will give you new skills and large reserves of dragonic energy. By the way, you are now a pure dragon. That means that now you are more vulnerable to dragon-killing weapons, explained the Welsh dragon. Issei smiles widely. That's more than perfect, now you can do training outside the limits, said the brown-haired boy raising his fist. By doing that the Sekiryuutei armor appears instantly. Amazing! I feel like the armor has improved a lot, said the brown-haired boy looking at his hands. In this case, Ophis stands next to Issei. I'll take you there, he said, opening a dimensional gap towards the underworld. Alright Ophis. I'll go and resume my adventure, and of course now you're part of it, he said, passing his arm over his face. I'm back in the game. Issei's helmet appeared in his hand filled with dragonic energy until it took the form of a leaf. Ophis nodded and opened the portal to enter the underworld. I'll be back later, Great Red, exclaimed the brown-haired boy as he entered the portal. Goodbye Red, said neutral Ophis to enter the portal. Come back whenever you want, brat, the great red dragon said for the last time. Underworld City of Lilith. In the city of Lilith the Bandersnatch and the Jabberwocky continued to cause destruction. The leaders with their powers managed to eliminate the Bandersnatch, but the threat of the Jabberwocky was great. The Sitri group was on the ropes. The girls had no energy to fight and had scratches on some parts of their body. Plus the feeling that Issei was dead made their fighting spirit go out. Not only were they like this, the Hyoudou and his group were almost in the same conditions since they were very busy with the Bandersnatch. In a moment of carelessness, the Jabberwocky managed to break the girls' magical defense circles, sending the members of Sona's peerage flying. She was exposed to the Jabberwocky, which opened its mouth to eat Sona in one bite. The Sitri heiress, drained of energy, could only close her eyes. The others, seeing this, would jump to help her, but they knew they wouldn't get there in time. Seraphal, who was exhausted from lack of sleep, could see how she was going to lose her little sister. Sanaya! The Mao Leviathan shouted. Issei, finally. I'll meet you, the Sitri heiress thought with her eyes closed. A few seconds passed and a tremendous impact shook the earth. When Sona opened her eyes she could see how the Jabberwocky remained stiff without moving until its head detached itself from its body and fell to the ground. All they saw was a green flash that passed quickly by. As they saw where the flash hit, they could see a figure within the smoke. They could see how his hand was extended and how a blade of energy was coming out of the smoke. The smoke was slowly dispersing. The girls' eyes began to water. The men were showing a smile when they saw who was in the smoke. The smoke dispersed, revealing a red armor. That armor that characterizes a certain person. Yes, that person was Hyoudou Issei, who was alive. The brown-haired boy made the energy blade disappear, and a certain dragon lowly landed next to him, making a few people shudder and making them wonder why the dragon goddess was with the brown-haired boy. Issei made the Sekiryuutei's helmet disappear, revealing his face. The girls had tears in their eyes when they saw that their beloved had not left them. Sona stood up, and upon seeing the brunette, she began to walk slowly in his direction. Issei, it's you, right? This isn't a dream, she began to quicken her pace. Sona. I'm back, said the brown-haired boy, removing his armor and walking in the direction of his beloved. Sona started running towards Issei. Issei! Exclaimed the Sitri heiress. They both hugged each other with a lot of love. Sona Sitri's tears were so strong that the brown-haired boy had to hug her very tightly for her to calm down. Issei, 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 Issei. He repeated his name through tears. Calm down. I'm here, don't be sad anymore. I'm so sorry for worrying you and making you suffer. The brown-haired boy noticed the dark circles under his girl's eyes. You're an idiot. Sona kissed him on the lips and hugged him again very tightly. I know, said the brown-haired boy, smiling and hugging his girl tighter. Issei took Sona's hands to kiss them and then gave her a kiss on the forehead and another on the lips. The other girls rushed to hug the brown-haired boy. Issei. All the girls said his name to jump to hug their loved one. Girls. I missed you so much. Sona stepped aside a little. The brunette extended his arms to receive them, but he didn't expect the girl's strength to be great enough to knock him down. I'm really sorry, said the brown-haired boy guiltily. No girl responded to him as they were all clinging to him, crying like never before. Sona, who was standing, was smiling as she wiped the tears from her eyes. It seems that we will still see you, Hyoudou said, smiling. Valley reached into his bag and smiled. It's good that you're back. You still owe me a fight, said Valley, observing the scene. I'm glad you're back. Le Fay couldn't stop crying while you were dead, said the blonde Pendragon, remembering how his sister suffered from the loss. The leaders were happy that Issei had lived. In a few days we will celebrate his return, said the governor of the fallen, smiling. I will bring the best drink to celebrate Issei-kun's return, said the red-haired Gremory, nodding his head several times. Hey, Issei-kun is not old enough to drink yet, said the heaven leader. Although he already did it before, he sighed, remembering when the brown-haired boy had drank. After a while of the brown-haired boy hugging his girls, he stands up. Girls, seriously, sorry, the brown-haired boy bowed in apology. Rhea approached Issei to grab his cheeks and make him look into her eyes. It's okay, the important thing is that you're here. The other girls hugged the brown-haired boy once again. The Gremory group was very happy to see the brown-haired boy alive. The girls cried with joy and pain. Pain because that person they love is very likely to hate them now, and that pain grew because they knew they could not have the brown-haired boy in their hands. Issei saw the Gremory girls as they cried and at the same time had the same dark circles under their eyes. He thought about something, but his thoughts were interrupted by the governor of the fallen. Issei, what happened to you? How did you die and revive? Samael's poison is supposed to be lethal, said the governor with doubt. Issei, still with his girls hugged, answers that question. His girls had all their attention on Issei. Well, how did you explain this? Ophis and Great Red saved me, he said calmly. Everyone was more doubtful when they heard it. Did they save you? How? Asked the pigtailed Mao. My body was destroyed. Ddraig contained my soul in the armor of the boosted gear, and by mere coincidence the Great Red was passing by. Ophis decided to take me with him, and when he saw me he decided to give part of his flesh to make me a new body, and with Ophis energy I managed to come back to life with this new body. The brown-haired man finished explaining. Everyone was in total shock when they heard Issei's story. Now I'm a 100% dragon. Everyone was looking at the brown-haired boy's body and noticed that his muscles had increased as well as his height, although the difference is not that much. That bastard has managed to surpass my powers again, but that makes him more interesting, said Valley, analyzing his aura. Ophis rose into the air and rested the brunette's head on her chest. He is mine now and I am his, said the dragon, lowly increasing the strength of her grip. That left those present even more in shock. The brown-haired girls just sighed. I would say that Issei is a Lilicon, but Ophis is older than all of us together. Wow, this is complicated, thought the governor of the fallen with his hand on his chin. The Mao gave the order to clean the place, and so several servants began the cleaning. Issei's stomach began to growl. Let's go, girls. I'm starving, said the brown-haired boy, hugging Tsubaki. Do you want me to cook your favorite dish? Said Queen Sitri, returning the brown-haired boy's hug. Please. Sona took Issei's hand and began to make the magic circle to transport herself to the Sitri residence. Before they left, Le Fay and Kuroka entered the circle. Nisama, I'll see you later, the blonde said goodbye to her brother. Arthur just smiled and said goodbye. I will become stronger and I will defeat you myself with all my strength, said Valley to see how his rival left the place. Sitri residence, human world. Upon arriving at the residence, the brown-haired boy went to the living room to sit on the long sofa for all there. How I miss this, he whispered to himself. Oh, it's true, Ravel-chan, Kunu-chan and Yasa-chan still don't know that I'm alive, Issei said out loud. The blue-haired girl Yura was next to him. Do you want me to call them? The blue-haired girl asked. Yes. I have an idea, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. The blue-haired girl contacted both kitsunes and then the lowly phoenix. After a while both kitsunes arrived first. The brown-haired boy was sitting quietly on the couch. What is so important that he could not finish because mother and daughter were frozen when they saw the man who was sitting quietly. "Hi girls, I missed you so much," and he couldn't finish because both kitsune with great strength managed to attack the brown-haired boy. The zone for all swung backwards, threatening to knock them over. "While we're going to fall," said the brown-haired boy with both kitsunes in his arms. The two kitsunes continued to hug the brown-haired boy with many tears. "Issei, you're alive. You're alive. You're alive," said the eldest kitsune through tears. Kunu's crying was the loudest of the two girls. The lowly kitsune couldn't stop crying on the brown-haired boy's neck. "I apologize for having worried you so much. I'm so sorry," said the brown-haired boy, bringing his face closer to the lowly's cheeks. Yasaka had her face full of tears while her face was still buried in Issei's chest. "I'm a fool," said the brown-haired boy, watching as both kitsunes cried with happiness upon learning that their beloved had returned to life. After they calmed down, Issei began to explain to them how he was resurrected and what happened. Both kitsunes were impressed to know that Issei was now related to Great Red and Ophis, and Kunu was more impressed to know that her friend was the Infinity Dragon, but that didn't change the fact that Kunu would continue to treat Ophis as always. The girls finished preparing the food and then sat down and started eating. Kunu and Ruruko were jealous when they saw Ophis sitting on the brunette's lap. Lefei was also jealous when she saw the brunette with Ophis on his lap. "I'll ask him later," the magician thought nervously. Issei was still in disbelief at the change in Ophis. "This still surprises me," thought the brown-haired boy while observing Ophis. "Don't even think about defiling her, my friend," said the dragon to his companion. "No, don't be ridiculous," the brown-haired boy said nervously. After finishing eating, the brown-haired boy was about to go up to the room until a magic circle from the Phoenix clan appeared. The brown-haired boy smiled since Ravel had taken a while. Ravel appears from the circle and seeing Ruruko eating a lollipop, she approaches her to ask why she called her. His gaze still reflected sadness. "Oh, Ravel-chan, we have an incredible surprise," said the brown-haired loli, smiling. "What's so important?" "I'm still not in the mood," he said sadly. "Just look at the stairs." Ravel turned around and could see the brown-haired boy leaning against the wall. "Ravel-chan, I miss you so much." Issei approached the blonde phoenix and stood in front of her. Ruruko had left so she could leave them alone. The blonde phoenix was shaking as tears began to roll down her face. "No. I'm dreaming, right?" Issei stroked her head and then smiled at her. "It's me, Ravel, I miss you." He didn't finish because Ravel gave him small blows on the chest. "Fool. Fool. Stupid. Beast." Ravel kept hitting his chest. Issei held her by the shoulders until he put his arms around her to hug her affectionately. "Please forgive me. I'm so sorry," said the brown-haired boy, hugging her tighter. Ravel kissed him instantly upon hearing the brown-haired boy's words. Issei and Ravel stayed hugging for a moment. Irina and Kuroka watched the scene. "Thank you, Michael-sama, for returning Issei-kun to us." Irina had her hands together in prayer. Kuroka looked at her with a drop of sweat on the back of her neck. When Ravel calmed down, the brunette sat on the couch with Ravel. Their hands were joined together while Issei told him what happened. Like the other girls, the blonde phoenix was surprised to learn that the brunette had the powers of Ophis and the body of the Great Red. "And that's how I came back and eliminated the fearsome Jabberwocky in one fell swoop," said the brown-haired boy with the blonde in his arms. "Yes. I heard that the underworld was being attacked, but since I don't have much magic power, I would only be a hindrance to others," said the blonde with some heaviness. The brown-haired boy brushed her hair back from her forehead to give her a kiss. "You are not a hindrance. You have very good skills and you are very clever when making a hasty decision," said the brown-haired boy, smiling. The blonde blushed and snuggled further into the brunette. "Thank you, Issei-sama. I love you," she said with her eyes closed. "And I love you." The brown-haired boy rested his chin on the head of the lowly phoenix. At that moment the heiress Sitri arrives to hug Issei's head. "Are we going to sleep?" the black-haired girl said with love. Issei kissed her on the lips. "I will always be with you." Tannen Grounds, Underworld. In the grounds of the ex-Dragon King there were two dragons training. One of them was Hyoudou Issei, who was dueling against Tannen. They both had light scratches. They were standing on the ground, staring at each other, waiting for one of them to attack. Now, the brown-haired boy fired several dragon shoot at the former Dragon King, who repelled them with a magic shield. The distraction was a success. Issei had fired the dragon shoot and taken flight to begin charging his fist with the energy of the red fist. Take it! The brown-haired boy breaks through the barrier with his fist, managing to land a hard blow on the dragon's face. The purple dragon steps back a few meters, passes his hand over his mouth and notices blood coming out. It was a very good hit, but come on, I know you have even more strength, exclaimed the dragon, charging fire from his mouth. Of course, that's not all. The brown-haired boy takes a few steps back to raise his right hand. I hope you resist the fire. The dragon releases a powerful flame. Dragon, shoot! The brown-haired boy shoots the huge ball of energy towards the flame. Both attacks collide, causing a great glow to surround the place and finally explode, raising a huge curtain of smoke. As the smoke clears, both dragons take up their battle stance. You've improved a lot, brat. You even made me use 60% of my power, and you still haven't used the Crimson Dragon Knight, the purple dragon said proudly. It's not that I underestimate him, but I still want to improve with the balance breaker, the brown-haired boy commented while repairing the scratches on the armor. The purple dragon raised its power. Then use it now, because I won't make this fight easy for you anymore, said the dragon, charging another flame from its mouth. Okay, Issei clenched both fists and began to raise his power greatly. Both were about to achieve their goal until a voice stops them. Hey, you two! Come here and rest for a moment. You need to eat something before you continue fighting. The one who spoke was Tsubasa Yura, who wanted to accompany Issei to observe his training and how he became so strong. Both dragons lower their power to 0 and head to the picnic spot. The former Dragon King shrinks his size so he can eat with them. Raya-san prepared it, so don't hold back and eat, said the blue-haired girl, giving them a bento. Both dragons take the bentos, and when they open them their eyes become shiny. This looks delicious, said the purple dragon, looking at the bento. I know even though I've eaten them before, they still impress me. Issei takes a bite to put it in his mouth. The three of them began to eat calmly. After finishing, they began to drink tea. Tell me, Issei, how do you feel with your new body? The dragon asked, taking a sip from the cup. Issei leaves the cup to become thoughtful. Now that you mention it, there have been some changes. When I attack, the infinity symbol appears on my right hand, said the brown-haired boy, looking at his right palm. The purple dragon was surprised. Incredible, you are now slowly manifesting the power of Ophis. It is a matter of time before you can use the power correctly, said the purple dragon, nodding his head. Another change is that in the Crimson Dragon Knight, the effects of extreme exhaustion have disappeared. I still have a time limit, but with that defect I will be able to continue fighting without having to collapse on the ground. The brown-haired man was standing with his arms crossed, watching the sky. Another change is that when Sona reintroduced the pieces to me, I didn't notice that I had become a demon, he said, now looking at his chest. I don't know much about the pieces, but it must be that the pieces mutated, which keeps your humanoid dragon race apart. From now you are immune to the defects that demons have, explained the purple dragon. At that, Yura looks at Issei amusedly. Hey, you forgot to tell him about the other thing that's happening to you, she said, looking at him mischievously. Issei blushed and looked away. What else happened, Issei? The ex-Dragon King asked. Issei couldn't hide his sorrow. Well, it's just that, lately I'm, somewhat, how to say it, possessive with girls, he said sadly. The former Dragon King continued to listen. The other day, Sona told me that a boy from my same year, named Saji Genshiro, had confessed to her. She clearly rejected him, but I felt the urge to go hit that boy. Other times boys have confessed to my girls, but I never thought of going to hit them, since I know that they love me, said the brown-haired boy, embarrassed. Yura blushed and Tannen was laughing. That is natural for Issei dragons. Dragons are very territorial beings with our females. It is not strange that you feel those impulses, the dragon said naturally. Yura was blushing. Issei's face was embarrassed and blushing. That's not all. When you go to do it with one of your females, a mark will appear, which refers to the fact that she is now yours and that this tattoo will give a tremendous punishment to the female who is unfaithful to the male. Among dragons it was rare for the mark to be activated since we are very proud beings, the purple dragon continued to explain. Yura, who was next to Issei, hugged him by the arm. I will never be unfaithful to you. If you want, leave me the mark now, she said, hiding her blush. The brown-haired boy blushed and smiled. I'm happy you say that, but it will be in time, even without that mark. I will always trust you, said the brown-haired boy with a smile. The former Dragon King continued telling. You are now immune to alcohol. except for one which is apple liqueur. Be careful not to drink too much, the dragon warned. Yura forced a smile. There is no need for a warning as to why Issei won't drink, right? He said with an evil smile. Issei gulped. You're right, Issei hugged Yura. As soon as he hugged Yura, he winked at Tannen, implying that they would drink together soon, to which Tannen gave a thumbs up. At that, Tannen drinks all the tea and quickly puts down the cup. Oh, I forgot to tell you, pay close attention both of you. Now that you are a dragon, you will attract strong enemies and allies. This implies that you must be alert. You can get powerful allies, but you also run the risk of running into powerful enemies, and these can be from the Chaos Brigade, the dragon said warningly. The brown-haired boy seriously nodded his head. I will inform Sona about this so that the other leaders are aware, said the brown-haired man seriously. After a few minutes, Yura stood up. Issei, fight me! I want to become strong too, said the blue-haired girl with her fist extended. Issei was surprised at what he smiled at. Okay, let's become strong together, he said with determination. Yura extended her hand for him to get up and he took it. I forgot to tell Issei about the pheromones. He doesn't need to know yet, I don't think that will happen to him soon, the dragon thought. Unknown location, Underworld. In a hidden fortress somewhere in the Underworld, the leader of the Chaos Brigade and the king of the skeletons or the dead were gathered. That brat is lucky, he managed to escape that powerful poison alive, said a skeleton dressed in high priest robes. The loss of the Bandersnatch and the Jabberwocky is something minimal. What is fatal is that brat Leonardo has been captured. He had the Annihilation Maker, and without that Longinus our plans have been delayed. We still have the powers of Ophis, said the white-haired man calmly. On the white-haired man's right side was a young platinum-haired pure-blood demon with braids. Resavim-sama, the replica of the boosted gear, is almost ready, he said with respect. The son of Lucifer smiles. And the formation of the Clippeth group? It went as planned. We broke the seal of the dragons Layden and Grendel. The skeleton that was with them begins to appear flames on the ground. Gentlemen, I say goodbye. I have matters to attend to in the kingdom of the dead. Those in the alliance must already know that I gave them Sama Ale's poison, so I must attend to pending matters. I hope you fulfill your promises. The skeleton disappears into a burning portal. See you later, Hades. Son of the Morning Star starts to laugh. Maybe they have disbanded the heroes, but this new group will bring glory back to the demons, the evil, lying and treacherous demons that we should be, he said while drinking a glass of wine. I'll go and supervise how the creation of our new weapon is going, said the platinum-haired man calmly. Okay, and by the way, inform the spies that I want progress in the search for the bearer of the Holy Grail. The silver-haired man nodded and left the place, leaving the silver-haired man alone. You will soon return, and the first thing you will do is fight with the Great Red One, Trihexa, Risavim thought with great malice. The next day, Sitri residence. In the living room of the residence were Ruruko, Issei, Ravel and Irina playing a video game. Classes at the Kuo Academy had already ended, and since they had that afternoon free, they decided to kill time together. The blonde phoenix was hiding a piece of news that would lead to several more. Ophis was sitting eating a lollipop. The game ended and the winner was Irina. Wow, you're still invincible in this game. Not even time has managed to rust you, said the brown-haired boy, crestfallen. I'm sorry, Issei-kun, but I won't let you win so easily, Irina said, making the peace sign. Bah, it was just luck, said Ruruko, looking away. Ravel, who remained there, caused Issei to notice. Is something wrong, Ravel-chan? You're very serious. Issei watched her worriedly. Ravel looked up and blushed at Issei. I talked to my parents, and they gave me permission to live with you and attend the same school as you, said the blonde with sadness. Issei laughed playfully, making the blonde get a vein on her head, while Ruruko and Irina were excited that she entered the same school and lived together. What's so funny? She said, blushing. There was no need for you to be so serious. For a moment I was worried. If it's good news, tell it without fear, Ravel-chan, said the brown-haired boy with a hand on his neck. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, she said with a blush on her cheeks. Ruruko hugs Ravel happily. Great. Ravel-chan will be with us. Now we can have fun every day, she said happily. The lowly phoenix looks at Irina, who nods, smiling. Ophis, who had heard everything, gets up from her place to sit on the brown-haired boy's lap, which surprises everyone. Hey! You're already taking over my place, Ruruko complained with her cheeks inflated. Ophis took both of the brunette's arms and placed them on her waist so that he could hug her. "He's mine, so you'll have to share this place," said the black-haired lowly without expression. The other girls became very jealous when they saw this action. Issei was only sweating because of his nerves. A very bright flash appeared in the room, and Irina smiled broadly when she saw it. When the glow dissipated, they could see two people standing in the living room. One was already a familiar face while the other person was unknown to Issei and Ruruko. "Michael-sama! Gabriel-sama! Why do you bless us with your visit?" said the reincarnated angel with stars in her eyes. The people present were the leader of heaven, the Archangel Michael, and his sister, the strongest and most beautiful seraph in heaven, Gabriel. Issei, seeing the girl's enormous beauty and the voluptuous body she possesses, couldn't help but have perverted thoughts about her. Gabriel, seeing how Issei was looking at her, gives him a smile. "Shit! Focus on Michael! Focus on Michael!" The brown-haired boy thought repeatedly to quickly return Gabriel's smile. "Hi guys, I'm sorry I came unexpectedly, but I have several announcements I must say. By the way, this is my sister, Gabriel," said the heaven leader with his classic smile. "Nice to meet you all. I'm the Seraph Gabriel. It's a pleasure to meet you, especially you, Sekiryuutei," she bowed her body to greet. "Oh no," the brown-haired boy thought when he saw the girl's breasts. Issei feels a pat on the head. Turning around, it was Ravel who had a murderous look. "What are you watching?" the lowly phoenix asked angrily. Ruruko puffed out her cheeks to make the same face as Ravel. I'm looking into her eyes. It's rude not to look someone in the eyes when they talk to you," the brown-haired boy excused himself. Ravel only calmed her gaze to give Issei a little tug on the ears. "I know what you were looking at, but for today I'll let it go," Ravel whispered very intimidatingly. Ophis didn't understand the situation, but for some reason she lowered her gaze to look at her breasts. Gabriel, who also did not understand the situation, laughed tenderly. "You shouldn't be so hard on Ravel-sama. He's just being polite to me," said the seraph with a smile. "He is very innocent," everyone thought except Michael and Ophis. "Ajam, Michael-sama, tell us, what do you have to tell us?" Irina asked her leader. "Please take a seat," said the brown-haired man pointing at the zone for alls. Both angels take their seats. "Well, I came to inform you that the Chaos Brigade, how to put it, are planning to break the seal of the Trihexa," said the Archangel with concern. Everyone was in shock except for Issei, Ruruko, and Gabriel, who already knew. "The Trihexa?" the brown-haired boy asked. "The Beast of the Apocalypse, 666, a being that is on par with Ophis and the Great Red. If they managed to free that monster, the world as we know it would come to an end, in a few words. The end of the world," explained the blonde, even more worried. Gabriel, who was next to Michael, lowers his head in sadness. "Our Father, the God of the Bible, Elohim, died of extreme exhaustion after thousands of forbidden seals were placed on him to lock him up at the end of the world," said the seraph with a little sadness. Issei and Ruruko were more than surprised to hear the story of the biblical God. "One of the spies of the underworld told us that Rezavim plans to bring him back with the use of the Sephiroth Graal. We must prevent them from finding the bearer of that Longinus," said the blonde a little calmer. "Michael-sama, we still have the advantage. The Chaos Brigade just lost the hero faction and with Saw locked up and the true Longinus on our side. We can prevent that from happening," Michael's ace commented with some hope. "You may be right, Irina-san, but knowing the Chaos Brigade, we don't know if they are hiding some trick or more powerful members. That is why we must be cautious," said the seraph with concern. Issei moved Ophis to stand up. "Anything you need, don't hesitate to tell me. With this new body and this new power, I will prevent the peace that has been achieved from being ended. I will become stronger to prevent a tragedy from happening," said the brown-haired man with his fists raised. "If that Rezavim guy plans to bring back that monster, I will ruin his plans like I have done before," said the brown-haired man with a determined look. The Archangel and the Seraph smiled upon hearing the brown-haired boy. "I like your optimism, Issei. With your help and that of the others, we will be able to prevent that monster from returning," said the blonde with a smile. "Issei-san, God bless you." "Amen," the Seraph said with both hands together. "Amen," Irina repeated the same thing. For Ravel and Ruruko, it gave them a small headache when they heard both angels, while Issei and Ophis were calm. "The good thing is that I'm a dragon," thought the brown-haired boy, relieved. At that, both angels get up from the couch to say goodbye. "See you later, Issei-kun, we're counting on you," said the blonde, smiling. "We'll see each other soon, Issei-san," the Seraph of Heaven said goodbye with a smile. The angels disappeared in a golden flash, leaving the Sitri residence. After a few minutes, a magic circle appears in which Sona, Tsubaki, Momo, Rhea, Meguri and Yura appear. Has Michael-sama told you yet? The Sitri heiress asked, standing in front of the brown-haired boy. Yes, you already told us everything. How did it go in the Agar lands? The brown-haired boy asked, looking her in the eyes. We did well. We already talked about the issue with the Agars and they will agree with any decision our Maos make, said the neutral Sitri heiress. Issei turned around until he was in front of the window of the large room. He realized that night was already here. I swear on my life that, he turned around to look at his girls, that I will protect them from any evil that threatens our lives, said the brown-haired boy with determination. Sona and the others smiled upon hearing the brunette. Yes. We will be your strength, said the Sitri queen standing next to Sona. Issei smiles at everyone and spreads his arms. For now come and hug me because I need your strength now, said the brown-haired boy smiling with hidden sorrow. The girls laughed tenderly and went to hug the brown-haired boy. Remember Issei-san, you are never alone, Meguri said, hugging her Issei tighter. We will always be with you, Rhea said, applying more strength to the hug. We will always support you, now Momo said, giving the brown-haired boy a kiss on the cheek. We will be your wings, said the brown-haired loli with pigtails. Your strength, now Tsubaki said with love. And above all, your companions for life, said Sona with a big smile. You can also count on me and the others who are not present. I feel their feelings towards you, Irina said to continue hugging the brown-haired boy. Yes, Ofa said simply but with a noticeable smile. Thank you very much girls for being with me, said the brown-haired boy, his eyes beginning to glaze over. Partner, you also have all my support after all, we are friends, said the red dragon to its bearer. Issei smiled happily to cup Sona's cheeks. I will protect everyone's smile with my life. Sona smiles tenderly and they both kiss slowly, making the other girls smile when they saw them together. Because with the power of all united they will be able to defeat the evil that is approaching. Underworld, City of Lilith. In the City of Lilith, more specifically in an inn, our protagonist was gathered with his friends, the Crimson Mouse Surzex Lucifer, the governor of Grigory Azazel, Dragon Tannen, Kiba and Gasper, Veli Lucifer, Biko and Odin. They all wore a yukata. The only effeminate yukata was Gasper's, which was mistaken several times for an innocent girl by the inn staff. The brown-haired boy was a little nervous about being together since he ran away from home, so the girls didn't realize that the brown-haired boy wasn't sleeping with them. I still don't know how they convinced me to do this, said the brown-haired boy with his gaze on the ground showing fear. Azazel stands beside him to give him a large jug of apple liquor. Boy, today is a man's night. For once, stop worrying about those little details, said the governor while drinking. Yes, how are you not going to be killed by 8 girls who hate that you drink, said the brown-haired boy taking a sip of his drink. Incredible, this is delicious, he said taking another sip but bigger. 8? Hasn't the dragon goddess of infinity declared you as hers? The mouse said doubtfully. Yes, but she still doesn't know the feelings, so I don't think she'll be upset. I hope so, said the brown-haired boy with fear looking at his jar. Tannen, seeing the brown-haired boy, raised his jug of liquor. Boy, this drink is the best for dragons. The purple dragon takes a big gulp from his mug. Kiba and Gasper, who were present, looked at his jar. I don't drink, said the blonde Gremory, about to put down the jug. Issei stood up to stand next to him. Come on, my guy. Drink with us, as the friends that we are, said the brown-haired boy, putting his arm around his friend's shoulder. Kiba smiled as he lifted his mug. Okay, if it's for my friend then I'll drink, said the blonde, drinking his mug. Valley let out a small laugh. A few seconds ago you were scared to be here, said Valley with his jug in his hand. Issei turned to see him indifferently. Shut up, you don't know what will await me if the girls find out, said the brown-haired boy, now looking away. But why are you so afraid that your girls will see you drink? The one who asked was Biko. Azazel lets out his laughter to get everyone's attention. Well, what did you expect? His girlfriend is Sona Sitri, someone who doesn't approve of rules not being respected. One day he drank with us, and that day he had too much to drink, and then he started doing and saying stupid things, and when they found him, he was going to continue until he was interrupted by the Crimson Mao. Let's stop talking about that and drink. Today our friend Issei-kun made a huge sacrifice in coming with us. Anyway, Azazel, did you tell Penamu-san that you would come? The Crimson Mao asked, amused. Azazel got a twitch in his left eye. Of course I do. And what about you, Sirzex? Does Grafia know about this meeting? The governor asked, looking triumphantly at Sirzex. The Crimson Mao looked away to drink from his mug. No. Don't be silly. Of course I did it, said the Crimson Satan nervously. The brown-haired boy raised an eyebrow at the situation. Poor things, what have they done to them? Thought the brown-haired boy with fear. The other men were thankful for being single. A very good time of chatting and drinking passed, and all the men were already in the clouds. Issei, who had drunk 7 jugs, was at the top of his lungs laughing and saying nonsense. Valley had also drunk the same thing as Issei. Breast dragon? Valley was blushing from the alcohol. Who are you calling the dragon of breasts? Yes. I already found out that you are the dragon of butts. The brown-haired boy laughed as he said the last thing. Valley gave a small hiccup as he approaches Issei. Who told you? I asked, taking Issei by the neck of the yukata. I thought you were all about fighting, the brown-haired boy commented, looking away. You haven't even answered my question. How did you become so strong? He said insistently. Everyone paid attention except for Tannen, who was still drinking and eating the meat he had ordered. I became strong because... He paused as his vision began to blur. Who are you? He said, staring at Valley. I'm Valley, idiot. I think, he said, looking angrily at Issei and then looking away. Azazel takes a piece of meat to continue eating with the former Dragon King. Sirzex just looked at the scene in amusement. After a few more drinks, they were already immersed in alcohol. The brown-haired boy had such bad eyesight that when he saw Gasper he mistook him for a girl. Gasper, who had also drunk a lot, approached Issei. Say, senpai. Do I have something in my eye? Gasper blushed when he saw the brunette getting very close to see his eye. Biko had fallen asleep while Kiba stared blankly at the wall. Ddraig was alarmed to see his friend's scene. Partner! Snape out of it. It's not what you think, said the dragon, alarmed in Issei's mind. Issei didn't pay attention until he took Gasper by the shoulders and then looked more intently into his eyes. No. I don't see anything. Are you perhaps Kunu? I don't know who you are, the brown-haired boy whispered, smiling. No. I'm not a Kunu, senpai, Gasper said, looking him in the eyes. He doesn't even look like Kunu. How bad are you? Said the dragon, worried about his companion. Gasper cornered him against one of the walls to begin approaching Issei's face. The alcohol played a trick on him, and because of that he couldn't distinguish. Issei, that's a man dressed as a woman, the dragon shouted loudly. The brown-haired boy reacted upon hearing his partner, and seeing what Gasper was about to do, he jumped back. Damn! What's wrong with Gasper? The brown-haired boy thought, stepping back in fear. The other boys, seeing this scene, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I didn't know you had those tastes, Issei. The governor of the fallen laughed. Issei-kun, we won't say anything about this to anyone, so let yourself be loved, said the Crimson Satan, smiling awkwardly. This meat is so delicious, said the purple dragon, ignoring everything. Valley walked over to Issei to place his hand on his shoulder. I will support you with whatever taste you have, just please don't include me, said Valley with some terror. Don't be fools. I'm drunk. I thought that. He didn't finish because he was interrupted by Azazel. And you're also a Lilicon. You mistook that boy for the Kitsune brat, said the governor, drinking a little more. Damn it, Issei said with his hands on his head. A little while passed and things had calmed down. Issei kept his distance from Gasper. Kiba, for his part, had fallen asleep. One of the workers of the place knocks on the door, to which the ex-Dragon King opens the door. Gentlemen, is Hyoudou Issei here? The worker said calmly. Everyone present turned in confusion to stare at the dragon and the employee. Yes, here is young Issei, said the purple dragon, looking at the brown-haired boy. Issei stands up to stand in front of the door. I am Hyoudou Issei. What do you need? The brown-haired boy asked with his head spinning. Miss Sona Sitri along with other ladies are looking for him. A silence filled the room upon hearing the name of Issei's girlfriend. They found me, thought the brown-haired boy. Tell him that I'm not here, said the brown-haired boy, looking for a way to escape. You don't need to say that, honey. That voice made Issei's blood run cold. That voice belonged to Sona Sitri. Her face reflected deadly anger, while behind her came the other girls with the same look. At that moment Issei felt true terror. The other men, still conscious, felt their skin crawl, thankful that those weren't their girls. The good thing is that I don't have a partner, thought the purple dragon with relief. Partner, you're already dead, the red dragon said in whispers. Sona and the other girls enter the room surrounding a defenseless Issei. The Sitri heiress brings her face closer to the brown-haired boys to take both of his cheeks, and stretch them to look at him with the same look she gave him at the beginning. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Asked the heir Sitri. I am sorry, but the temptation to drink that apple liquid, he points to the liquor, it was glands, he said with his cheeks still stretched. Sona lets go of his cheeks and then tugs at his ear. It hurts, ouch. We're leaving, Sona exclaimed, and you, she pointed at Serzex and Azazel, I'll talk seriously with you later, the Sitri heiress said threateningly. At that moment they felt a huge chill run down their spines. Issei made scared gestures as he walked through the door. Before leaving he said, moving only his lips. Help, was what he said before leaving the room. The other boys couldn't do anything. Kiba, who had regained consciousness, woke up to start rubbing his eyes. Where is Issei-kun? The blonde Gremory asked with his eyes rolling. At that Azazel puts his hand on the boy's shoulder. He is in hell right now. That night they learned that they should never make a woman angry. Sitri residence, human world. Upon arriving at the residence, Sona and the girls remained silent. The atmosphere of tension and silence did not go away. The brown-haired boy did not say a word since he knew he had done something wrong. They would just have to wait for what was going to happen. Ophis didn't understand anything about the situation, but for some reason she felt a little upset with Issei, not because he drank or ran away. It was because he belonged to her, and she always wanted to keep an eye on him. The effects of the alcohol had returned. For a moment they were gone because of the fear he felt. When he got to the room, Sona looked at him with an angry look. The other girls were out of the room as she wanted to talk to him alone. You know, I wouldn't have been mad if you had told us where you were going, Sona said without taking her eyes off him. I'm sorry, said the brown-haired boy with his head down. At that Sona roughly grabs him by both cheeks. Look me in the eyes, Sona exclaimed angrily. Issei looked up as best he could to look her in the eyes. Sona held back a small blush as the brunette looked cute with the look he gave her, since it was the look of a scolded puppy. I'm sorry. I was very dishonest. You are very kind to me. You don't lie to me. You don't treat me badly at all. I am a bad boyfriend. I am truly sorry. You don't deserve this, said the brown-haired boy regretfully. At that he takes his hands off Sona to back away and walk towards the huge window in the room. Now, I'm sorry that I behaved like Rias. I wasn't honest, he said with regret in his words. The Sitri heiress quickly ran towards Issei to turn him around abruptly and grab him by the neck of the yukata. Fool! You've made us all happy. Yes, you made a mistake tonight, but, you know, we're not perfect. It's normal to make bad decisions. I'm upset, but I'm more relieved to know that you only went with your friends. I was worried. I thought. Her voice gradually became weaker along with her grip. I thought you had left like that time. The brown-haired boy understood perfectly what she meant. He quickly hugged her tightly to bury his face in the girl's shoulder. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot, the brown-haired boy said in a weak voice. I love you. I love you with all my heart, the brown-haired boy said, hugging her tighter. Sona hugged him back. Me too. I love you, my Issei. They both separate a little to look at each other and give each other a warm kiss under the rays of moonlight that came through the window. When they separated their lips they felt several glances. When they turned around they could see the girls. No, I also want Issei-chan to kiss me, said the brown-haired loli with her cheeks puffed out. Issei-san, give me love, Meguri said with a red face. I want you to pamper me, exclaimed the white-haired girl of the group with her fists clenched. Issei-kun, I'm getting a little jealous, said the brunette with a fake angry look. Kaicho, don't go ahead, said the blue-haired girl. Issei, I will give you the love you need, Queen Sitri said with a blush. Issei-kun, as a childhood friend and girlfriend, I deserve for you to kiss me first, he said with his chest held high. I want it too, Issei, said the Valkyrie blushing. Issei, seeing his girls, smiled and spread his arms. From now on, my path will be you, he said with a smile. The girls jumped to hug him lovingly. The only one who had not yet let go of Issei was Ruruko. Issei-chan, never leave, the brown-haired loli told him to hug him more. The brown-haired boy did his best to carry her princess style, and gave her a kiss on the forehead. "I will never leave again," said the brown-haired boy, smiling. The brown loli blushed to hug him by the neck. The other girls settled on the bed to make room for the two of them. Issei carefully laid her down and then lay back down himself. Tsubaki, who was blushing, was going to ask the brunette for something, but when she saw that as soon as Issei touched the bed, she refrained from asking him for later since he had fallen fast asleep. "Later. I'll ask him," the brunette thought as she took the brown-haired boy's head and laid it on her breasts. "Soft pillows," the brown-haired boy thought with a silly smile. That night Issei slept like a baby. 2 days later, Beleth lands. Within the grounds of Beleth, several explosions began to be heard around the place. A huge portal had appeared in which soldiers from the ancient Mao faction emerged. The demon soldiers faced the powerful massive force of the Chaos Brigade. Their strength was in vain as they were overwhelmed by the powerful force of the faction. "Don't give up! Fight to the end!" shouted the one who seemed to be the leader of the Beleth soldiers. The guards protected the ground with their lives, launching powerful demonic attacks towards the faction which seemed to have an effect. "Let's keep going like this. We are repelling them," said the leader of the guards to launch one of his spears with demonic power. The spear pierced the soldier, killing him instantly. "Sir, Lord Beleth has asked for reinforcements. The Sitri clan along with the governor of the Fallen will come and Michael-sama will send Gabriel-sama with some paladins." "Maybe it's not necessary," he said, launching a powerful attack towards a soldier, disintegrating him instantly. "We are starting to repel them," said the leader, smiling triumphantly. Just as he was about to launch another attack, he was instantly killed by a huge flame that managed to graze half of another soldier's face. The soldier, with great pain, managed to see where the powerful flame came from. When he turned his only good eye he had left, he was stunned when he saw the source. The other guards began to tremble when they saw the person responsible for the attack. In front of them were two evil dragons. These were Leiden, Insomanic Dragon, and Yamada no Orochi, Venom Blood Dragon, both of which were believed to be sealed. "Tremble before us, you filthy inferior beings. Kilpath, the faction of Rezavim has begun," said the evil dragon Leiden with great pride. The appearance of the Leiden dragon was that of a dragon and a tree combined, which had the size like other dragons normally but was known to have almost perfect resistance like that of the evil dragon Grendel. The evil dragon Yamada no Orochi had the appearance of an enormous 8-headed dragon which had incredible regeneration in its heads, which if one was cut off, it would grow rapidly, and its flames were so powerful that they would be able to fall the resistance of Leiden if the 8 heads joined their flames. "Klitpoth?" was the question that all the guards of Beleth were asking. The guard who had half his face burned proceeded to enter the mansion to inform the lords of the land. Upon reaching the room, Lord and Lady Beleth's faces showed that they had seen and heard both dragons. "I just hope they arrive soon," Lord Beleth said with great concern. The Orochi dragon brutally murdered all the guards who faced it. Several died dismembered by its fearsome teeth or else died from the poison it released. "Look, in that huge mansion the lords of these lands must be. Orochi shoots at the same time with all 8 heads together," said the evil dragon Leiden, pointing at the mansion. "Don't give me orders," said one of the heads coldly. The 8 heads began to charge a powerful combined attack. Gathering all the fire, they proceeded to shoot towards the mansion. Lord and Lady Beleth closed their eyes to receive the powerful attack. When they opened them again, they saw that nothing happened. When they saw where the attack was supposed to hit, they saw a magic shield which had completely repelled the attack. This magic shield was created by the members of the Sitri clan along with Irina and Roswise, who had arrived just in time to repel it. "Good job, we managed to repel that flame," said Sona, adjusting her glasses. Lord and Lady Beleth were relieved to see that they had been saved. "So those are the evil dragons," Tsubaki said, looking at both beasts. Issei was confused when he heard Tsubaki. "Evil dragons?" the brown-haired boy asked, observing the dragons as well. "They are known to be more powerful than the 5 dragon kings. They are the cruelest and most brutal dragons, all dangerous battle maniacs who want to destroy everything, including each other. It's strange that they are collaborating at the moment. I have a very bad feeling, partner, be very careful," said the Welsh dragon, worried and thoughtful. "Issei, these dragons would be no match for me if I had all my power. I will still help you face them," said the neutral-minded lowly goddess. "Wow, this will be a challenge. I will have to release all my power at the best moment," said the brown-haired boy, the Sekiryutei's armor appearing, leaving his face uncovered. Sona was called by a magic circle which informed her that Gabriel and Azazel would arrive in a few minutes. "Alright girls and Issei, We will focus on defending the mansion while Gabriel-sama and Azazel-sama arrive with reinforcements. Let's resist as long as we can. And Issei, be very careful. You and Ophis are the only ones who can fight those beasts, said the Sitri heiress, looking at everyone. Call that idiot Valley. I'm going to need his help, and don't worry, I'll be careful, said the brown-haired man, appearing to Ascalon. Sona nodded to call Valley and his team through a magic circle, to which he quickly accepted. At that, the Valkyrie stood next to Issei. I'll go with you. I may not be a match for them, or I may be getting in the way of you two, but I'll make sure you don't do anything crazy. I don't want anything to happen to you, said Ross, worried. The Sitri heiress was going to say something but was stopped by Issei, who spoke before her. Okay, Ross, with our power we can face both dragons while Valley and the others arrive, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. Sona sighed and then smiled. Okay, I won't hesitate to protect you if something happens, Sona said, smiling. The dragon Orochi let out a huge roar throughout the place, signaling that they would attack again. The brown-haired boy placed his hoof to make his dragon wings appear. You guys be careful too. Come on, Rossways, Ophis, let's show our power, said the brown-haired boy, raising his sword. Yes, Rossways began to concentrate magic in his hands. Of course, Ophis said neutrally. The three of them levitated to take flight towards both dragons. Okay girls, let's show them that the Sitri clan is the most powerful, said the Sitri heiress, magic circles beginning to appear from her hands. Hi Kaicho, they all responded in unison. Michael-sama give you strength. Issei-kun, please return safe and sound, said the reincarnated angel with both hands on her chest. In the territories of Beleth, a great battle between the Chaos Brigade and the local resistance was taking place. Reinforcements were just arriving. The Sitri group, along with the Sekiryuutei, a Valkyrie, a reincarnated angel, and the dragon goddess of infinity, faced the threat. The evil dragons looked at the brown-haired boy with superiority. They no longer cared about Ophis because he did not have his true power. So you're the Sekiryuutei brat, you look pathetic, said the dragon laden with his arms crossed. Issei descended to the ground along with Ross and Ophis. The brown-haired boy disappears the helmet of his armor. I am Hyoudou Issei the Sekiryuutei, and pathetic is not enough for me, said the brown-haired boy seriously. Hyoudou Issei, I will forget it after I kill you, said the dragon Orochi, speaking head by head. The tree-like dragon turns to face Ophis. From what I sense, you're with that boy, right? If he is mine, then I will not allow anyone to speak badly to him or hurt him, Ophis said coldly. Wow, that's scary, you're no longer a threat without all your power. The dragon raised both hands to wrap them in magic. It will be easy to defeat you. Orochi began to appear a magic circle under him so he could raise it until it covered everything. With this it will be more difficult for them to pierce my skin, the head said at the same time. Issei appeared with his helmet. This will make it more interesting, hee. Well, it's time for us to dance. Ophis and Ross face laden. I'll take care of Orochi, said the brown-haired boy, taking flight. Hi Issei, they both said at the same time. To ascend to heaven. Issei and the eight-headed dragon stood still for a few seconds. Partner, the heads you cut off from that dragon regenerate quickly, be careful, said the red dragon, warning its bearer. Don't worry Ddraig, Valley will arrive in a few moments, the brown-haired boy thought. The dragon Orochi in a quick movement tried to hit the brown-haired boy with one of his heads, which Issei successfully dodged with a somersault. Issei launched a dragon shoot towards the dragon, which upon impact made the dragon retreat. The smoke screen appeared, leaving the Orochi dragon without sight. The brown-haired boy took the opportunity, used jet to get next to the dragon, raised Ascalon, and with a quick slash managed to cut off all 8 heads at the same time. The heads instantly fell while the dragon's body remained motionless. That was easy, said the brown-haired boy, descending. Just as he was about to touch the ground, he was brutally hit by the headless dragon's tail. The brown-haired dragon shot towards a building, passing through it and hitting a house. The dragon heads began to appear again. Idiot brat, said the dragon Orochi, stretching his heads. Issei rose from the rubble. Ma damn reptile. He took my shoulder out, said the brown-haired boy, adjusting his shoulder instantly. I'm much better, said Issei, moving his shoulder. Partner, are you okay? Ddraig asked worriedly. Don't worry Ddraig, Oz-san's hits hurt more than this, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. Issei took flight again. Did it hurt, brat? One of the heads asked. Yes, a little, but you know what? This pain makes me stronger, said the brown-haired boy, appearing to Ascalon. One of the heads began to shoot fireballs, which Issei repelled with his sword. managing to split them in half. Then another of the heads spat out a green-looking smoke that covered the place where Issei was. As if he had no idea what he wanted to do, the brown-haired boy thought. Issei quickly appeared his energy shield, and within a few seconds the smoke turned into explosions. That smoke was like a type of fuel that exploded if it came into contact with fire. As the smoke cleared, the dragon was impressed to see Issei's energy field. "Wow, I thought you would die from that," said the head that seemed to be the one in the center. Issei used jet and appeared in front of the dragon to decapitate one of its heads, and with his other free hand he created a dragon shoot to blow off another of its heads. The dragon didn't waste any time either and hit Issei with one of its heads, sending it to the ground. Issei, instead of hitting, stopped with his own wings. The dragon with another head that was free shot a huge flame at him, which was repelled by Issei with a kick. This is a bit complicated, the brown-haired boy thought as the red fist appeared in his hands. With Rosweiss and Ophis. Both girls had a magical battle against the evil dragon Layden, who repelled all their attacks with his great resistance. "Their attacks are useless, they can't defeat me." The dragon launched a magical blast at both girls. Both girls joined their power to repel the magical blast. "Not bad, Valkyrie," Ophis said neutrally. "Thanks, Ophis, I haven't been left behind either," said the Valkyrie, smiling. "Let's finish him off quickly so we can go help Issei," said the Valkyrie as she launched icy blasts from her hands. "I agree with you," Ophis said, casting her infinity magic. With Issei. The brown-haired boy hit the dragon's heads one by one with his fists wrapped in red fist. The dragon was unfazed by the powerful blows that the brown-haired boy was dealing. To free himself from the horde of blows with one of the heads, he shot a great icy blizzard at him, which made Issei retreat. "Damn brat!" The dragon reinforced his body again to resist the effects of red fist. Issei descended to do several boosts. The brown-haired boy fired several dragon shoot at the dragon, but did not count on the dragon deflecting them with one of its heads, which created a magic circle of protection, and then with all 8 heads together they hit him violently. Issei hit the ground. The evil dragon quickly composed its position to charge a very powerful flame with its 8 heads joined together. "Say goodbye, brat," the dragon spits out the flames. The brown-haired boy gritted his teeth in order to create an energy shield. But a white flash landed in front of Issei, which deflected the dragon's attack. The brown-haired boy smiled when he saw who had arrived. "I already had it under control," said the brown-haired boy, looking away. "If you call being on the ground like a squashed insect under control, then you had it under control," Valley laughed from the helmet of his armor. Valley offers his hand to the brown-haired boy to lift him up. Both already standing, they stand side by side. The brown-haired boy turns to see the rest of the Valley team fighting with their girls and giving support against Layden. Gabriel and his paladins had arrived. Azazel and his fallen were already in combat with the other members of the Chaos Brigade. Le Fay with her powerful magic paralyzed the evil dragon. "Hello, Issei-sama, we are sorry for the delay," the smiling magician greeted. The Nikomata of the group launched senjutsu towards soldiers who wanted to stop Le Fay. "Issei Naya, I missed you so much," the Nikomata shouted while defending the Fay. Issei greeted both of them with a smile. Valley reinforces his armor. "We will have to work as a team to defeat this beast," said the brown-haired man from the helmet of his armor. "I hate to admit it, but you're right. Every time you cut off their heads they will reappear, although if we attack directly to their heart we will manage to kill them," said Valley, pointing at the dragon's chest. "True. I was going to think of that myself," said the brown-haired boy with a pout. "Guys, I can't resist any longer," said the mage, resisting. Both dragons begin to raise their power. Valley took out his demon wings. Issei raised his power to access the Crimson Dragon Knight. The crimson glow and the pressure it exerted caused everyone to turn to look. "What a beautiful color," said the Nikomata, licking her lips. Valley was still in shock at the sight of the armor. They both got into a battle stance. "Ready, Valley?" the brown-haired boy asked, smiling. "Shut up, one day I will be the strongest of all," said Valley, increasing his power to the limit. Le Fay fell exhausted, and as she fell the paralysis disappeared, freeing the dragon. "Damn brat, I'll kill you," said one of the heads, shooting a fireball. Kuroka created a circle, but when she saw the magnitude of the attack she saw that she would not resist. The brown-haired boy at an incredible speed managed to kick the enormous fireball. The relieved Nikomata helped her friend up. "Thanks, Issei Naya, I'll make it up to you later," she said seductively. It's okay," said the brown-haired boy with a hidden blush. Le Fay was amazed to see Issei's powerful armor again. The armor's layer was blowing sideways with the wind. "Are you okay, Le Fay? What a great job you did with that magic." Issei approached her. He made the glove of the armor disappear to leave his hand exposed, and then caressed one of her cheeks. "Thank you," the brown-haired boy exclaimed. Le Fay blushed a lot and Kuroka got a little jealous. "Okay girls, if you'll excuse me, I'll go help Valley," said the brown-haired boy as he began to levitate. Issei took flight to appear his glove already Ascalon. "Here you go." Issei throws Ascalon at him. "You're going to need it to kill him," the brown-haired boy told him while firing several dragon shoot. The dragon shoots hit the dragon which knocked it down. "Are you sure, Issei?" Valley asked, taking the handle of Ascalon. "Yes, don't worry," said the brown-haired boy, bathing his fists in red fist. With Sona and her entourage were fighting with more enthusiasm as they saw how the brown-haired boy had activated his armor. Gabriel, upon seeing the armor for the first time, was surprised by all the energy it gave off. "Sona-san, is that Issei-san's power?" the Seraph of Heaven asked. "If they are the fruits of your training and your ambitions," said the Sitri heiress, disintegrating a soldier. Gabriel launches a light attack which disintegrates the Chaos Brigade demons. "What will Issei-san be like? For some reason I want to know about him," thought the Seraph, curious about that feeling. With Valley and Issei. Valley, Lucifer and Hyoudou Issei fought as a team in a very coordinated manner against Orochi. Valley, with Ascalon, cut his heads and legs so that he fell to the ground while Issei with his fists hit the newly regenerated heads. "Is this a bad joke? You and the red one together?" said the evil dragon between the ropes. Valley divided the power of one of the dragon's flames while the brown-haired man quickly hit the dragon's chest with brute force that broke the strengthening of its skin. "Damn you!" the evil dragon exclaimed in pain. He couldn't defend himself from the brown-haired man's fists, as his heads were cut off and his powers divided by Valley, while Le Fay and Kuroka helped contain the heads with magic and senjutsu. The brown-haired boy gave the dragon a tremendous blow to the chest which knocked him to the ground. The brown-haired boy appeared with the energy sword and began to do several boosts to make the sword grow longer and gain more power. The dragon stands up to start shooting towards Valley. "It's useless, Orochi, you're finished," exclaimed Valley, launching a powerful demonic attack managing to hit the chest which was already opening little by little. "No, they won't beat me," the eight-headed dragon roared, joining its heads once again to fire a powerful attack at Valley. Valley clasped his hands together. "White demon attack," Valley exclaimed to fire a powerful white torrent with black rays. Both attacks collided. The clash of powers was so strong that the dilapidated structures were demolished. The winner was Valley, who took the heads of the huge dragon. Issei had finished gathering energy. Le Fay and Kuroka managed to open his chest, leaving his heart exposed. "Receive. Issei," they exclaimed. "My sword," the brown-haired boy exclaimed as he fired several bursts of energy which were powerful. The moment the energy blast struck, Issei finished the sword movement he had made, and in doing so they exploded, completely destroying the heart of the Yamata no Orochi dragon. Valley and those present were impressed with the energy sword that Issei wielded. The evil dragon fell to the ground without showing any signs of regeneration. The other evil dragon, no longer feeling the presence of his companion, and seeing that his forces were easily crushed, decided to flee. Issei tried to catch up with Layden with his speed. Ophis and Roswise shot him with magic at the same time, but one of the captains got in the way of the impact, protecting the evil dragon, while other soldiers from the brigade side stopped the brown-haired boy with blinding magic. Issei stopped, and thus the evil dragon escaped along with some survivors. The Beleth territories had been saved. Issei descended to undo the armor. At the moment of removing it, he was greeted with a hug by Kuroka. "Issei Naya, we finally see each other," she said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "Didn't you say that before?" said the brown-haired boy, scratching his cheek. Le Fay, who saw this, unfaithful cheeks to separate Kuroka from Issei. "Don't do that," exclaimed the mage with hidden jealousy. "Don't tell me that," thought the brown-haired boy. "Why not? After all, he loves me and I love him, Naya," Kuroka said, trying to hug Issei. "Why, it's not right," the mage said, hiding her jealousy with much more difficulty. "Do you like my Issei, Naya?" the Nikomata said, putting Le Fay on the ropes. No, he said with his face red as a tomato. A voice interrupts everything. "He's only mine, so don't argue." The original voice was from Office, who was hugging Issei. When did she get here? The brown-haired boy thought in surprise. Ross Weiss, who had also arrived, stood next to the brown-haired boy to hug him by the arm. He belongs to me, said Ross, blushing. Kuroka hugged the brunette's other arm. I want us to have a family, said the Nikomata, purring in his neck. Issei was in awe while Valley watched everything with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Lu Fei, with her jealousy at its peak, exclaimed something that made the brunette blush deeply. I like him, exclaimed the mage before running away. Valley, who arrived at the place, handed the sword to the brown-haired boy. Arthur is going to kill you, said Valley dryly. Issei gulped as he remembered Arthur, who was inside the Beleth mansion helping the wounded. Sona and the others arrive at the place. What a disaster! Congratulations to everyone for defeating an evil dragon, Sona said, smiling. Behind them and the other girls appeared Azazel and Gabriel. Azazel quickly went to the dragon's corpse to begin examining it. I will do great experiments with this body, said the smiling governor. I'm finishing this well, the brown-haired boy thought. Lu Fei. I didn't think you felt that way, the brown-haired boy thought with a blush. From a magic circle appeared Yasaka, Kunu, Ravel and Seraphal, the last three of whom angrily launched themselves at Issei. I already found out what you did, you lazy bastard, said the lowly phoenix, flames appearing on her back. I will live with you to make sure you don't do anything stupid, exclaimed the younger Kitsune. You didn't invite me, and above all you haven't visited me, bad Issei-chan, exclaimed the Maleviathan with an icy aura. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to run for a while. Issei ran out so as not to be caught by the three women. Yasaka, seeing this, just laughed. I will kidnap you soon to drink together, the Kitsune thought, imagining Issei drunk. Gabriel, seeing the scene, just laughed and began to think. You must be a very funny Issei, the seraph thought with amusement. One day later, Kuo Academy. From one day to the next things returned to normal. The brown-haired boy was in the student council thinking about the events of yesterday. Kilpoth, the new faction of the Chaos Brigade. This is bad, partner. The other dragons are to be feared, and if they are united it is because of that rise of him, said the red dragon to its bearer. I know, partner. Yesterday, right after the victory, the faction leaders scheduled a meeting for today to talk about it. Sona went with Ross and Irina and the other girls in club activities, and Ophis went to the breach to kick the Great Red. That's why I have to finish this paperwork, the brown-haired boy said to the dragon with boredom. As I always tell you, be careful, partner. By the way, Queen Sitri won't stop watching you, said the red dragon, and then fell asleep. Issei, realizing how Tsubaki was looking at him, blushed. Is something wrong, Tsu-chan? Said the brown-haired boy, smiling. No. Nothing is happening, she exclaimed nervously and blushing as she looked at other papers. Wow, we're alone. I didn't realize this, the brown-haired boy thought, blushing. A few minutes later, the tension in the air did not go away. It's my chance. I must tell him, said the Sitri queen with a blush. Issei, seeing that Tsubaki kept looking at him, began to hurry to finish. Why is he looking at me so much? Do I have something on my face? The brown-haired boy thought innocently until that innocence was lost when he remembered that this exactly happened in Asgard with Ross. When Issei finishes, he arranges the papers and puts them in a folder, then stores them in a drawer. Tsubaki, who had already finished earlier, gets up from her seat to stand in front of an equally nervous and blushing Issei. Issei, I want to ask you something, said Queen Sitri shyly. CL. Sure, whatever you want, said the brown-haired boy nervously. The brunette lowered her face and clenched her fists. Let's do it. I want you to take me, said the Sitri queen, blushing. Issei blushed to the max as his dragon instincts screamed at him to fuck her right there. But before doing it, I had to explain to them what would happen if they did it. Are you sure about this? The truth is that, if you and I do it, I will mark you. I mean, a mark will appear on your body, which says that you are mine, and you will die of pain. If you are unfaithful to me. Do you want to do it knowing this? The brown-haired man asked timidly and with difficulty. The Sitri queen threw herself into his arms. I love you. My feelings for you are strong, and that's why I want you to make me yours. I want to be with you forever, the brunette exclaimed with a blush. The brown-haired boy took her by the waist and kissed her lovingly. Okay, but first let's go home. The brunette nods. They both take their things and leave the academy, heading to the Sitri residence. On the way, the brunette was hugging the brown-haired man's arm, pressing her enormous breasts against it. Issei, feeling this, his dragon instincts intensified even more. Upon arriving at the residence, they both take off their academy shoes, leave their bags and lock the entrance door. When they are done locking it, the brunette grabs her by the waist and begins to kiss her intensely. The brunette, feeling the brown-haired man's lips, closes her eyes to let herself go. They didn't stop kissing so much that they walked with their lips still together, bumping into some things along the way. They stopped their kiss when they reached the stairs. I did the princess-style charge while going up the stairs. When they go up them all, they reach the room where Issei sits on the bed with the brunette in his arms. Line break. Issei carries his girl to lay her down on the bed. He wraps her in the blankets to cover her. Then she instinctively clings to the brown-haired boy's chest. "I love you," the red-haired girl whispered lovingly. "I love you too," the brown-haired boy told her, kissing her forehead. They both closed their eyes to fall asleep in each other's arms. Tsubaki felt like a baby in her lover's arms while the brown-haired boy hugged her possessively. On a weekend in the quiet town of Kuo, there was an Issei as confused and blushing as his companion Luffy Pendragon. The place they were in was an amusement park called the Land of the Dragon. It was noon on a beautiful Saturday. "How did we end up like this?" the brown-haired boy thought with a blush. The mage had her cheeks red as she looked at the brunette shyly. 1 hour before, at the residence, everyone was having breakfast in the large dining room since it was Saturday, and they got up late. As usual, the brown-haired boy had Ofa sitting on his lap eating breakfast from the same plate. Ruruko, Ravel and Kuna looked at Ophis with jealousy, giving Issei the creeps. After finishing eating, the brown-haired boy went to the training room. When he finished, he went to look for clean clothes to put on, and the moment he finished changing, a communication circle appeared in his ear. "Issei Naya. We need your help. We are being attacked by the Chaos Brigade. We need your help, Naya," the Nikomata exclaimed desperately. "Hold on, Kuroka. I'll teleport to your location now." Issei immediately teleported to Kuroka's location. Upon arrival, his expression became very confused since he was in the amusement park, no more and no less. "Why am I here? Have I made a mistake?" thought the brown-haired boy as he watched all the people walk around. "I detect the Nikomata. It's right above that tree." Issei, upon hearing its companion, looks up, and in a tree that provided shade for a bench, a black cat could be seen looking at Issei. "Kuroka," Issei whispered already under the tree. "Issei Naya, I'm sorry, but it was necessary to do this, Naya," the Nikomata said telepathically. "Do what? What's going on?" the brown-haired boy said in his mind. "Ah. She's here, Naya Issei. We'll see each other later. Treat her well, Naya, and then invite me, Naya," said the Nikomata, disappearing from the tree branch. "Wait, Kuroka." Seeing how the Nikomata disappeared, the brown-haired boy decided to turn to where the cat had fixed her gaze before leaving. Her surprise and blush appeared when she saw a certain blonde expert in magic present. "You've deceived us, Kuroka," thought the brown-haired boy very nervously. Luffy, who still could not say a word, remained silent for a moment. The brown-haired boy, seeing this, relaxed his feelings and approached the blonde. "Hey, hello, it's been a while," said the brown-haired boy with his hand on the back of his neck. "Hello, Issei-sama, I'm glad to see you," said the magician with her calmest feelings. What did Kuroka tell you?" the brown-haired boy said nervously. "She told me that you were in trouble, so I came as fast as I could. I didn't think it was a lie," he said, smiling shyly. "Yeah. I see, he told me almost the same thing," said the brown-haired boy, laughing awkwardly. The magician also laughed, and then blushed again. Issei-sama, since we're here, wouldn't you like to spend some time?" the magician said, hiding her face. "Of course. To tell the truth, I was going to ask you that," he said, the last part looking away. The magician blushed deeply. "Let me send Sona a message that I'm here. I left so fast that I didn't let her know," said the brown-haired boy, taking out his cell phone. "Ready? Let's do it," he said, smiling. "Yes, Issei-sama." They both begin to walk through the large amusement park, seeing the various mechanical games and the food and candy stalls there were, the families, couples and friends who walked calmly through the place. The boys who looked at the magician couldn't help but feel jealous of the brunette, since the blonde looked very pretty with her magician costume, and her huge hat, and that beautiful face which melted anyone's heart. The blonde stops for a moment to pull on the sleeve of the brown-haired boy's shirt. "Issei-sama, can we hold hands?" he asked, hiding his face. Issei shyly takes the blonde's hand. Come on, partner, be braver, the dragon laughed in the brown-haired boy's mind. A vein was sticking out of Issei's head. It's not that simple, he thought angrily. While the brown-haired boy was mentally fighting with his dragon friend, the magician intertwined her fingers with the brown-haired boy's. Issei, noticing the magician's action, couldn't help but feel tenderness since she looked so cute and tender. The brown-haired boy quickened his pace a little. Come on, let's have fun, okay, he said with a smile. The magician nods happily to keep up with Issei. They both rode many rides, starting with bumper cars where they both had fun along with other people. Then they entered a little house of horrors in which the blonde, getting scared, hugged the brown-haired man's arm while he hid his blush. Then they went to the roller coaster in which they both screamed like never before. Issei was scared and he was having fun. When they got off, Issei went into the bathroom to release all his rainbow from his stomach, to which he waited patiently outside the bathroom. Then they entered some crazy cups in which they both smiled playfully. When he got off there, Issei bought some cat ears which he gave to the blonde. The magician, for her part, when she saw them, stars appeared in her eyes. She took off her magician's hat and took the ears. Wait a moment. The blonde quickly entered the bathroom, which left the brunette a little confused. After a few minutes, the magician came out without her hat and with her cat ears on. It was noticeable that she had dressed up a bit. I'm sorry for the delay, she said, smiling. As soon as Issei saw her, he felt his heart beat from how pretty she looked. How do I look, Issei-sama, she said with a blush. Fei, you look pretty, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. Thank you, Naya. The brown-haired boy felt an arrow in his chest when he saw the magician. She looks so cute. She could rival Kuroka, the brunette thought while wiping away his nosebleed. The magician was red as she noticed Issei looking at her stupidly. The brown-haired boy takes out his cell phone. Hey, come closer, Fei, we'll take a photo, said the brown-haired boy, accessing the camera on his cell phone. Of course. Take lots of photos. Both of them get together, leaving their faces close. Issei proceeds to take the photos, making various faces and smiles. Done. You look very pretty in all the photos, said the brown-haired boy, smiling at her. Fei smiles to see the photos. You look very handsome, she said with a little blush. Issei blushed and then smiled and with more confidence took Fei's hand. Let's go eat something, said the brown-haired boy, gently pulling the magician. Fei nods. Both arrive at a small fast food stand where they order 2 hot dogs. After lunch, they took a ride on a train that went further around the park, watching as the sun was beginning to set. As night fell, the place was illuminated by several lights throughout the park. After the tour, they both get on the Ferris wheel to be able to observe the entire park illuminated from above. They were delighted to see everything. Fei looked away to now fix her gaze on Issei and began to blush. This, Issei-sama, there is something I would like to ask you, she said with some sadness. What do you need? Said the brown-haired boy, smiling. I wanted to know if you would like to make a contract with me, she said, blushing and with her gaze on the ground. Issei put his hand on his chin. A contract? Wait, do you want to be my magician? Said the brown-haired boy, surprised. Fei nodded. If you say it like that. I'm going to blush, but yes. I want to be your magician, she said, looking up into the brown-haired boy's eyes. Issei pretended to think about it a lot, making the magician sad. I am a very good magician. I will protect you with my life. I will teach you magic, and I will even help you in your training so that you become stronger and stronger. I will not be a hindrance, she said, trying to convince Issei. The brown-haired boy started to laugh, causing the magician to puff out her cheeks. I'm sorry, Fei, it's just that your reaction was so cute, and of course I accept. I want you to be my magician, just you and no one else but you, said the brown-haired boy, smiling at the blonde. The magician became happy and a contract and a small table appeared from a magic circle. We have to sign it with our blood, she said, making a slight cut and signing with her blood. Issei imitates the action of the magician, thus signing the contract. When you sign it, the table with the contract disappears. A magic circle appeared from the floor of the car. Fei told him what words Issei should say for the contract to be completed. In my name, I, the Pendragon, wish to make a request to the pawn of the Sitri clan, Hyoudou Issei. I want you to make a pact with me and become my sworn partner. In the name of Hyoudou Issei, the pawn of the Sitri clan, I promise to make a pact with you, Fei Pendragon. I hope we will be together forever. Issei bowed, to which the magician imitated the act. Together forever, said the blonde. The mark of the Sitri clan appeared on both of their cheeks, then the circle disappeared, emitting a faint light. The light dissipated, revealing both young people with a calm look. So that's it, it was faster than I expected. Wow, I feel a special bond between us, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. I'm sorry too, said the magician, smiling. The car began to move, descending to solid ground. Both of them, holding hands, walked until they reached the park castle to watch the fireworks with the other people around. When Le Fay saw the beautiful fireworks, she knew it was her chance. This, Issei-sama, she was interrupted by the brown-haired boy as he put a finger on her lips. Me too. I like you, Le Fay, said the brown-haired boy, looking at her seriously. The blonde blushed a lot when she heard the brown-haired boy. Sorry if it took me a while to tell you how I feel, so next time we'll come back here. But this time I'll treat you, said the brown-haired boy, giving her a smile. The magician slowly approached the brunette, taking him by both cheeks to join her lips with his. Le Fay had to stand on her tiptoes to be able to reach and kiss her beloved brunette. For a moment the blonde thought that her fake cat ears had moved as if they were real. Issei for his part put his hands on the girl's waist, deepening the kiss further. When they separated from the long kiss, Issei excitedly lifted Le Fay from the girl's waist. I love you, Le Fay, exclaimed the brown-haired boy, smiling. The magician with a face as red as an apple smiled shyly. Me too, Issei-sama, but put me down, people are watching us, she said with a lot of blush. The people, surprised to see the brown-haired boy, could only think two things. The boy was very strong or the girl was very light. Issei, realizing this, gently lowered her. I'm sorry. I got a little excited, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. Don't worry, do that when we're alone, she said, winking at him. Issei smiles to give his mage a kiss on the forehead. Both holding hands they leave the park, and when they left they met someone. That someone was a blonde man with glasses and a business suit. That was Arthur Pendragon. Sister, it's late, I've come for you. Oh, and good night to you, Hyoudou, said the blonde calmly. Good night, Arthur, said the brown-haired boy, smiling nervously. Ni-sama, the blonde exclaimed. Arthur sighed when he saw the hands of both young people. So you both made the pact, I can tell by the bond you have, he said calmly. Yes. I want to be with Issei-sama, so I chose him, she said, hugging the brown-haired boy's arm. Arthur took a few steps until he was in front of the couple. Okay. Hyoudou Issei, I entrust my sister to you, take care of her and protect her, call me Ni-san if you agree, said the blonde in reverence. Don't worry, Arth. I mean Ni-san, I'll take care of her forever, said the brown-haired boy, imitating the bow. Wow, this is the first time that the family of one of my girls doesn't threaten me, thought Issei. Arthur recomposed himself to now put his hand on Issei's shoulder. If you hurt her, make her cry or force her to do something she doesn't want, I will kill you with my Caliban sword, he said with a sinister look. Ni-sama! Exclaimed the magician. No. Don't worry. I'll make her happy, said the nervous brown-haired boy. Ha ha ha, it was too good to be true, thought the brown-haired boy, laughing. With everything cleared up, I'm leaving. Oh, I forgot, sister, you're going to have to inform our parents about this. Have a good night, he said as he walked into an alley and teleported. The couple watched as the magician's older brother left. Phew. I didn't think Ni-sama would accept you so easily, it seems like he trusts you a lot, said the magician, smiling. I think you're right. Well, it's late now, so let's go home, said the brown-haired boy, taking the blonde's hand to leave the place. Upon arriving at the Sitri residence, the brunette explains to all his girls that Le Fay was now his mage and that he also had feelings for her, to which the girls welcomed him and also informed the brunette that Kunu, Ophis and Ravel had entered Kuo. They offered him Le Fay and Kuroka, with only the mage accepting since the Nico Mata was not interested in that. Everyone enters the huge bed to fall asleep. Monday, Kuo Academy. At the prestigious Kuo Academy, Issei was sitting at his desk finishing some math exercises. It was the first hour of class and the first day of classes for the 4 newly admitted girls. From their class, Matsuda and Motohama entered at an incredible speed, wanting to hit Issei, but with his reflexes he dodged both blows. Hey, what's wrong? Said the brown-haired boy, confused. Why didn't you tell us before? Exclaimed the friend with glasses. You're a damn lucky guy, the bald man of the trio shouted. Everyone in the class turned to look at them. What are you talking about? he said, more confused. Don't play dumb. How come you're engaged to the 3 blonde goddesses from the first year, and the gothic loli from the first year said you were hers? It's being said all over the school, said the one with glasses with fake tears. Yura and Momo turned sharply to look at Issei with jealousy. This won't end well for you, said the red dragon, worried about his friend. It can't be, my reputation has gone down. It doesn't bother me, but it does bother others. Issei, seeing that his 2 friends had caught everyone's attention, was able to cover up murderous glances from the boys, looks of disappointment from the girls, and finally looks of jealousy from Momo and Yura. The trio of blondes and the dragon goddess were in the same room, and that same day they began with the introductions, where they also started their first discussion, in which the 3 blondes claimed that the brown-haired boy was their fiancé, and that the gothic loli presumed that Issei was hers. After the classes and questions from all the students ended, our protagonist went to the student council. What a day, the brown-haired boy sighed heavily. Upon entering, he noticed that there was no one in the room, not a trace of any of his girls. Where did everyone go? The brown-haired boy whispered as he stood in front of the desk. The council door closes quickly, causing the brunette to be surprised and look back. The person responsible was none other than Ruruko Nimura, who had a blush on her face. Ah, Ruruko-chan. You surprised me for a moment, I thought. He didn't finish as the loli threw herself at his chest. Is something wrong? Said the brown-haired boy, surrounding the girl with his arms. Issei-chan. I want to ask you something, she said without looking him in the eyes. Of course, whatever you want, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. Take me, the loli whispered. Did you say something? Issei said, looking at her. I want you to make me yours now, exclaimed, looking at the brown-haired boy with longing. What? Said the brown-haired boy with a blush. Let's have sex. Please, she said, hugging Issei tighter. Issei's dragon instincts began to emerge. This is very bad, thought the brown-haired boy, resisting his instincts. Ruruko-chan. Are you aware of what you're asking me? Your body is still small. I could hurt you, said the brown-haired boy, fighting with his instincts. Ruruko buried her face in the brown-haired boy's chest. I don't care. I want to be one with you. I want you and only you to have my first time. Since I met you, I thought you were just a pervert. But after getting to know you more, I became fond of you. At first I didn't want to fall in love with you because of Ria-sama and the others. But when you left us, it hurt a lot. My chest hurt, she said, taking the brown-haired boy's hands. Issei just remained silent, paying absolute attention to his girl. When you came back, I threw myself into your arms and asked for a kiss. I realized that I had fallen in love with you. I cried and cried a lot when you died. I felt empty and regretful for not being closer to you. I felt a little bad when I found out that Sona-san, Meguri-chan, Tsubaki-san and Sarafal-sama had already done it with you. Yura-chan, Raya-chan and Momo-chan planned to do it with you, that's why. I want to do it with my prince. That is my wish, she said, applying force to the brown-haired boy's hands. Issei just hugged her tightly and kissed her on the forehead before taking the brunette's hands again and looking her in the eyes. Okay, Ruruko-chan, I'll make you mine, said the brown-haired boy, starting to kiss her. She just nodded in response to the brown-haired boy's kiss. Line break. On the brunette's neck a dragon mark appeared, a sign that she was already marked by Issei. The brown-haired girl still had a gesture of pain. Just when she had put her member away, she heard someone knock on the door. Kaicho, can we come in? It was the voice of a student, and apparently she was not alone. Issei and Ruruko's blood ran cold. Issei-chan. I can't. Stand up, it hurts, the brunette whispered in pain. The door handle began to turn slowly. Shit. Think of something. Issei quickly picks up Ruruko in his arms and leaves through the window without anyone around noticing. Luckily the window was open. The student council is on the second floor. The students enter and see the room empty. Well, it seems like there's no one, said the student, leaving a document on the desk and noticing that there was a small white spot under the desk. What is that? That's what he thought. With our brown-haired couple, they were hiding in a bush. Issei helped the loli to dress appropriately. Does it still hurt? Said the brown-haired boy worriedly. Yes, it hurts me a lot, but I'm happy that we're one, she said, kissing the brown-haired boy's cheek. Issei smiled and at the same time felt sorry. Well then, let's go home. Let's leave the backpacks at the council, said the brown-haired boy, coming out of the bushes. Coming out of the bushes, on their way out of school the students began to murmur things about Issei, calling him the Lilicon King. Ruruko hid her face in Issei's chest, while our hero just walked without looking back at anyone. As he left on his way home, people were also murmuring things, and even 2 policemen were thinking about questioning Issei, since even though the girl was in the same school as him, it could just be a facade. Issei, when he got home, took off his shoes and helped his girl take them off. He noticed that the girls had not arrived yet, but he remembered that he had a cell phone and that he had it on silent, seeing many messages from all his girls explaining that they were busy in clubs and in the underworld, in the case of Sona and Tsubaki. Issei goes up to their room and lays the girl down. "I'll bring you water," said the brown-haired boy, caressing the girl's cheek. "Thanks, Issei-chan," she said, smiling. Issei went down to the kitchen, and just as he was going to grab a glass, his dragon friend spoke to him. "Partner, can I tell you something?" said the dragon normally. "Of course, what's wrong?" said the brown-haired boy normally. "You're a fool, why didn't you teleport yourself and the brat to your house? It was easier and faster, and no one would have seen you like that," said the dragon, making Issei think. The brown-haired boy was stunned when he heard his friend. "Shit!" the brown-haired boy shouted. "Idiot! Why didn't you tell me something so important?" said the brown-haired boy angrily. "Why didn't you ask?" said the dragon calmly. Issei was speechless at what his friend said. "Okay, partner, I'm going to sleep." Issei, without saying anything, poured the glass of water and went up to the room. The brown-haired girl who was sitting on the bed took the glass of water and gave it to the brown-haired boy, who just put it on a piece of furniture and lay down next to the loli. The loli leaned on Issei's chest and gave him a kiss on the lips, and he reciprocated. Then she took the remote control and turned on the television in the room. "I love you, Issei-chan," said the loli, closing her eyes. "I love you too," said the brown-haired boy, kissing his forehead. "Sorry for being stupid," said the brown-haired boy, looking at the TV with a face that showed guilt. Near dark, all the girls arrived and went to their room. The girls saw Issei watching TV with Ruruko on his chest and smiled as they laid down on the bed. They all greeted the brown-haired boy with a kiss on the lips. "Something interesting happened today, Issei," said the heiress Sitri, sitting next to Issei. "Many things," said the brown-haired boy, mentally slapping himself. The eyes of all the residents of the Sitri mansion except for Issei and Office were wide open as they saw 2 adults with some suitcases around them. Sona and the girls had seen photos of those people, and upon seeing them they immediately recognized them. Issei calmly approached his parents to hug them. "Oto-san, Oka-san, long time no see," Issei hugged them lovingly. "Son, how long has it been? How have you been?" Issei's mother greeted. "Wow, this house is very big. I mean mansion." Issei's father admired every part of the mansion. Issei's girls remained silent with a slight blush on their cheeks, since most of them didn't know them, and to their greatest surprise they weren't so dressed up for this. Why did they come so suddenly? "I'm not dressed up," thought the Sitri heiress while playing with her hair. The brown-haired boy, after greeting his parents, turns his head towards the girls. "Oh, I was forgetting, Oto-san, Oka-san, they are, how do I explain it? They are my girlfriends." The word girlfriend was said in pure whispers. What did you say?" Both parents thought they had misheard. Sona, to help Issei, stood by his side. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Hyoudou. I'm Sona Sitri and I'm Issei's girlfriend." The parents greeted her in a friendly manner as they saw that their son finally had a girlfriend, and she was a very pretty one. But the other girls also introduced themselves, saying that they were also Issei's girlfriends, and some that they were his fiancées. The parents remained silent for a second after finishing the introductions. "Oka-san, our pervert son, has girlfriends and fiancés. He achieved the impossible. Do you know what a great responsibility you're going to handle? There are a lot of girls, which will mean a lot of grandchildren. And the worst thing is that you've become a Lilicon." Issei's mother grabbed him by the collar of his shirt to slap him a lot while the girls imagined themselves pregnant with a big blush. After things calmed down, Issei would explain everything to them, but first they had to help them leave their things in the room that Sona had prepared for them. After everyone unpacked, they gathered in the living room since Issei had to tell them about the supernatural world due to the conflict with the Chaos Brigade. "Oto-san, Oka-san, it's time for me to explain something really crazy. Can you promise me that you won't interrupt me while I'm talking?" the brown-haired boy asked seriously. "Of course, son. What do you have to tell us? Are you going to be a father?" asked Issei's mother, smiling. "No, this is something serious," said the brown-haired boy, hiding his blush. The Sitri heiress hid her nerves next to Issei. The other girls also hid their nerves since they did not know how their in-laws would take it. Issei began to explain everything to them from the beginning, from when he was reincarnated, the battles he fought, his near-definitive death, the nature of him and his girls. The parents remained in disbelief and shocked, and even more so when they observed the different, sacred gear and magic of everyone. Seeing their son with the Sekiryuutei armor, there was no longer any doubt that their son was no longer human, he was now a dragon. The parents remained thoughtful for a moment, and then let out a long sigh. Wow, children grow and change when you take your eyes off them. It's a little difficult for us to try to assimilate everything you've told us, but we apologize. We went on vacation for a long time and we didn't even care much about you. You had died and we didn't even realize it. You are our only son, we love you. And the mother could not continue as she began to shed tears. Issei's father hugs his wife to continue with what his mother would say. In short, we are sorry. We regret not having been there to support you. Despite everything, you are still alive, and once all the problems you have against those terrorists are over, we will make up for lost time. We love you, son, and we are proud of you, said the brown-haired boy's father, giving him a smile. Issei shed a few tears to go hug his parents. How good that they are already here. Thank you, Odo-san, Oka-san. I love you very much too. Thank you for giving me life, said the brown-haired boy, smiling while both parents hugged their son. Irina, who had known Issei since she was little, had begun to cry upon seeing that scene. She couldn't stand it and went to join the hug. Gentlemen, Hyoudou, thank you for bringing Issei-kun into the world. Michael's ace hugged Issei and the parents with all his might. Sona and the other girls had a big smile on their faces as they watched the touching scene. Ophis began to understand the feeling of love little by little. Are you hungry? Asked the brown-haired boy, wiping away his tears. Of course, son. I will prepare a feast for everyone, said Issei's mother, now calmer. I'll help her, the brunette with a headband had quickly offered. Me too, the blue-haired girl from the Sitri group also approached very enthusiastically. And me, exclaimed the queen, Sitri, smiling. Before everyone entered the kitchen, Kuna took the brunette's sleeve. This? Issei. Your parents. Do you think they'll like me? It's just that I feel very nervous to talk to them. The younger kitsune hid her face in Issei's leg. The brown-haired boy carried her like a princess, and then gave her a smile. But of course I do. You're the nicest and most beautiful girl I've ever met. They're my normal parents, so don't worry. The lowly kitsune blushed to hug the brunette's neck. Okay, after all, my in-laws must like me, the kitsune said more enthusiastically. Issei smiled shyly. Before you put me down, would you give me a kiss? The blush took over the lowly. Issei gave her a kiss on the cheek. Not there. I want it, on my lips. The last part was said in whispers. What are you waiting for, Lilikan? Do it, the Welsh dragon said it in a mocking tone. Don't call me Lilikan. Apai dragon. Issei proposed a kiss on the lips to the kitsune. Issei planned for the kiss to be short, but the lowly grabbed him by the neck so he wouldn't escape. Issei's father, who had forgotten something on the living room couch, was shocked to see his son kissing a girl. I don't know how to react to this. Maybe that girl is older, thought the brown-haired father, silently retreating. Issei and the kitsune end their kiss. Come on, Kunu-chan, we have to go prepare the table, said the brown-haired boy, lowering the kitsune. Hi, Issei, the kitsune exclaimed happily. They both went to the long dining room to help prepare the table. The lowly kitsune, now more confident, spoke to her mother, getting along very well. After speaking to her mother, she went directly to her father, where they had a good conversation. I can't stand it. I have to ask him, thought Issei's father. Excuse me, miss. How old are you? The father asked her with a smile. I am 7 years old and I study in the first year at the Kuo Academy, all thanks to Sona-san who changed my age when I enrolled. After all, I know all the knowledge of an elementary school girl, said the kitsune, smiling. Issei's father was terrified and shocked to see that someone his age managed to be in the first year at the Kuo Academy, and even more so, that this 7-year-old girl was another girlfriend of his son. Issei had called Jisaka and Serafal, the latter of whom came flying like a rocket. Well, I'll finally meet the parents of my beloved Issei, said the older kitsune, wagging her tails. Issei-chan's parents are here. My in-laws, said the Mao with her Meiho Shoujo costume. Everyone present, including the parents, had a drop of sweat on the back of their necks. The difference was that the parents, upon seeing all the women present, shared a thought. Our son has a variety of women, both parents thought while observing all the girls. And so all the girls, the brown-haired boy and his parents begin to serve a great banquet which everyone eats with happiness and tranquility. When the meal was over, Issei's father approached his son to put a hand on his shoulder. "Remember, son, great power requires great responsibility," said the older brown-haired boy with fake tears. Yes," he responded confusedly. 4 days later. In such a short time, the parents were already getting used to the environment in which they now lived. They were delighted to have returned from their vacation. But recently it was reported that the Alliance was going to make peace with the vampires in Romania. For that, they sent the Sitri heiress along with the Gremory heiress, accompanied by Tsubaki and Kiba. 2 days have passed and neither Sitri nor Gremory have reported, and that worried everyone a lot, especially Issei. It turns out that in Romania there had been a small coup d'état in the Teeps faction in which Marius Teeps overthrew his own father, leaving him as the new mayor. It could be speculated that the 4 were prisoners of the Teeps. Sarah Fall was desperate to go there and save her little sister, but she had to stay calm and not neglect her position as a Mao, much less in these times when the Chaos Brigade could attack at any moment. Azazel had reported that he would take them to Romania. The Fallen had arrived at the residence with Gasper and 2 other people unknown to some. Dulio-san, Griselda-san. Michael's ace had reacted friendly upon seeing both people. "Hi Irina-san, it's been a while," the green-haired boy greeted calmly. "Nice to see you again Irina-chan," greeted the girl who came dressed as a sister. "Issei-kun, I will introduce you to these 2 people. They are Dulio Gesualdo, Michael's joker, and Griselda Corta, Gabriel's queen." "Corta? Are you perhaps the—" He could not continue as he was interrupted. "I am Zenovia's legal guardian. It's nice to meet you, Issei-kun." Issei understood the sister to return the greeting. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you Sekiryuutei-kun." The blonde approached Issei in a friendly manner. "Likewise, it's a pleasure," said the brown-haired boy, a little confused with the friendly attitude. Gasper greeted Issei with a hug. "Senpai, I miss you so much," said the half-vampire smiling. Issei remembered how Gasper had behaved when they went to the underworld to drink. Slowly, without causing discomfort, he separated from the half-vampire. "And me too, Jayasik," said the brown-haired boy, a little uncomfortable. Kuroka and Faye walked in to meet up with the rest of the girls. "We have already informed Valley and the others. They will go to Romania soon," the magician informed calmly. "Well done, now we're going to Romania. Remember the plan. First let's confirm if the Teeps are holding Sitri and Gremory hostage. If so, we're going to have to get involved in the conflict," explained the Fallen One. Tsubasa, Tomo, Nimura, Lefei, Kuroka, Kunu, Ravel, Irina, Rosweiss and Ophis will stay here to protect Kuo in case of attack, and some remaining members of the Gremory group will help them. "Hi," the all for honor mentioned ones responded. "Momo and Kasaka will accompany us." "Hi," both girls responded. Ophis approached Issei. "If I feel that your life is in danger, I will go to you quickly," said the lowly with concern. "Don't worry, Ophis, I'll be back safely," said the brown-haired boy, giving her a smile. "Okay, Issei." She stands up and gives him a tender kiss on the cheek. "For good luck." Issei blushes a little. "Hey, stop being lowly and let's go," the Fallen One shouted from the circle. The Sekiryuutei, a little annoyed, enters the circle to teleport. Romania, Carmilla faction. The small group led by Azazel appears in Romania, near the Carmilla territories in a human town. They were going to be picked up by a pure-blood vampire. The place was freezing. Azazel had given shelters to most of them except for Issei, who thanks to his dragon body did not suffer from the cold. Gasper, being half-vampire, suffered from this cold. He was not like the other pure-blood vampires. Rhea and Momo hugged both of Issei's arms. "You are so warm." The brunette with the headband was shivering from the cold. "Issei's body is the best," said Momo, resting her cheek against Issei's. "A human heater, huh? Interesting," Sister Griselda said, laughing. In front of them was a little girl along with what appeared to be vampire guards. The girl had a doll-like appearance with long wavy light blonde hair, dark red eyes, and a beautiful face similar to that of a Western doll. She also has a pale skin tone similar to that of a corpse. She wears a red dress worn by princesses in the Middle Ages, with an ornate headdress. "Nice to meet you, I'm Elmenhild Karnstein and I'm the person in charge of taking you to Carmilla's headquarters. Although in reality we only needed Gasper Vladi." The vampire's tone was somewhat arrogant. Everyone introduced themselves, but when it was Issei's turn. It is not necessary for you to introduce yourself. I know who you are, Sekiryuutei. I will ask you as a favor to be calm and not do stupid things, said the vampire with her eyes closed. I don't promise you anything, Issei said, somewhat annoyed. The vampire didn't pay attention and just headed to the vehicle that was waiting for them. They could see how they moved away from the human town to get closer to the mountains. When crossing a part of the mountains, they visualized the castle city. The city had several modern buildings, and in the center of everything the largest building representing the Carmilla city. As he got out of the vehicle, some vampires looked at Gasper in an ugly way, not because he was cross-dressing but because he was a half-blood. Issei saw how his friend became uncomfortable. Ignore them, Jayasik. We came here to rescue our friends and make peace, so don't pay attention to them and focus on seeing Valerie, said the brown-haired boy, transmitting confidence. Gasper had told Issei that he had a very special friend for him. She was Valerie Teeps, the leader of the Teeps faction. For that reason, Gasper was more determined to come to Romania. Thank you, senpai. Thank you, Gasper said, smiling at Issei. Upon reaching the central building, Elmenhild guided them to the Carmilla faction meeting room. We have arrived. Please be respectful and polite. The vampire looked at Issei in an accusatory tone. Issei just ignored the vampire. Everyone entered the room, where there were 3 women with their respective guards. These were the leaders of each house: Carmilla, Karnstein, and Vordenberg. It was curious, but in the Carmilla faction women have more power than men. And in the Teeps men have more power than women. They were like opposite poles. The most curious thing is that the leader of the Teeps was a woman. Well, since everyone is here, we will talk about the problem that we vampires have, regarding your friends who came. They are in the territory of the Teeps. The vampire who spoke was the leader of the Karnstein. Elmenhild was her bodyguard. The vampires began to tell them what had happened. Sona and company had come to this faction to talk to them about Clippeth and the evil dragons. They agreed to make a pact, but first the conflicts that existed between them had to be resolved. Without realizing it, shortly after they left the faction, a few hours later the coup d'état occurred. They suspected that this group, Clippeth, has been secretly helping them. We don't know the real reason for the conflict in the turf fields, but one thing is certain: your friends may be in danger. Then we must go now, exclaimed a worried Issei. Dulio, who was doubtful throughout the entire story, came to a conclusion. Okay. In an hour we will go there. We will try to find out the real reason and look for the Longinus, Sephiroth Graal, before Resivim. Gasper, upon hearing the name Longinus, became very nervous and tense, something that did not go unnoticed by Sister Griselda and Issei. Is something wrong, Gasper-kun? The sister asked Damfer. It's nothing. She tried to hide her feelings to no avail. Jayasuk, can we talk alone? The Sekiryuutei said seriously. Gasper blushed as he listened to his senpai. Of course, as he's senpai, said the Damfer more nervously. Both boys went out onto the balcony of the tower, showing the night sky. Issei takes a seat on one of the benches outside, as does Gasper. What, did you want to talk to me, senpai? Damfer said, blushing. Why did you get excited when they mentioned the Graal Sephiroth? Gasper's blush and nerves disappeared instantly upon hearing the brunette's question. Okay, senpai, I'll tell him. Gasper began to tell him about his past, that he and Valerie Teeps were childhood friends and that he was too worried about his friend, and not only that, he revealed that she possessed the Sephiroth Graal, something that left Issei very shocked. I'm so sorry, senpai. I had promised Valerie that I wouldn't say anything about his Longinus. Now because of me the Chaos Brigade will hurt him, said the half-vampire with a sad face full of helplessness. Issei, who had been standing with his arms crossed, stands firm to get Gasper's attention. Listen, Jayasik. I understand that you had to hide something so important from us. After all, you tried to protect her. But don't worry, the Chaos Brigade won't win. Why? Because I'm here. I promise that we will save your friend and defeat those bastards, Issei said, giving her a smile with his thumb up. Gasper's eyes glazed over as he listened to his senpai. Senpai, thank you very much. From the door to the roof you can see Elmenhild entering. Are you done talking? I need to talk to the Sekiryuutei, said the vampire without expression. Yes, Issei answered seriously. Then Gasper, as a man you will have to tell them about who possesses the Sephiroth Graal. After all, we will need all the leaders of the Alliance to know this very important information, Issei told him in a soft tone. Okay, senpai. Gasper went out to the balcony to go tell them. Elmenhild sat next to Issei. What do you want to talk to me about? I speak bluntly at first. What are you planning here? Did you come to destroy everything? To ruin what we have achieved? Answer. The vampire's tone was hostile. Issei became very confused when he heard the vampire. Excuse me? Destroy? Ruin? Why the hell are you asking me that? Issei's face reflected a lot of confusion. Are you stupid? You are the red dragon of domination. You always destroy and bring calamities to the world. The vampire responded angrily. Look, I'm not like the other bearers. You're weird asking me that. Haven't you heard of me? I mean, from the Sekiryuutei of this time, I don't pursue domination. I now pursue the truth, and what I came here to do is save my friend and 2 other girls that I love, and of course also the Gremory heiress. The brown-haired boy responded, now calmer. I've heard little about you because I'm not interested in anything outside. The only thing important to me is my homeland. In the past, the Sekiryuutei destroyed almost all of Romania many years ago. That's why I don't trust you or anyone who isn't a vampire. The vampire had calmed her tone a little. I'll be watching you, Sekiryuutei. I want to believe that you're not like the others, so prove it. Issei stood up upon hearing the vampire. Okay, then watch me when I save your people and show you that the Sekiryuutei is someone to trust. After all, I'm going to bring peace, he said, full of determination. Elmenhild, now calmer, also stood up. Okay, now let's go with your allies, they have to be ready. The Sekiryuutei nods and they both leave the balcony of the central tower of the Teeps territory. The established time passed, and so all the visitors, including Elmenhild, left for the Teeps faction to put an end to this conflict as soon as possible. The Valley team showed up with the Sa due to a slight delay. Sona, Tsubaki, wait a little longer, I'm almost with you, Issei thought, full of determination. Romania, Teeps faction. The Teeps faction, a place opposite to the Carmilla faction. In this one, chaos was lurking while in Carmilla order was present. The vampires fought among themselves because of the indifference that there was for the leader and for the governor who directed the Teeps. The Sekiryuutei had luckily appeared in time along with his allies to help stop this internal conflict. His main objective was not that. His main objective was to look for his girlfriends Sona and Tsubaki and his friend Kiba, and of course without making less of the Gremory heiress. Inside what appeared to be the citadel, there were some vampires protecting the entrance to the central castle. On the other side, other vampires could be seen trying to get closer using barricades of rubble and other things as defenses. Among them were Sona, Tsubaki, Kiba and Rias. The Sekiryuutei and company, without thinking twice, approached their allies. Sona and company, upon seeing who had arrived, began to feel that long-awaited relief. Issei! Both black-haired girls exclaimed. When Issei came down, he hugged them both tightly. I'm glad you're okay. He buried his face in their shoulders. Rias felt jealous, and Kiba was happy to see his friends arrive. Why didn't they communicate? The governor of the Fallen highlighted something important. The brown-haired boy separates himself from both girls to pay attention. The vampires who are with Valerie Teeps are allied with the Chaos Brigade. Inside the castle there are soldiers guarding Valerie. I don't know what magic they used, but it prevents us from communicating with the outside world. The Sitri heiress was about to fall to her knees when she said this, but was caught by the brown-haired boy. You are very exhausted. Let me take care of the rest. Suchan, you should do the same. The Sitri queen nods to rest on the ground. I knew the Sods were pathetic, but I didn't think they would take it that far. Carmilla's vampiress had a disgusted expression. Gasper didn't take Elmenhild's comment well. The brown-haired boy fixes his gaze on Kiba and Rias. You should also rest. You've done a good job in resisting all this. Kiba's appearance showed a young man tired and injured in various parts of his body. Although he was someone very resourceful and skilled with the sword, it was clear that in a situation like this it would lead him to see himself in a state. On the redhead's part, she was in the same state, only she was more stressed than the Gremory knight. A few seconds later the Valley team appeared. This is Chaos, said Valley with his hands in his bags. Hello Issei-kun, said the bearer of Caliban. I'm ready to join the party, the descendant of the Monkey King. Valley, Nisan, Biko arrived just in time. Valley stood in front of the small battlefield. It will be very difficult to get through everyone. Issei stands beside him. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Why? Because I'm here. He closed his fist to lightly hit his chest. I don't know if you're being arrogant or stupid, said Momo smiling. Let's get this over with. Rhea and Momo stood on Issei's right side. We will follow you, exclaimed the determined brunette. Yes. We will be supporting you. Momo imitated the Rhea's enthusiasm. The Sekiryuutei smiles and nods. Come on. The brown-haired man and company went to fight at the front to gain access to the castle, while Azazel and Elmenhald stayed in the small fortress in front of the castle to protect the wounded and tried to call for help. Be careful, thought the governor of the fallen worriedly. Dulio was very strong that even with all the help they had it was not so necessary. The bad thing was that he was somewhat lazy when fighting. Griselda was no slouch. It was not for nothing that she was the angel of the hearts of the strongest seraph in heaven. Together with the rest of the men from Team Valley and Issei and their girls, they managed to get through the castle gate along with some opposing vampires. There was great resistance inside the castle, but in the end they managed to breach all the defenses and internal security, opening the way for the resistance. It seems that Valerie and Marius are on the other side, Griselda commented, putting her ear to the door. They are very calm, Biqua imitated the sister's action. This gives me a very bad feeling, the Hakuryuku spoke from his grasp. The brown-haired boy who only had his boosted gear and Ascalon in hand gave a big kick to the door, opening it abruptly. How desperate, thought the blonde Pendragon, sighing. Inside the room there were 4 vampire guards who seemed to be elite along with some lords, and in the middle a throne on which a pretty girl with short blonde hair and red eyes having the beauty of a vampire and a human. The girl on the throne seemed to be very calm. If you were very observant you could see that her eyes showed emptiness, as if the girl was not herself. Next to her was the governor, Marius Teeps, Valerie's older brother. Valerie, the half-vampire exclaimed, standing in front of Issei. The girl reacted with a fake smile. Now Gasper-kun, how long has it been? The governor looked at everyone present in an amused manner. Welcome unexpected guests, this is Teeps' castle. The tone of his voice was that of someone very polite. Dulio stood in front of the group to speak. Is that girl why you are being controlled? His expression was totally serious. We know that you are affiliated with Chaos Brigade, but why? The vampire governor lets out a small laugh. The others present were surprised at how perceptive Dulio was. So you realized, I expected nothing less from the trump card from heaven. The governor gave light applause. That container over there is being controlled by me. To tell the truth, I thought this would last longer. Gasper became angry when he heard how she blatantly revealed that her friend was being controlled. Let her go, the vampire exclaimed, very angry. Issei remained static as the atmosphere gave him a very bad taste in his mouth. Partner, don't be careless. I also feel that there is something wrong here, the dragon commented to its bearer. I'm aware, Ddraig, the brown-haired boy thought, affirming. Valley stood next to Dulio to speak. The Sephiroth Grail is in the possession of that girl, so it has already been extracted from her, right? Valley removed the helmet of his armor, showing a serious expression. Governor Marius lets out a sigh and crosses his arms. Well, we have only extracted the 2 parts of it. The 3rd part we were going to extract in a few hours, but due to some setbacks with this dirty resistance, and above all because of the denial of this stupid woman for not giving us her valuable gift, we have been delayed a lot in the extraction of it. The vampire's tone was one of disappointment. The Sephiroth Graal takes the appearance of a golden goblet. Valerie's subspecies creates 3 golden goblets of the same appearance. Hearing Governor Teeps call Valerie Gasper, he was getting more and more angry. Well, we've talked enough. It's a shame there's no time left. Now please surrender and I promise you'll die without pain. Valley placed his helmet and launched an attack on the governor. The attack managed to hit him, which disintegrated the entire upper part. For some it seemed like an easy victory, but for others something didn't fit. Why did he let himself be hit? The answer came when the legs were raised and the upper part began to regenerate until the body returned to normal, leaving those present in shock. Wow, I expected nothing less from the strongest Hakuryuku, but I regret to inform you that thanks to the Sephiroth Graal, I am now immortal. Thanks to this I can compensate for my lack of power, the vampire shaking off the dust. Valerie, who was still on the throne, unfazed by Valley's attack, begins to close her eyes to fall asleep. Very well, little sister, you have done your job well. Now rest and keep our precious chalice in you. The vampire snapped his fingers and the nobles and guards surrounded Valerie to keep her from getting closer. Do you think that will stop us? We are stronger than all of you, said the Queen of Gabriel, appearing a sacred sword. The vampire appeared in a new robe since his own was destroyed. He begins to fix his outfit and then cracks his neck. I know that we won't stop them, but they will. The vampire took 2 steps back so that after the shadows 2 very strong beings appeared. From the ground 2 shadows began to form, taking the shape of 2 beings with the appearance of dragons. A monstrous dragon that matches the size of the Dragon King 10 and only with a reduced size. Its body is composed of thick and dark scales around its body. Its eyes have a silver shine, thick legs and arms, claws, fangs and sharp horns, adding a pair of enormous wings and a long tail. The other dragon was the sleepless dragon that Issei already knew. Yes, this was Layden. Those present were intimidated by the presence of Kilpath in Romania, and even more so because Grendel, the dragon of the force of crime, was present. So it wasn't a cruel joke. The white and red allies, the first time I heard it made me nauseous. The evil dragon of the force intentionally kills one of the guards. Issei took Valley's side. Partner, that evil dragon is Grendel, the dragon of strength that has an immense defense. I fought him in the past, and he was a very tough opponent. I spent almost all my energy to defeat him, the red dragon reported. Grendel set his sights on Issei. I will finally have my long-awaited revenge against you, the dragon pointed to the boosted gear. But first, I will keep the others busy. The dragon snapped his fingers as several soldiers from the Chaos Brigade appeared outside the castle. If you don't want your friends to die, you'd better go outside, commented the sleepless dragon. Dulio clenched his fists in frustration. Kusaka-san, Hanakai-san, Bikwa-kun, go outside and help the others. Gasper-kun, Griselda and Elmenhald take care of Marius and help Valerie. Arthur, you and I will face that dragon. The blonde gave the orders, to which everyone nodded. At the end his finger pointed to the side. Issei, be careful, Momo commented as she left with Rhea and Biko. Issei nodded, smiling, and then disappeared to Ascalon. Well, let's work as a team to defeat this monster, Issei said, smiling. I hate to admit it, but you're right, said Valley, smiling. The brown-haired boy extended his hands and concentrated his energy. Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker, the brown-haired man's voice resonated, and the Sekiryuutei's armor appeared. Both dragons were ready for combat just like the evil ones. The brown-haired boy and Valley launched an attack against the dragon. Griselda, Gasper and Elmenhald fought with the guards, and Marius, Dulio and Arthur fought against Layden. The red and white along with the crime dragon shot out towards one of the castle walls, thus leaving it. Dulio and Arthur imitated the action of Issei and Valley in order to have more ground to move around in. Outside the castle you could see the battle that both dragons had against the evil one. Azazel and company, who were fighting against the Chaos Brigade, were shocked to see both evil dragons. Sona and the girls were worried when they saw Issei fighting fiercely. They had to trust that he would be okay. They don't fight badly, but I'm sorry to tell you, White, that I'm only interested in fighting the Sekiryuutei. The evil dragon in a fighting stance directed his gaze at the red one, completely ignoring Valley. This last thing caused Valley to become completely upset. Don't look down on me. He lunged at the dragon, trying to hit it. All the blows that Valley threw at him were dodged by the evil dragon, who did not seem exhausted at all. One blow was stopped by the dragon, who in doing so twisted his hand, dislocating his wrist, and then hit him hard in the chest. Ach, he exclaimed, more in pain when he felt the blow to his stomach. The evil dragon grabbed Valley's helmet and violently threw him to the ground, crashing into the vampires in the area. Valley, the brown-haired boy exclaimed when he saw his friend on the ground. Valley stood up with difficulty, and as he did so, several Chaos Brigade soldiers surrounded him to separate him from the brown-haired boy. I'm fine, Hyoudou. Let me deal with these clowns, said Valley to adjust his wrist by himself. Issei just nodded and then reinforced his armor. Wow, that guy is very strong, the brown-haired boy thought excitedly inside. Grendel stood calmly as he cracked his fists. I hope you're ready, Ddraig. The dragon lunged to hit the brown-haired boy, who managed to repel the kick with his forearms. The force of the kick managed to crack the armor a little. After the kick he used his right fist trying to hit Issei's helmet, being narrowly dodged. You are very fast, Ddraig, but you are still lacking. The evil dragon retreated, charging a powerful breath of fire which was quickly shot towards the brown-haired boy. Issei created an energy shield which was broken by the flame receiving the attack. Ag damn, if it weren't for the armor, he whispered to himself. Issei launched several dragon shoot, which hit Grendel, causing a smoke screen. When it dissipated, the evil dragon was seen intact, as if the attack had only tickled it. Was that an attack? Come on, I know you can do more, Grendel says in a disappointed tone. Of course not. Issei filled his fists with the red fists to launch himself to attack Grendel. The blows that the brown-haired boy gave to the dragon barely seemed to have any effect. The fight was very much in Grendel's favor as he hit the brown-haired boy repeatedly in the air. One of his blows was so powerful that it sent him flying towards a building. The Sekiryuutei wouldn't give up so easily. He still had a few tricks up his sleeve. He shot out of the rubble to try to stab Grendel with his energy sword. Every attack was useless. He dodged everything or managed to resist it with his fearsome resistance. In a moment of carelessness, the brown-haired Grendel dug his large claws into his right ribs. Agh! The brown-haired boy screamed in pain. You're disappointing me, Sekiryuutei. Did you really defeat the Jabberwocky and the old Orochi? His claws dug deeper, threatening to seriously injure an organ of Issei. Still, I won't give up. The brown-haired boy with his left hand created a huge dragon shoot with the energy of the red fists combined. The energy hit the evil dragon in the head, causing an explosion in the sky. Those present who were busy fighting watched as the brown-haired boy was in serious trouble. Issei, the Sitri heiress exclaimed, falling to her knees. Kaicho, Queen Sitri exclaimed, helping her king to get up. Tsubaki needs us. We have to help him, the black-haired girl said tiredly. I know, but we're both exhausted. If we go, we'll just get in his way, she said with frustration in her voice. Both Citras were too exhausted to continue fighting, and this was because they have been in combat for 2 days straight. The red-haired Gremory felt the same, or rather worse, due to her lack of power at this moment. Returning to Issei, the moment the smoke dissipated, you could see the evil dragon with some scratches, leaving the Sekiryuutei in total shock. It can't be, he resisted it, I thought, still in shock. I finally felt pain. I thought you wouldn't be able to hurt me, he said arrogantly. The games are over. With his other hand, the dragon charged his fist with dragonic energy. This impact was aimed at Issei's helmet, but before hitting it, he blocked it with his right hand, and with his right foot he managed to kick him in the jaw, freeing his ribs from the claws. Issei steps back and then spits out blood. Partner, I'm going to stop the bleeding from your wound, but the pain will continue, said the Welsh dragon with concern. Issei stated to repair the armor again. It seems I'll have to use it, the brown-haired boy thought in pain. Before the evil dragon transformed, he began to laugh strangely. Wait here, I'm going to kill that vampire. The dragon fixed his sight on Elmenhild, who continued fighting with soldiers. Elmenhild, the brown-haired boy shouted at the top of his lungs. The vampire turned to the original voice, and when she realized, she saw the evil dragon heading towards her. Minutes before, Gasper, Griselda and Elmenhild managed to defeat the immortal Marius Teeps thanks to the ability of Gasper's sacred gear, thanks to Bela's soul and the power of darkness that it houses, adopting the personality Gasper Bela for a brief period of time. At the time of defeating Marius, the half-vampire goes to help his friend who was still unconscious. I'm glad you're okay, Valerie, said a relieved Gasper. The good thing is that his life is not in danger, commented a hurt Griselda but with some strength left. Elmenhild, who had light scratches, still had more energy to fight. You stay and take care of the Saad, I'll go help outside, the vampire commented coldly. Elmenhild, without letting them speak, left the castle to the outside. She could see how several were fighting against the Chaos Brigade, but her attention was drawn to the battle between the evil dragon and the Sekiryuutei. Sekiryuutei, she whispered to herself, I see that you are proving not to be an enemy, she thought with a smile. She comes out of her thoughts to go help her allies in this battle. Present. Her face showed fear as she saw the evil dragon so close. The dragon, with its incredible speed, hit the vampire hard in the stomach, drawing a lot of blood. Agh was the cry of pain she gave. It's over, vampire, the dragon grabbed her by the neck, squeezing her tightly, and then with his left hand he pointed his claws at her chest. Leave her! The brown-haired boy shouted, giving the dragon a strong punch in the face. The blow that Issei gave him was so strong that he managed to send the evil dragon flying towards a building. The brown-haired boy agilely but painfully caught the vampire in his arms. Are you okay? The brown-haired boy asked worriedly. She spoke with difficulty. Why did you save me? She asked, looking into his eyes. Because I wanted to do it, after all I couldn't let you die, said the brown-haired boy, breathing heavily. But I have treated you rudely. I have never even seen you as an ally. The Sekiryuutei has always been bad, that's why. I treated you like that. And you saved me despite everything, she said sadly. The brown-haired boy smiles weakly as he lowers the vampire to his feet and then looks into her eyes. I told you a little while ago. I will show you that the Sekiryuutei is someone good, someone who will bring peace no matter the circumstances. If I can't save you, then I will have failed in my words, said the brown-haired boy, transmitting warmth and confidence. The vampire blushed and then smiled at him. Grendel walked out of the building with a severe mark on his face. Damn brat. Now I'll kill you. The dragon charged energy in his fists, reinforcing them. The brown-haired boy now without any obstacles accessed the Crimson Dragon Knight, generating the pressure given by his armor. Look at me, Elmenhild, I promise you that I will win. Why? Because I am the Sekiryuutei. The brown-haired boy launched himself against the evil dragon and they both collided their fists, causing a strong current of air in the place which made anyone who was nearby retreat. The exchange of blows was so fast that the air current they released was so strong that it did not allow anyone around to get close. You finally show your true strength, Sekiryuutei, said the evil dragon in the exchange of blows. I'm going to stop you, the brown-haired boy shouted, applying more pressure in his blows. One of the dragon's blows managed to hit the wound on his ribs, causing the brown-haired man a lot of pain. He didn't flinch, and when he regained his composure, the eyes on his helmet shone, and they resumed their exchange of blows. The others present were incredulous to see how strong they both were. The brown-haired man managed to land several blows to his face, managing to win the exchange of blows. Take it. The brown-haired boy gave him his last blow to the chest, making him step back. Upon doing so, Issei launches the final shine attack, managing to do a lot of damage to Grendel, but as a consequence his time to be able to be transformed is reduced. Damn you! The evil dragon charges a flame from its mouth to launch itself at Issei. Ah! The brown-haired boy filled his fist with dragonic energy. The blow that the brown-haired boy gave to the flame managed to dissipate it. Grendel with his hand created a sphere of darkness to hit it, but Issei with his agility kicked him in the hand where he was holding the sphere, managing to vanish it, and to finish it off he spun around to kick him with his other foot in the dragon's face, making him back off. When he wanted to hit him again, the dragon became enraged to bring out all his power. Issei's fist was stopped by one of the dragon's hands, squeezing it very hard, causing Issei to fall to his knees. Now I'm angry. Grendel continued applying more force to the brown-haired boy's fist, which made him cry out in pain. The brown-haired boy tried to kick the dragon to free himself, but the dragon, realizing the other's intentions, got ahead of him by kicking the Sekiryuutei in the stomach. Thanks to that kick, Issei diminished his strength, giving Grendel the opportunity to hit him repeatedly in the helmet. One of the blows was so powerful that it managed to destroy Issei's helmet, showing his bloody forehead. The dragon wanted to finish him off with one blow, so he took advantage of the stun to charge his entire fist with all his power. He knew that if he managed to hit him he could even kill him. For him that was his victory card, but in exchange he would become very exhausted. This is over now. Die. Issei regained his composure, and seeing that the dragon was going to hit him, he imitated his action by clashing their fists one last time. When I'm done with you, I'm going to kill all those demons and dismember that vampire, threatened the dragon of the criminal force, smiling maliciously. Elmenhild was still kneeling on the ground watching the fight, unable to do anything. I'm not going to lose, the brown-haired boy shouted. Grendel gained more ground, causing Issei to slowly sink into the ground. Elmenhild, look out! Exclaimed Issei, very exhausted. The truth was that even though Issei was strong, he played his cards wrong. The Crimson Dragon Knight was a very powerful armor capable of giving him a lot of power, but if the energy was not used correctly, time and strength would decrease. Ddraig told him that if he wanted that defect to go away he would have to train for a long time. Issei sank completely to the ground due to Grendel's enormous strength. Little by little his strength was declining until he felt his right arm break. I will crush you, the evil dragon shouted. But someone launched a magical attack at Grendel, managing to distract him. Stop! Exclaimed a Hertsona with her eyes glassy. Leave it! Another of Issei's girls screamed with her eyes watery and her hands outstretched as a sign that she helped the attack. This was Momo Hanakai. Another attack was launched from Tsubaki and Rhea, who were just as hurt and exhausted as the rest. You promised me that you would win, Elmenhild cries tearfully at Issei. The evil dragon did not even flinch at these attacks. One last attack was launched, which was from Rhea's. You will not take Issei from me, the redhead exclaimed, launching several rays of destruction towards Grendel. The dragon remained unfazed. Issei, seeing all the girls, could only think one thing. I can't lose. He was going to overcome his limits no matter what, and above all he was going to protect his friends and girls, and of course he would keep his promise to the vampire. Later, okay? I'll kill them later, so just wait. He couldn't finish because he felt like someone who was down managed to regain strength. Issei slowly rose up. Several visions passed through the brown-haired man's mind, and the most shocking one for him was seeing how all his loved ones would die without him losing, which is why he couldn't lose for anything in the world. As if it were. Wait, what? You can still get stronger? Let me kill them. The brown-haired boy managed to stand up again to concentrate all his power on his right arm. Even though it was broken, he didn't feel the pain. Boosted Gear 1,000,000%. Powerful, the brown-haired boy with his dragonic energy managed to push away the dragon's fist. Boosted, his right arm moves backwards, gaining more momentum. The evil dragon was very impressed by the brown-haired boy's will to not give up. Smash high, I scream at the top of my lungs, hitting the evil dragon in the chest, managing to penetrate its fearsome defense. Issei's fist managed to pierce the dragon's chest, destroying its heart. Interesting, power was the last thing the dragon said before falling to his knees. The brown-haired boy withdraws his fist, letting the lifeless body of the dragon fall. After a few seconds, the armor on his right arm disappears, revealing his bloody arm. HHHHHHH, the brown-haired boy shouted. That shout showed that he had won the battle. The other soldiers and leaders of the Chaos Brigade were intimidated to see their leader fall, and the few survivors had no choice but to retreat. Laden, the evil dragon had been defeated but managed to escape thanks to a mysterious dragon that came for him. The power of Arthur's Excalibur along with the Saint of Dulio managed to defeat him but not kill him. Ddraig was relieved that his friend had come out of this alive and swore that he would do his best to make the brunette stronger. Sona and the others went to where Issei was to hug him. You're a fool, Sona said relieved. I beat him, said the brown-haired boy smiling wearily. The armor disappeared leaving him without protection. The brown-haired man went to Elmenhild and offered her his left hand. The vampire sheds a few tears to take the brown-haired boy's hand and hug him. Sorry, she said between sobs. The Sekiryuutei smiles tiredly, and with his only good arm he caresses her hair. I told you. I was going to win. Elmenhild felt her heart begin to beat. That brown-haired boy not only kept his promise, but also gained her trust and showed her that he was not like the other Sekiryuuteis. Valley arrived with several wounds but managed to be okay. After all, even though he didn't fight the evil dragon, he did most of the work of eliminating soldiers and leaders of the Chaos Brigade. I'm glad to see you're okay, Hyoudou, said the Valley, looking away. Do you call it right when you see someone without energy and with a broken arm? The brown-haired boy laughs sarcastically. Valley laughs amusedly listening to his friend. Sona takes Issei's left hand. Let's go home and get treated, she said tiredly. Yes, let's go, said the brown-haired boy smiling. At one point he turned his head and saw Rias looking at him with a smile and tears. But they weren't from sadness, jealousy or frustration, instead they were from relief, as for a moment she thought she was going to lose the brown-haired boy again. The brown-haired boy, realizing this, lowers his gaze to stop in his tracks. Hey! Rias! Come with us, after all we're all going to Kuo, right? Said the brown-haired boy smiling weakly. The Gremory heiress smiles from ear to ear and nods, Kiba joining her. Gasper would stay with Griselda and Dulio since he wanted to take care of Valerie. Valley and the rest of his team would stay with Azazel since he wanted to inspect Grendel's body. Before the brown-haired boy left, Elmenhild stopped him with a few words. Will we meet again, Issei? She asked from a distance. The brown-haired boy smiles and says, Of course, which makes the vampire blush. And so Issei left the place to be cared for at home. The Karnstein vampire brings her hands to her chest. My hero, she whispers to herself. Sitri, Kuo residence. Inside the Sitri mansion the girls were very worried since there was no news from anyone. They were more worried knowing that their precious Issei and their very dear friends could be in danger. Lu Fei was almost crying since at one point she felt like the brown-haired boy's life was in danger due to the connection of the pact. Girls, I'm sorry but I have to go with Issei-sama, she said very worried. We can't do it. I also want to go help Naya but it would be worse if the Chaos Brigade came here and hurt Issei's parents Naya. The Nico model was also worried. In the middle of the living room a magic circle appeared and from there came out Issei, Sona, Tsubaki, Rhea, Momo, Kiba and what surprised them the most, Rias? But they didn't have time to think about that since when they saw Issei they didn't care to know why Rias was here. Everyone present at the residence went to care for the wounded. Although some did not like it, they also had to help Rias Gremory. Rias called the rest of her entourage to help those present. As soon as Rias called them, they were at the residence in the blink of an eye. The door to Issei and his girl's room was slammed by the blonde Gremory who, upon seeing Issei's shattered arm, went straight to help heal him. Koneko also joined because even though she thought the brown-haired boy might hate her, she didn't care because her beloved was hurt, and she had to help him. Issei, who was lying down alone, remained calm, meditating on some things. The brown-haired boy's parents were relieved to see that their son was okay. They were scared when they saw him arrive, but seeing how his girls took care of him, and he looked calm, they were sure that their son would have good wives. Of course, his mother helped bandage him, and his father was in charge of going to the store to bring some candy to him, and his other girls who were hurt, which made a drop of sweat come out of their necks. After an hour, Issei's arm was already well taken care of along with his ribs, which would have bled to death if it hadn't been for Ddraig. During that time, Issei thought about it a lot until he came to a decision. "Girls, can you leave me alone with the Gremory group?" said the brown-haired boy lying on his bed. This surprised everyone present since they did not expect the brunette to want to talk to the Gremory. "Okay, let's prepare dinner anyway," Sona said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. The girls were about to say something, but Sona gave them a confident look since she had understood what they were referring to. The girls, upon leaving the room, asked Sona for an explanation. "Trust Issei, he wants to take off that weight of seeing how those girls show their regret with him." The Sitri heiress crossed her arms and gave them a confident smile. "I trust Issei-kun," said the red-haired girl with pigtails, smiling. "So am I, after all he is mine," said the Infinity Dragon calmly. The Infinity Dragon was told about the girls, which made her furious, and she wanted to go kill them, but she was stopped by the Sitri and other girls because they told them that the brown-haired boy was already fine. "I will marry him, so of course I even trust him with my life." The ex-Valkyrie was smiling and hugging herself as she remembered how she did it with him. The other girls expressed their feelings for the brown-haired boy and could only wait for the result. Inside the room, the Gremory girls felt nervous since they had been alone with the brunette for a long time. "So tell me, what was it that you wanted to explain to me?" said the brown-haired boy calmly. Rias became nervous, lowering her head. "We were stupid, I don't know why, we decided to do what we did," said the redhead with difficulty. The other girls were downcast, just like their king. "We wanted to know how we could show you our love without the need to seduce you so that you look at us in a romantic way. I'm sorry. I was stupid, we shouldn't have deceived you and ignored you." This time the Gremory queen spoke with a broken voice. "I didn't want to, but I was afraid that Issei-san wouldn't like me anymore. That's why I did what I did. I mean, you gave me shelter, family, and above all you were my first friend. I was so afraid that you wouldn't like me anymore." The blonde Gremory couldn't continue as she started to cry. "Senpai, I didn't want either. I don't know how to treat a man at all. After all, you are my first love, and I wanted to be the best girlfriend for you. That's why, what happened," said the Nikomata with great sadness. "I want to have your children. I lack common sense, that's why I agreed too." Finally Rias spoke, controlling her feelings. "I'm a fool because of an idea of mine I lost you, and not only that. I made the others lose you because of me. I'm very, very sorry. I thought that by having experience in a relationship I would be able to make you happy. But I realized too late that that's not right. Couples grow with time. And with time they manage to learn from each other. Forgive me, Issei. Forgive me for being the worst person." In her last word Rias began to shed tears. The brown-haired boy, upon hearing each one, began to meditate in silence for a while. His head was in chaos. How should he feel now? Luckily, in his training with Tannen he managed to overcome all of that. Fear, hate, insecurity, and above all his trauma. He was aware that the girls did not do it intentionally but rather unconsciously. The lack of courage, security, and above all confidence was what caused that bad decision. After a few minutes Issei tries to stand up. "Issei, you shouldn't." I didn't continue because the brown-haired boy indicated with his left hand that I shouldn't say anything. Slowly he manages to stand up and take a few steps forward until he is in front of Rias. Take a large amount of air, and then release it all in a sigh. Rias, Akeno, Asia, Koneko, and Zenobia. Those words made the girls feel like a huge weight was going away. They felt really happy after a long time. I forgive them. Why? Because even though their intentions were not bad but unconscious. It is true that they deceived me, they hurt me day after day unconsciously, and above all they made a very terrible decision. The brown-haired boy paused. But despite everything you have helped me and saved me on some occasions, I recognize that if it were not for you, I would not be here, and if it were not for that, I would never have by my side people who love me and that I love with all my heart. He said this last with a smile. Rias was about to say something, but the brunette puts a finger on her lips. Thank you? I mean, after all, you reincarnated me, and if it hadn't been for you, I would never have met such incredible people, and above all, I would never have been able to live countless experiences. The redhead shed more tears. Asia, despite everything, I could never hate you. After all, you took care of me before anything else and always looked after my well-being. This made the blonde cry. Akeno-san, you helped me countless times when I was weak and even helped me hide my boosted gear. Not only that, I also made good memories with you. The brunette had her hands on her mouth, covering the sobs that were coming out. Koneko-chan, I understand your point. After all, your former master wanted to do bad things to you. I'm sorry I didn't care more about you. And above all, thank you for scolding me when I didn't do things right. The lowly Nikomata clenched her fists and began to cry. Zenobia, thank you for not killing me when you were in the church. The brown-haired boy laughed a little. Actually, it's not that. You helped save Asia when she was in danger. You took care of Irina all these years that we were separated. And above all, thank you for, at least, having said that you wanted a family with me. The ex-exorcist began to cry inconsolably. Issei goes to the window of his room to observe the night sky. I can't fall in love with you guys again. I'm sorry. But the brown-haired boy turns around to give Rias and the girls a smile. I want us to be friends. Let's start from the beginning. No. Let's start from scratch. The brown-haired boy extended his hand to Rias, which she accepted with many tears, and they shook hands. Can I hug you for the last time? The redhead said in a pleading tone. Issei sighs before approaching and giving her a hug. The redhead was crying on the brown-haired boy's shoulder. The other girls couldn't resist and also went to hug him carefully. After a while, the girls move away from Issei. Let's eat. I'm hungry, Issei said, smiling. The Gremory girls nod and then offer to help make dinner. After all, even if the brunette doesn't love them, at least he doesn't hate them and even wanted to be friends with them. That at least made them happy. Partner, I'm your fan, said the red dragon between sobs. After all, Ddraig was with the brown-haired boy from the beginning, and he was happy that his friend finally got rid of that burden. I love you too, Ddraig, the brown-haired boy thought, laughing. On the other side of the door, the brown-haired girls were happy. Happy about what? Happy that their Issei was someone with a good heart. Issei-kun, I'm happy that you will be the father of our children, said the smiling orange-haired girl. My Issei is the best, said the redhead with a smile. I'm so happy to have fallen in love with him, Momo commented with a smile accompanied by a blush. So each girl is expressing her feelings even if she is not. The girls went down to the kitchen to finish dinner. Rias and the others offered to help, which the girls graciously accepted. Issei called Jisaka and Serafal to join them and inform them of what happened in Romania, even though he knew that they probably already knew. I'm going to protect this world that I like so much, the brown-haired boy thought with great determination. The land of dragons, a place with majestic and powerful creatures living in the same space peacefully. This place is amazing. Hyoudou Issei the Sekiryuutei exclaims with great emotion. He has wanted to go to that place for a long time. That's right, partner, this place is wonderful, said the Welsh dragon from Issei's left hand. I wish you could be free so you could enjoy this, said the brown-haired boy a little sadly. Don't worry, I've spent a lot of time here in the past. It's enough for me just to see it again, said the dragon, trying to cheer up his partner again. I understand, then I will enjoy it to the fullest for you, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. Next to Issei, a scream was heard, as if it were a fan. Issei had a very, very unusual company. He came with none other than Gabriel, the strongest angel in heaven. It's wonderful to see these beings. Thank you, Father, for letting me see this. Amen, she exclaimed gratefully while praying. Phew, if only I wasn't a dragon, Issei whispered in a low voice. And you might be wondering, how is it that Gabriel was with Issei? Well, that's how it's explained. Flashback. The brown-haired boy was preparing a few things to leave his house, and where was he going? He was going to the land of dragons. He needed to train and become stronger, and of course, what better than to go with those of his current race? Will you be okay, Issei? Can you sleep a few days without me? The Sitri heiress said with a worried face. Issei puts on his backpack and then approaches the Sitri heiress. He places his hands on her waist to give her a smile. Don't worry, it won't be long. It's necessary that everyone gets stronger. Our enemies are so strong, so we must be ready for anything, said the brown-haired boy, somewhat unconcerning the young woman. Sona just nods while smiling tenderly. It's okay, we will also become stronger, said the girl with determined eyes. They both shortened their distance and joined their lips in a slow kiss. The door opened and the two young people separated slightly. Tsubaki came out of the door and entered with a slightly downcast face. Are you ready, Issei? The bicolor girl asked with her gaze down. Both girls didn't like the idea of Issei leaving since it reminded them of that time when Issei disappeared and also when he died. Those moments they had support, but they still felt alone. Issei, seeing her face and expression, perfectly understood how she felt. He approached the girl and hugged her tenderly. I know, Tsubaki, I know how you feel, don't worry. When we defeat the Chaos Brigade, I swear that we will never separate again. I whispered the last thing to her with affection. She smiled to hold on tighter to Issei. It's a promise, she imitated the same as the Sekiryuutei. Issei quickly kisses Tsubaki. He turns to look at Sona and takes her hand. Let's go to the living room, the others are waiting for us. Just as they were about to leave, an orange-haired girl pokes her head out of the door. This Issei-kun, we have a view. Michael's ace had a surprised expression. The three who were inside the room turned to look at each other. I wonder who it is, Sona said as she began to move forward. Upon arriving in the living room, he was surprised to see a certain beautiful blonde who, just by her mere presence, emanated an aura of purity and peace. Hello, good morning everyone, I'm sorry I came without warning, the young woman greeted with a bow. Issei along with both Sitri approached the blonde. Gabriel-sama. What brings you here today? The Sitri heiress greeted with a bow along with Tsubaki and Issei. Do you remember that there was a meeting between the leaders of the alliance? Said the blonde, maintaining a happy expression. Yes of course. Why do you ask? She said, sounding doubtful. After what happened in Romania, the alliance and other mythologies had a meeting in which they talked about the recent actions of Clipith. They came to the conclusion that everyone should prepare for war, and of course it was said that both celestial dragons should train hard to become strong. Azazel and the former dragon King Tannen offered to supervise the training of both young ones. Also at that meeting the DXT group was formed, whose members were the Gremory peerage, Sitri, Baal, Agars, the Valley team, Dog being one of Grigory's best warriors, Julong the Jade Dragon King, Azazel, Sun Wakung as sub-leader and Dulio as the leader, although the latter refused due to the great responsibility, but in the end he accepted. Returning to reality, the Seraph of Heaven joins her hands in supplication. I would like to accompany the Sekiryuutei, he exclaimed, leaving everyone even more surprised. Why did the strongest Seraph in heaven want to accompany the Sekiryuutei? Was the question everyone asked. Why would Gabriel-sama want to accompany me? The brown-haired boy said a little nervously. She smiled shyly upon hearing him. That's because I love dragons, she said, exclaiming the last thing with happiness. They are strong, noble, proud, and above all beautiful beings, she said with both hands together, imagining several dragons flying through the skies. Nobody expected this statement at all. I admire you very much. You are one of the most splendid creations that exist, and I would like to accompany Issei-san to be able to see you more closely. The Seraph finished with both fists clenched in a sign of emotion. Michael's ace was the first to react. But Gabriel-sama, didn't he have things to do in heaven? The reincarnated angel asked as she remembered the position Gabriel was in. It was evident that being a Seraph she has a lot of work to do, and even more so in the times when a possible war is approaching. Oni-sama gave me permission. He said it would be okay for me to take a little break, the blonde replied to the orange-haired girl. Issei snapped out of shock to get some air. Are you sure you want to come with me? Said the brown-haired boy, now calmer. Of course, Issei-san, I exclaimed, smiling. The girls felt a little jealous of the Seraphim since she would spend time with Issei even though they barely knew each other. In the underworld, more specifically in the Leviathan's office, a certain pigtailed Mao girl had a twitch in her eye. Something is wrong. I feel like someone is taking too much care of my Issei-chan, she said, putting a hand on her chin as she looked at her window. Yasaka and Seraphal were aware that Issei would go to train for a while. Lately they had not spent time with him due to the current situation, and because of this they felt a little sad. But of course, they did not doubt that when all this ends, they will leave their positions to now spend a lot of time with the Sekiryuutei. Returning to the Sitri residence, Issei and Gabriel were already ready to teleport. Of course, before they left, Issei said goodbye to each of his loved ones and gave them advice for each training they were going to have. I'll see you later, Issei, Sona said goodbye with a smile. The brown-haired boy nodded, smiling, and was then teleported next to the Seraph. Present. The place was majestic. The land was covered with huge expanses of grass, some huge trees in the area, and of course many, many mountains in the surroundings, both small, medium, and large, and of course with its wide blue sky. The place where every dragon loves to be. Valley was supposed to be here, the brown-haired boy said to himself. Just as he turned to look at the seraph to ask her something, he saw her excitedly pointing at some small dragons. Look! Look, Issei-san! Those little ones are coming towards us. Sure enough, when he turned around he saw some cute little dragons flying towards them. What he didn't expect was that the dragons would knock him down and start licking him and cuddling up to him, which surprised him greatly. But what? Hey, don't lick me so much, said the brown-haired boy trying to stop a small white dragon. Gabriel was amazed as one approached her in a friendly manner. Hey Ddraig, aren't dragons supposed to not like me? Said the brown-haired boy trying to stand up. Well, that was before when you were just a demon, now you are a dragon and a strong one, that is why these kids like you, Ddraig explained to his carrier. Well, at least that explains this, Issei said, already standing but with some dragon babies rubbing themselves on his feet. Wait a minute, now that we're here I feel like I'm forgetting something. Ddraig searched his mind trying to remember. Is something wrong? Issei asked, looking at his hand. At that a huge dragon very familiar to Issei lands along with someone on his shoulder. Ozen! Azazel-sensei, the brown-haired boy exclaimed in shock. Azazel leapt to land while Tannen shrank back into size. Just as Azazel greeted Issei he noticed the presence of a certain blonde. At that moment Azazel felt very nervous, and it increased more when he saw that the girl approached friendly with a small dragon in her hands. Azazel-san! It's nice to see you, the seraph said with a smile. There in front of him was the one who caused him to become downcast, that beautiful body and face to anyone, even Issei tried not to see her much. Oh, but it's Gabriel, what brings you here? Said the fallen, hiding his nerves. And so she tells him why she is here. What do you think of this place, kid? Asked the purple dragon with his arms crossed. It's incredible. You should have brought me here when I was training with you, said the brown-haired boy with a small pout at the last thing he said. Oh, sorry, that didn't occur to me, said the dragon with a drop of sweat on his neck. What a vague answer, the brown-haired boy exclaimed to himself. A small circle appeared on the ground, drawing everyone's attention, in which a young white-haired man appeared. I'm sorry for the delay, said Valley dryly. Oh Valley, you finally arrived, exclaimed the governor of the fallen. Valley approached his rival. Don't think I'll let you get stronger, said Valley, bumping fists with the brown-haired boy. We'll see about that. After all, we're here to strengthen our powers, said the brown-haired boy, smiling. I agree with you, Hyoudou. Valley gave a calm smile. This training is not just for the purpose of making us stronger on a whim. We need it to be able to maintain the peace that existed. Everyone needs us and we need them. We are the celestial dragons and our powers will make a difference in this situation, the brown-haired boy concluded with his fist raised. He was upset to see that Valley had walked away, ignoring his entire speech. Oh, that clown Valley left me talking to myself, said the brown-haired boy with a grimace of disgust. But then I hear a little clapping coming from his right side. That was great, Issei-san. You touched me, said the seraph with fake tears. This made the brown-haired girl blush a little. Thanks Gabriel-sama, said the brown-haired boy, scratching the back of his neck. Oh, now we are friends, Issei-san, just call me Gabriel. The seraphim gave him a smile while winking at him. Okay, Gabriel, said the brown-haired boy, returning the smile. Everyone starts walking to be able to talk about how they would train. Gabriel and Issei talked about some things aside to be able to get to know each other better, of course, and who wouldn't? It's not every day that the most beautiful seraph in heaven claims to be your friend. From time to time some older dragons would approach the visitors and greet them. They showed respect to Issei and Valley, and of course some of them challenged them to a fight. And of course don't forget that some other dragons would approach Issei in a friendly manner. Wow, I'm very popular here, that's what the brown-haired boy was thinking. Before they approached a huge tree, a huge roar was heard, very familiar to a certain ex-dragon king. Not far away, a huge blue dragon approached, flying towards Issei and company. Wow, that dragon is coming towards us very fast, Azazel commented while observing the dragon. When he was a little closer, it was clear that the dragon was coming in a specific direction towards Issei. He's coming towards me, I'm sure he wants me to scratch his belly like the others, said the brown-haired boy with his arms crossed while nodding to himself. Partner, get out of here! Exclaimed the Welsh dragon. Everyone except Tannen looked at Issei's left hand. But why Ddraig? But just as the Welsh dragon was about to speak, the blue dragon had already come closer. This is going to get ugly, Tannen said, stepping aside. Run, partner! Ddraig exclaimed, alarmed. At that, Issei's face filled with confusion, but changed to one of terror when he saw that the dragon was going to bite him. Damn Ddraig! The dragon exclaimed furiously. Oh no! Issei turned around and started running. Issei's screams were audible everywhere. Issei-san! Gabriel shouted with his hand extended. She took flight to follow Issei and the dragon. Tannen, what happened between the celestial dragon and the dragon queen? Azazel asked with doubt. Valley was surprised that this dragon was one of the dragon kings. Sigh, well, it's not a long story, let's go sit under the tree and I'll tell you about it. Hyoudou is not in danger? Said Valley, watching as the brown-haired boy fled and as the seraph tried to help him. Don't worry, it will be fine, said the ex-dragon king, starting to walk towards the tree. With Issei, you could see how he dodged some fireballs fired by the now identified dragon queen. Who the hell is Ddraig and why is he so angry? The brown-haired boy shouted as he took out his wings to take flight. It's Tiamat the dragon queen, the dragon of karma, exclaimed the Welsh dragon nervously. The dragon and Issei that were in the air looked at each other in the air. Listen, I don't know what Ddraig has done, but I ask you to talk about this, said the brown-haired boy, trying to reason with the dragoness. Ddraig, give it back to me, the dragon exclaimed as she fired a flame. Then it will be the bad way. Issei instantly entered the Crimson Dragon Knight, managing to shake the place. The dragons in the surroundings looked in bewilderment at the power of the Sekiryuutei. Gabriel stopped dead as he noticed how Issei's power suddenly rose. So this is the armor of a dragon, said the seraph, watching with stars in her eyes. The dragon tried to give him a dangerous blow, but Issei responded with a kick, deflecting the hand. He didn't waste any time and created a powerful dragon shoot with his index finger. He fired it and caused an explosion in the dragon's face. Issei stood still, watching the reaction. The smoke had not yet dispersed, but he managed to see how the dragon tried to grab him with her other claws. But before Issei attacked, a pure white flash hit the dragon's claw, managing to stop her. Issei, seeing who it was surprised to see Gabriel with his hand outstretched. I'm very sorry, Tiamat-san, but I can't allow him to hurt Issei-san. He's not to blame for anything, she said in a calm but authoritative manner. The dragon recomposed herself to begin examining Issei, who was still in a fighting stance. Okay, was the dragon's short answer. The dragon descended until she touched the ground. Gabriel did the same, as did the brown-haired boy. Issei's helmet disappeared, but not his armor. After all, he still didn't trust the dragon. The dragon slowly began to glow, causing Issei to cover his eyes. As the glow dissipated, in front of the brown-haired man was a beautiful girl with long light blue hair, dark blue eyes, and a cold atmosphere radiating from her beauty, as well as possessing an extremely powerful dragon aura within her body. Despite all that, Issei didn't even flinch and instead kept his gaze serious. Ddraig, you idiot! Where is he? The dragon queen exclaimed with her arms crossed. The gem where Ddraig was began to lower the intensity of its light. Ah, that. I lost it when they sealed me, said the dragon in a sign of sorrow. Issei and Gabriel were confused. What had happened between the two of them? The dragon's blood boiled when she heard the red dragon. What did you say? The dragon said through clenched teeth. The brown-haired boy grew tired of not knowing what was going on between the two dragons. Can you tell me what happened between you two? We are very confused, said the brown-haired boy, looking at his left hand while Gabriel nodded. You didn't even have the decency to tell me your fault. You sure have a lot of guts, said the dragon, increasing her aura and looking at Issei's hand with a murderous look. Gabriel stood between them to stop the dragon. Wait, Tiamat-san. First let us know the reason for your displeasure, the seraph said calmly with a reassuring smile. The dragon queen thought about it for a moment, and then sighed. Okay, I hope and don't omit details, damn red larva, because if you do, she said, blue flames appearing from her fingers. Ddraig replied with a yes and began to recount. Before the Great War, Ddraig had borrowed Tiamat's treasure for his upcoming battle with Albion. After Ddraig and Albion were sealed, their treasures were stolen by human thieves and scattered across the world. Since then, she has been chasing Ddraig and his possessors for a long time, in order to recover her stolen treasure. This story was not known to Issei. Former bearers were killed by this dragon. That's why I want to kill that lizard, the Dragon Queen exclaimed, very annoyed. Before he could do or say anything, the Welsh dragon spoke first. Look, Tiamat. I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to lose your treasure. Albion and I were taken by surprise by being sealed in these things. If I were free, I would make sure to look for it myself. I am a dragon after all, and as such I cannot allow myself to suffer such dishonors. Don't take it out on my partner. He's not to blame for anything. Once again I apologize for not trying to talk to you sooner. Those words left the Tiamat thoughtful. It was the first time that Ddraig apologized to her for having lost her treasure. Issei was moved that he began to hug her left hand while Gabriel thanked her for being here. The brown-haired boy stopped holding her hand to speak as he came to a decision. Listen, Tiamat-sama, I'm really sorry about what my friend did, so I propose this to you. As soon as we finish off the Chaos Brigade and prevent Trihexa from returning, I myself will make sure to find your treasure. I promise, said the brown-haired boy, and then his armor disappeared and he got a little closer to the dragon. Issei extended his hand as a sign of a handshake. So, do we have a deal? Said the brown-haired boy with a face that reflected confidence. The dragoness looked at Issei for a few seconds to think about it a lot. Should she trust another carrier once again? You're not lying to me? Are you really going to do it? The dragon gave him a withering look. Issei just sighed and then took out a small notebook and a pen from his backpack. He began to write something and then tore out the sheet of paper. Here is my address. I live in the human world. You can find me there. You can ask the Mao Leviathan or the Mao Surzex in case you can't find my home. I'm sure they will guide you. The dragon with a confused face took the paper to examine it, and indeed the address was written there. I'll help you too, exclaimed the seraph very excitedly. It will be fun to look for that treasure. The dragon kept the paper. Okay. You better not forget it, because if you do, I'll look for you, said the dragon in a threatening tone. Then we have a deal, said the brown-haired boy, smiling at him. Both dragons shook hands to make a promise that would be fulfilled once the Chaos Brigade was defeated. Then let's go back, Issei-san. The others are waiting for us, said the seraph to take out her beautiful white wings. Do you want to join us? The brown-haired boy suggested to the dragon. Tiamat thought about it in an instant. Okay, the dragon nodded. Never before had anyone treated her so friendly. Normally they wanted to match her up or challenge her to a battle. She took out her dragon wings and then took flight. Issei imitated the same and headed towards the big tree where Tannen and company were. In the big tree. And this is how the Dragon Queen hates the Sekiryuutei, the ex-Dragon King finished telling while eating one of the famous dragon apple. I understand, poor Hyoudou. I wouldn't like to be left without a rival so quickly, said Valley, leaning his back on the trunk. Well, that's why he always killed the carriers, who would have thought, said the governor with a drop of sweat on his neck. Look, Valley pointed out. In the distance they saw 3 people heading towards them. These were the Sekiryuutei, the Seraph, and the Dragon Queen. The 3 of them landed right under the big tree. Oh, hello Tiamat, how long have you been in human form? The purple dragon greeted in a friendly manner. And mate, it's good to see you too, he said without importance. It seems you are still alive, Hyoudou, said Valley, getting up from the ground. I'm not easy to defeat, Valley, said the brown-haired boy calmly. So, are you ready for training? Said the governor, stretching his arms. Of course, the Hakuryuku said decisively. Not me yet, I'm waiting for Ophis, said the brown-haired boy with a sigh of impatience. Ophis would help Issei train, but before that, the Great Red called her. Reason? It is still unknown. Issei tells them about that, something that left everyone surprised. Issei puts his hands on the back of his neck. I wonder if he's coming yet? I'm back. That voice surprised the brown-haired boy, who jumped in fright. The owner of the voice was none other than the Dragon of Infinity. Ophis. What did I tell you about suddenly appearing? Said the brown-haired boy with a pout. Ophis ignored him, and instead rested her head on his chest. Hey, don't ignore me, said the brown-haired boy with a bit of blush. Gabriel found that reaction funny. Azazel approaches both dragons to ask. What did the Great Red want? The governor paid attention to the dragon. Ophis reacted and began to float around Issei. Red asked me to give you this. With a magic circle, she reveals a humble silver ring. What could that be for? The confused Sekiryuutei takes the ring to examine it. Don't tell me what Great Red is proposing to you, the governor joked with a smile. Don't tell such cruel jokes, said the brown-haired boy with an aura of terror. And well, Ophis, what is the ring for? Asked the brown-haired boy, to which everyone paid attention. Red didn't tell me what it's for, he just told me that you'll know when the time comes and that you should try to wear it all the time, said the Infinity Dragon without expression. The Sekiryuutei's rival took the ring to examine it. I don't see anything out of the ordinary, Valley said with a grimace. And so the ring passed from hand to hand with the same result. Nothing out of the ordinary. What was it for? Was the question that invaded everyone's mind. Well, I guess the only way to find out will be in due time. For now I'll have it on. The brown-haired boy puts on the ring. Now I'm ready, the brown-haired boy exclaimed excitedly. Now I will explain to you what the super training will consist of, said the purple dragon standing in front of both celestial dragons. The word super excited both rivals. As you know, you will train here for a week, but luckily for you, Azazel has something special prepared. But for that you will have to wait 5 days, the ex-king explained as if he were an instructor. While Tannen explained, Ophis rested her chin on the brunette's head, apparently getting bored. Tiamat still hadn't understood that the Infinity Dragon was so close to the Sekiryuutei. We will take advantage of the presence of the Seraphim to increase the chances of you becoming stronger. I would be happy to help, said the Seraph, jumping with excitement. Would you help us, Tiamat? Asked the purple dragon with his arms crossed. The dragon thought about it for a moment but then nodded. Yes, I'm interested in seeing the powers of the Sekiryuutei, she said, showing a little interest. Perfect, then I will repeat it again. Valley, you have great control with your dragon powers. Now, you will have to improve your demon powers. You have great potential, boys, so you have to work hard. Valley nodded at what was said. You Issei have improved a lot since I met you. You trained with me for 2 months and to this day I am still impressed by your great increase in power. But it will not be enough. Now that the Chaos Brigade is stronger than ever, we need you to improve your power even more, and for that you will do a special training with Ophis which will help you master the power of infinity. The brown-haired boy nodded seriously without disturbing Ophis's little nap. When the 5 days are up I will bring you something special that I am still preparing, said the governor with a smile. Then Tannen, I will leave the rest to you. I will go prepare that. I will see you guys in 5 days. The governor teleported to Gregory. Then let's start now. Issei and Valley nodded and then put down their things. 1 week later. The week flew by. With the help of Tiamat and Gabriel, both celestial dragons increased their powers even more. Valley achieved one more transformation for his dragon armor, which combined his demon powers with those of his sacred gear, which gave him a white and black armor, and of course not to omit the changes he received thanks to the combination of both powers. The armor had the appearance of a demon combined with a dragon. It gave an intimidating appearance, and that was not all, its power was terrifying. This one called Overdrive Demon Juggernaut. Instead, Issei had obtained a third armor. This one he obtained thanks to the combination of Ddraig's power and Ophis' power. This armor surpassed the powers of the current Maus. Even Tiamat confessed that it already surpassed her by far. Issei was happy with this result, but the drawback was that he only mastered 50%. Not only did he obtain that armor, he also greatly enhanced his current powers, thus eliminating the defect of the Crimson Dragon Knight. Its name is Infinite True Dragon. And how did they achieve that? Well, it was all thanks to Azazel's invention. He created a special room in which one day and there is a year outside of it. An invention that took a very long time to finish and that cost him very unique resources. Due to lack of time, they could not spend another day there. The relationship between Gabriel and Issei improved to the point that the Seraph began to feel something special in Issei. She looked at the brown-haired boy for something that caught her attention, and that was his way of being. The Sekiryuutei, on the other hand, felt very comfortable being with the Seraph. He always felt encouraged thanks to Gabriel's pure personality. He didn't want to admit it, but he loved that innocence and purity very much. Currently Issei was lying under the great tree of initiation. He enjoyed the air that ran through his face. Of course he was accompanied by Gabriel and Ophis. Valley decided to train a little more with Tannen and Tiamat before leaving. You know, Issei-san, I'm very grateful that you came. I had a great time with you, said the Seraph, smiling. Issei turned his face to smile at her. Me too, Gabriel. Thanks to you I was able to improve my powers, and with your company here I learned things I didn't know. Issei looked down to see how Ophis slept peacefully on his chest. Look at her, Gabriel, she's like a normal girl, said the brown-haired boy, caressing her hair. Gabriel smiled, but for some reason she wanted to be caressed by Issei. You look like an older brother, Gabriel laughed tenderly. Ophis heard that and moved a little higher to rub her cheek against Issei's. He is mine, was what she whispered. Gabriel and Issei chuckled lightly. I'm going to sleep for a moment, you should do it, said the brown-haired boy, closing his eyes. Gabriel crawled a little and asked for something unconsciously. Can I use your arm as a pillow? This made the brunette blush a lot since he didn't expect the seraph to ask that. The blonde blushed heavily when she realized what she said. I am so sorry, I shouldn't have asked why use something like that. I stuttered a lot remembering what he said. Issei blushingly extends his arm. It's okay, the floor is a little uncomfortable so feel free to use it, said the brown-haired boy looking away. The seraph thought he was going to refuse and seeing Issei's reaction she timidly leaned her body to rest her head on the Sekiryuutei's arm. If you feel uncomfortable just tell me, said the brown-haired boy somewhat nervous. Not at all, this place is very comfortable, she said with her gaze down hiding a blush. Issei smiled a little to slowly close his eyes. If you need something Gabriel wake me up. The brown-haired boy finished speaking and now tried to sleep. Issei fell asleep. After all he rested for a very short time and when he lay down under the shade of the big tree he fell asleep. Unconsciously he turned his head, coming to rest just a few centimeters from Gabriel's. Gabriel blushed deeply at the proximity of Issei's face. She didn't feel uncomfortable, on the contrary, she liked having him so close. You look so cute when you sleep, she caressed Issei's cheek and then fell asleep in Issei's arm. Some baby dragons huddled together for warmth. The peace they felt right now on this earth was the clear example by which they should protect the world. But for now they would enjoy this little break they had. What will happen next? How will they stop Rezavim's evil plans? In a peculiar land under a large tree there were 3 people lying on it, feeling the air pass over them. Issei was having a dream right now, a dream or rather a very terrifying vision. Issei's dream. The Sekiryuutei witnessed a horrible scene, destruction, fear and a red sky that reflected death itself. He was on his knees with all his armor almost completely destroyed. His eyes were horrified as he saw all his loved ones, girlfriends and enemies dead, everyone dismembered or impaled. He couldn't even scream or speak, it was as if his throat had been ripped out. What he did feel was as if he was holding something. He looked down and could see Ophis with a large hole in her chest. The girl just put her hand on the boy's cheek while trying to smile. The brunette had tears and wanted to scream and tell him that everything was okay, but not a single word came out of his mouth. Instead, he only knew what expression he was giving the infinite girl. It was an expression of total frustration. In front of him, a colossal beast appeared, composed of different races such as a dragon, bear, lion, leopard, among others. It has 7 heads with 10 horns, 7 necks, 7 long and thick tails of different shapes, 4 robust arms and a pair of legs even larger than these. Its torso is that of a primate leaning forward, covered by thick black fur along with dragon scales. Its size is significantly larger than that of Great Red, measuring several hundred meters. The beast was pointing a colossal sphere of power at something. Issei turned to where he was pointing and looked at Great Red, imitating the other beast's action. The brown-haired boy clearly thought that this was the result of having failed to stop the Cow's brigade, and upon seeing the Great Red he assumed that the other beast was the Trihexa. Both beasts launched their attacks. Issei hugged Ophis' body with great force. The collision of both powers caused the disintegration of the entire place, including Issei and Ophis. The last thing Issei saw was the apocalypse itself. Out of the dream, Issei opened his eyes quickly and began to blink repeatedly to realize that it was all a dream, or rather a nightmare. He turned his head to the side and could see the Archangel Gabriel sleeping peacefully. Now he looked back down and could see the dragon lowly sleeping on his chest. At that moment, he remembered the nightmare he had and with his free hand he caressed Ophis's head. I won't let anything happen to you. I won't allow this nightmare to come true, even if it costs me my life, the brown-haired boy thought as he continued to caress her head. Ophis, feeling someone touching her hair, slowly opens her eyes and then rubs them. Good, yawn, morning Issei, said the lowly rubbing her right eye. Sorry. I woke you up, said the brown-haired boy looking away. The lowly noticed something strange about Issei and proceeded to put her hand on his cheek. Issei, is something wrong? She looked curiously at the brown-haired boy. Issei remembered the dream he had had a few moments ago, and on impulse he moved his hand to the lowly's chin. I will protect you from any evil, Issei smiled calmly. Ophis smiled and nodded. Issei eliminated the distance between them and gave her a warm kiss on the lips which lasted little. The brunette blinked a few times and tilted her head slightly. Was that a kiss? The infinity dragon ran her fingers over her own lips. Yes, sorry for stealing a kiss from you. The brown-haired boy smiled a little and lowered his gaze. He still had the image of a deceased Ophis in his head that caused the sudden kiss. She approached the brunette and imitated the action that Issei had done. Their lips joined again, but this time it lasted a little longer. She separated from him and placed her hands on Issei's cheeks. I like the feeling, Issei, let me do it again. She was going to kiss the Sekiryuutei again, but before that Issei put his index finger on the girl's lips. First, I want you to promise me something. The brown-haired boy removed his finger and placed his hand on the girl's cheek. Promise? What should I do to be able to kiss you? Said the dragon lowly, looking curiously at the Sekiryuutei. Promise that you will only do this with me. You can only kiss me. The brown-haired boy joined his forehead with that of the dragoness. This request from Issei was possessive, but without any clear reason he asked Ophis. It's okay, I promise you. She closed her eyes and kissed the brown-haired boy without further ado. They both kissed continuously without caring about anything that was around them. The feelings that Issei had for Ophis were beginning to fully blossom. He felt that he already wanted her as a partner. On the other hand, Ophis had declared the brunette as her property from the beginning, although of course, she is still learning to have feelings. After all, no one bothered to teach her. Everyone feared her or looked at her as a weapon. The brunette was the only person who cared about what she truly wanted. Issei separated from the lowly to hug her while admiring the sky of the majestic land of dragons. Even if it costs me my soul, I swear that I will stop the Chaos Brigade at all costs, the brown-haired boy thought as he closed his eyelids for a moment. Count on me for that, partner. The voice of the Welsh dragon rose in Issei's mind. You and I will make it, Ddraig. The brown-haired boy left his discouragement and smiled instead. Ophis leaned her body up to stretch. It seems that your friend will continue sleeping, said the dragon, pointing at Gabriel. Issei watched Gabriel sleep peacefully. His dream seemed to be a good one since the girl was smiling. Yes, you must have a good dream. Issei slowly removed his arm from the seraph's head to lift her body a little and rested on the soft grass of the place. Issei closed his eyes to let himself be hit by the gentle wind. This feeling of tranquility was another of the many reasons why the young man must strive. Ophis looked at the brown-haired boy's calm face. She thought that this boy was someone who enjoyed quiet things. Gabriel, not feeling the Sekiryutei's arm, clings to his waist in a sleepwalking manner. Murmurs Issei, dragons, was what the girl murmured. This action left Issei confused, but at the same time made him blush a little because he was dazzled by the girl's beauty. Damn, she's a very beautiful girl. The brown-haired boy kept that statement in his mind. He was also further embarrassed by the girl's large breasts, which he looked at closely. It seems that my old self has not died completely, Issei thought, a little embarrassed. As long as you don't make a fool of yourself on television again, I'll accept it again. The Welsh dragon's voice seemed worried. Please, Ddraig, don't remember my precocious past, said the brown-haired boy, hiding his shame. Issei, on impulse, caressed Gabriel's blonde hair. Wow, it's very soft, the brown-haired boy whispered, smiling. Ophis, seeing this, took some strands of her hair to see if she had soft hair like Gabriel. Issei changed his gaze to Ophis to laugh lightly, seeing her like that. He never took his hand off Gabriel's head. At that, Gabriel slowly opens his eyes to catch the brunette stroking his hair. Good, yawn, morning Issei-san. The girl rubbed her eyes as she opened them. Issei felt an electric shock upon hearing the archangel's voice. He instinctively removed his hand from the girl's hair. Good morning, Gabriel. Did you sleep well? The brown-haired boy asked nervously. I slept peacefully, she said, smiling. Your arm is very comfortable and your hand is warm. She said this with a little blush. The brunette breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that his arm hadn't been comfortable. I'm glad to hear that. I was worried that my arm would be uncomfortable, said the brunette, trying to stand up. Ophis, on the other hand, did not let go of Issei. Gabriel found it tender to see the goddess of infinity so affectionate with the Sekiryuutei. Ophis, you're going to fall, Issei said between laughs. She didn't respond, she simply remained glued to Issei. The Sekiryuutei extended his hand to Gabriel to help her up. Thank you, Issei-san, said the smiling seraph. From the heavens, Valley descended along with Tiamat, and Tannen descended from the heavens, implying that they had ended the friendly combat. Are you done lazing around, Hyoudou? Valley said mockingly. It was relaxing to get some sleep. You should sleep, Valley. You must be exhausted, Issei said, stroking Ophis' head. I don't take things so lightly, said Valley, crossing his arms. Azazel approaches Valley to pat him. Tiamat still couldn't believe the proximity of the dragon goddess with the Sekiryuutei. Issei is right, you should relax a little, said the ex-dragon king sitting under the tree on a stone. Valley smiled slyly. After all, he was enjoying time with his friends. I guess there's no other way. Valley reached out and took one of the famous dragon apples from the tree. Do you want a Hyoudou? Valley had another one in his hand. Of course. The brown-haired boy opened his hands to catch the apple. Before biting her, he offers half to Ophis. Do you want a Gabriel? Said the brown-haired boy, biting the apple. I ate one before going to sleep. Enjoy, Issei, said the seraph, smiling. Come and have one with us, Tiamat, said Issei, extending another apple that he had taken from the tree. Tiamat hesitated for a moment, and then took the apple from Issei. Thank you, Ddraig, said the dragon queen, and then bit the apple. Ahem, you can call me Issei. If you call me Ddraig, I won't know if you're talking to me, said the brown-haired boy, scratching the back of his neck. Okay, it's a good name. The dragon queen took a bite of the apple. I guess thanks, said the brown-haired boy with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Suddenly the atmosphere became heavy. Everyone present became alert. Ophis detached herself from Issei to levitate next to him. In front of the big tree, several demon soldiers appeared, and in the middle of them appeared a tall man wearing a black coat with a long mix of black and blonde hair, as well as heterochromatic eyes, where his right eye is gold, and his left eye is black, and he has pointed ears. Next to him, a dark dragon appeared with 2 short horns, huge claws on its fingers, and 2 scorpion-shaped tails. And finally, a young-looking man with silver hair tied back in a braided hairstyle appeared in their midst. He was dressed in a silver robe with detailed accessories. But what a beautiful landscape, said the silver-haired man, admiring the land. I haven't been back here for ages, said the dark dragon as he looked at the big tree. The subject with heterochromia only smiled when he saw Issei. The brown-haired boy and company maintained serious looks, except for Issei and Ophis. The others seemed to be more alert with the 2-colored subject. Who are you guys? The brown-haired boy asked, the boosted gear appearing. The silver man bowed. I am Euclid Lucifuge, right hand of the great Resivim and brother of Graphia Lucifuge, said bluntly the one now identified as Euclid. This surprised Issei, since he didn't know that Graphia had a brother. Nyagor, evil dragon, said the horned dragon. Finally, the 2-colored man was presented. I am the evil dragon of the crescent moon, the strongest evil dragon, Crom Cruch, said the now identified Crom Cruch with his arms crossed. The strongest evil dragon was what was going through the Sekiryuutei's head. Ddraig had told him that this guy was stronger than him. This made his skin crawl a little, but he would still fight if necessary. Gabriel stood next to Issei with a very serious look on his face, a gesture not very common in the seraph. It's a shame Graphia isn't here, said the Lucifuge, sighing. I wanted to show her this. From the platinum-haired man's hand appeared a glove similar to the one the brown-haired man possesses. That's right, this was the boosted gear itself. But how is that possible? Azazel said, completely in shock. Issei was totally shocked to see another boosted gear. It was not easy to create this copy. It exhausted unique and non-renewable resources. The platinum-haired man accessed the balance breaker without any difficulty. Everyone, especially Azazel and Issei, were in shock as they saw how he accessed the armor without any problem. Issei was very angry to see this. He went through many things to be able to access his balance breaker. He was so angry that he clenched his teeth tightly, and then let out an audible whisper. Faker, was what the brown-haired boy whispered while clenching his fists. Excuse me, did you say something? Said the platinum-haired man from the armor. Faker, the brown-haired boy exclaimed, accessing the balance breaker. A fake stood before Issei, someone who copied his power without his consent. The brown-haired boy, without thinking, launched himself into attacking the platinum-haired man. Valley and company watched as dragons charged at the Chaos Brigade soldiers. Just when Issei was going to hit Euclid, someone stopped the brunette's fist without any effort. Issei turned around to see Crom Cruch with a very calm expression. Out of instinct, he jumped back before he caught his fist. Incredible, he stopped my blow without much effort, the brown-haired boy thought without taking his eyes off the evil dragon. Partner, Crom Cruch is not someone you should take lightly, even though you have become very strong, said the Welsh dragon, analyzing Crom. I'll have to leave Faker for later, the brown-haired boy thought with great annoyance. Valley with his armor stands next to Issei. The guy who has your powers is mine, you take care of Crom, said Lucifer, accessing his new armor and going out to attack Euclid. Gabriel, Ophis and Azazel would be in charge of helping the dragons fight against the small army and the other evil dragon. I'll finish soon to help you, Issei-san, said the seraph with a serious look. Be careful, Gabriel, said the brown-haired boy with concern. Ophis, be careful not to overuse your powers. Azazel-sensei, take care of her, said the brown-haired boy as he took flight towards Crom. Azazel affirmed, and Ophis looked at the brunette with concern before changing it to a smile. My Issei is strong, he will win. Ophis pointed at the brown-haired boy with her index finger. Issei flew until he was in front of the evil dragon. I finally meet you, Crom Crutch, I've heard about you, said the brown-haired boy looking at him attentively. The evil dragon crossed his arms. I say the same, it is a shame that our confrontation is full of obstacles, said the evil dragon, removing his cape. Wow, you sound excited, said the brown-haired boy, removing his helmet. I've been waiting for a long time to face you. I'm really excited to fight strong guys, that's why I'm in Clippeth. The evil dragon stretches his neck to prepare. This took Issei by surprise. After all, the evil dragons he has known have always been violent and lacking in sanity. However, this one was relaxed, something that gave Issei the chills. It's not your only goal, right? The brown-haired boy had sensed that he was hiding something else. You are very perceptive. My other goal is to help bring the Trihexa. My wish is to face it. Crom Crutch was being sincere in his words. This left Issei in shock. He had to stop that dragon at all costs. After all, it was one of the most important elements of Clippeth. Then I have more reasons to face you, said the brown-haired man, accessing the Crimson Dragon Knight. My duty as a hero of justice is to prevent the apocalypse. The brown-haired man proclaimed himself the hero of justice. Crom smiled at the brown-haired boy. No one in his presence had been so brave in facing him. He was excited to face the Welsh dragon. Curiously, no dragon had gone to confront the dragon of the darkness of the crescent moon. Issei launched himself to hit Crom. The evil dragon stopped Issei's blow with both hands. He was now aware that Issei's strength suddenly increased. The brown-haired boy responded with his other fist, which was repelled again by the dragon, but this time Issei had invested more boost into it. Now the evil dragon responded with another punch, which Issei blocked with his knee. The Sekiryuutei had felt how the evil dragon's strength was overwhelming. This guy is very strong, thought the brown-haired boy, preparing a strategy. His last resort would be his new power that he had not yet mastered. The brown-haired boy was now dodging and blocking attacks from Crom himself. In one of Crom's blows, he was so fast that he managed to hit the brown-haired boy's chest, and with that opportunity he gave him a tremendous punch in the face, sending him flying. Instead, Issei stopped himself with his own strength. Partner, are you okay? Those blows shook the inside of the boosted gear, the Welsh dragon said worriedly. Issei stood stiff in the air. After all, those 2 hits had caused him severe damage. Ddraig, this guy is terrifying, the brown-haired boy confessed, surprised by the dragon's overwhelming strength. Crom approached to hit him. The brown-haired boy activated his energy shield to block the blows. All the blows thrown by Crom managed to crack the shield a lot. This will be your size, said the dragon, creating a dark sphere which he threw at the brown-haired boy. The sphere hit the force field, which destroyed it. It was about to hit the brown-haired boy, but before the impact, Issei raises his guard to receive the blow. The sphere impacted, creating a smoke screen. The smoke, when dissipating, showed the Sekiryuutei without the armor on his forearms, and with some burns. The impact caught the attention of everyone, who watched for a moment the fight between the Sekiryuutei and the Dragon of Darkness. Issei, Gabriel thought as he tried hard to attack Niagor. Partner, get out! You won't be able to fight Crom Crutch alone, exclaimed the dragon from the gem of the boosted gear. The brown-haired boy repaired his armor, and then gritted his teeth. No, the brown-haired boy exclaimed, clenching his fists. I can't retreat now. The brown-haired boy used multiple boosts to power himself up. Issei now appeared his energy sword to try to cut Crom. Crom with some difficulty dodged the sword's slashes. One of the cuts managed to reach him on one cheek. Crom jumped back and brought his hand to his cheek. It's the first scratch I've received since I woke up again, said the dragon, admiring his bloody finger. Now I'll get serious. With that, the dragon's strength increased and his appearance changed slightly. His hair became completely dark and the bottom of his eyes turned black. His skin became jet black and his aura was black and gold which surrounded him. I have mastered all my power that I no longer need my dragon appearance, said the evil dragon, taking a step forward. The ground cracked and everyone felt an enormous oppression in the environment, hinting at his imposing strength as the dragon of evil dragons, the dragon of the dark crescent moon. Issei was terrified at the sight of that enormous strength that completely surpassed his own. But Issei would be faithful to his new ideal and goal, to stop the apocalypse at all costs. Issei launched himself again to fight Crom, but he was brutally beaten, leaving him damaged. Sekiryuutei, if you surrender I promise not to hurt you. Let's be honest, my strength will never be matched by you, said the evil dragon, thundering his fists. Issei repeatedly repeats the word never in his head. Never, never, never. I will never give up, the brown-haired boy exclaimed. I have been undefeated on countless battlefields, the most determined brown-haired boy exclaimed. Not once have I run away. Not once have I given up. I have defeated many dangerous enemies without even thinking about giving up. Never. I will never give up, the brown-haired boy exclaimed, increasing all his strength by several boosts. Crom Cruch was totally moved by his opponent. No one had ever shown such determination in wanting to face him, even knowing the results. Gabriel, Ophis, Azazel, Tannen and Valley were more motivated to fight. The brown-haired man's fighting spirit was spread to his allies. Even Tiamat felt very motivated to demonstrate her power as Dragon Queen. I admit it, Sekiryuutei. You have earned my respect, said the evil dragon, giving light applause. You are worthy of knowing all my power. The dragon launched himself at Issei to hit him. The evil dragon hit the brunette's face with a punch, breaking his helmet and revealing his bloody forehead. Crom was confused when he saw that he only moved the brunette's face. The evil dragon feels how the brown-haired boy increased his strength brutally. It was then that Issei's change had occurred. It had already started. Issei's new transformation. The Infinite True Dragon, an armor that represents the ideals of Hyoudou Issei. Crom was now impressed as the brown-haired boy's power suddenly rose in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere became very heavy and difficult to breathe, all because of the brown-haired boy's power. Issei opened his eyes and recomposed himself. Crom withdrew his fist to try to hit him, but instead received a brutal punch in the stomach. Crom couldn't believe it. After all, that blow had severely damaged him. His aura disappeared and he took 3 steps back. Once he had recovered, he was going to raise his fist to hit him, but instead he received a blow to the jaw which sent him flying upwards. The evil dragon fell to the ground, and with great difficulty stood up before falling to his knees. And no, he can't be. That brat knocked me down in 2 hits. The dragon stood up to spit blood. The damage he did to me is serious, said the evil dragon, holding his stomach. Issei remained serious, but there was a reason for that. His body, despite being that of the Great Red, was suffering severe consequences. Issei was draining his life. Because of this, his speech had been blocked. Valley looked at the armor and thought only one thing. Hyoudou. He could die, he thought with hidden sadness as he went to help the brown-haired boy. Azazel changed opponents and now went to fight Euclid. Go with the Valley, exclaimed the governor, repelling a dragon shoot. Yes, exclaimed Valley. Valley quickly arrived at Issei's side to help him fight Crom. Hyoudou, leave the armor. What happened in the room will happen again. Issei didn't answer. In a blink he appeared in front of Crom. He raised his hand and charged a purple-green energy sphere. Crom concentrated all his energy into his fist to hit the sphere, but his fist became distorted due to the energy of Ophis and Great Red combined. All of Crom's energy was drained. This is my end, thought the evil dragon, removing his hand from the sphere. Nyagor saw this and released a glow that blinded Gabriel and Ophis. They covered their eyes, and when they regained their sight they noticed that the dragon was no longer there. Everyone turned their gaze to where a monstrous energy was concentrating. Nyagor appeared in front of Crom Cruch to act as a shield. With this I pay my debt, boss, the evil dragon said it with annoyance, and then received the attack of Issei. The evil dragon, on the other hand, was surprised. He never believed that an evil dragon would stand up for another. Nyagor was disintegrated upon receiving Issei's sphere. The brown-haired boy didn't use 50% of the armor, he had used 100% out of mere whim. He knew that not even using the 50% he mastered could he match the dragon. It was a sacrifice he was willing to make for the good of his allies, more so because he didn't want to see them lay their hands on Ophis, not after that nightmare. Crom stood up as best he could and fled on his own. The army of Clippeth began to retreat, not only because they saw 2 of their leaders fall, it was more because the dragons were very strong, and more so because they had the Seraphim. But before Euclid fled, Issei appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Issei's helmet disappeared, showing Issei's pupil slit with his green eyes and a face that showed pain. F.A. Kerr, said the brown-haired boy with difficulty, trying to lift his arm to disintegrate it. Euclid was taken out of there in a great fright by his own henchmen who took advantage of Issei's weakness. Issei slowly descended until he touched the ground. As soon as he touched the ground, the armor dissipated, showing an Issei with dislocated arms and severe burns on his body. Some strands of his hair turned white, and his face showed paralysis due to extreme pain. "Issei!" the seraph exclaimed as she approached the Sekiryuutei. Ophis imitated the action of the seraphim. Azazel disappeared the Fafnir armor to take out a phoenix tear from his pocket and give it to Issei. The tear was given to Issei to see how the burns and wounds slowly regenerated. This is bad, said Valley, his armor disappearing, showing him with some not-so-serious wounds. Gabriel and Ophis, who were in front of Issei, held it very carefully to place it on the ground. "What happened? What did that armor do to him?" Gabriel asked, alarmed, while applying holy healing to the brown-haired boy. Valley looked at his friend with clenched fists, and then calmed down. "That armor is almost invincible at 100%, Hyoudou only mastered 50%. If he used 100% of all that enormous power, he would have to pay with his years of life," Valley said with difficulty without taking his eyes off his friend. This left those present in shock, especially Azazel, who had already appreciated a past situation with the brown-haired boy for the same effect. "That armor is similar to the power of the Juggernaut Drive, only that it surpasses it 10 times more than its 100%. This was achieved thanks to the body of Great Red and the energy of Ophis. In the room where we trained, he went over 50% and ended up almost the same as now. He made me promise not to say anything about what happened." Valley finished to fall to the ground from exhaustion. This was a very bad situation. After all, Hyoudou Issei was going through a dangerous phase. Gabriel shed a few tears to place his hand on Issei's chest. "Issei, I'm sorry for not protecting you," the seraph lamented while still healing him from the pain. Ophis, with great sadness and with tears in her eyes, kept looking at the brunette's face and then placed her hands on his cheeks and joined her forehead with his. "Issei, you are strong, I know you won't lose," said the dragon, lowly stroking his head. Issei slowly relaxed his face from pain to a calm one. Gabriel's healing magic was already taking effect along with the phoenix tear given by the Fallen One. Tannen along with Tiamat still had bad news. "We have to report this. A war is coming," said the ex-Dragon King, looking at the ground. Azazel just nods in frustration. "Dark times have begun," said the Fallen One, watching the sunset of the earth. In a large room, inside a tub filled with phoenix tears, Hyoudou Issei was found with his entire body submerged except for his head and left arm, which were outside. 3 days had passed in which the Sekiryuutei was asleep. His eyes slowly opened, looking at the enormous room he was in, his gaze lowered to carefully observe the liquid in which his body was submerged. "How strange," said the brown-haired boy, rubbing his eyes with his right hand. The most noticeable thing for him was that he no longer felt his left arm. To be exact, he never noticed that it was completely bandaged with red bandages. He stood up, noticing that he was only in his underwear. "I overused my power again," the brown-haired boy thought, a little stunned, and then he got out of the tub with difficulty. A more important question was why his entire left arm was bandaged. It seemed that he had wanted to ignore that question for a little while. He tried to remove the bandages a little, but it was impossible because an immense pain, both muscular and mental, was present when trying to remove a little of the bandage. He felt like he was almost losing consciousness again. He dropped to the ground on his knees, trying to bear the pain, panting heavily. "What the hell happened? Ddraig, can you hear me?" The brown-haired boy tried to communicate with his friend, but the result was null. There was no response from his great friend. "What is going on?" He stood up to examine his arm again. "I can't move or feel my arm. I don't feel my power either, and much less do I feel the connection with Ddraig," the brown-haired boy thought, worrying about his current situation. The brown-haired boy put on a pair of shorts and a shirt that was on a nightstand. For the shirt, he had to tear off the sleeves so that his left arm could be comfortable. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, the door to the room opened, revealing the governor of the Fallen holding some medical supplies. When he saw him, he was surprised to see his friend finally awake. "You finally wake up, Issei. I was afraid you would sleep longer." The governor placed the utensils on a desk that was near the place. "Sigh. How many days did I sleep?" The brown-haired boy sat down on the stone for all of the place, asking a question that seemed almost frequent lately. 3 days to be exact. The fallen man sits next to Issei. "It seems that I'm getting into the habit of sleeping too much," said the brown-haired boy with his head down and a grimace of disgust. Sorry, we had to keep you asleep for one more day. The fallen man turned around to see Issei's arm. I guess it's because of this. With her gaze she points to his arm. Yes. I think you already saw that you can't move your arm or feel your power. That's right, I can't even remove the bandage. What's happening, Azazel? The brown-haired boy asked, a little seriously. The fallen man stands up with a serious look. You see, what I'm going to tell you, you have to take it very calmly. The fallen man took out a cigarette to put it in his mouth. The brown-haired man just nods, while the fallen man lights the cigarette and then smokes it. Your power, or rather, your body can no longer withstand your power at the moment. The governor paused. Due to the irresponsible use you made of your power, your body can no longer withstand it. It even became unstable. The brown-haired boy remained serious, hiding all his frustration. That thing on your arm is not a bandage, it is the Shroud of Turin, a holy shroud that the biblical god wore before his death. Azazel went to the medical shelf to take a jar. That shroud has the ability to seal powers, so under no circumstances should you remove it for now. The brown-haired boy put his hand on his arm to look at him. To sum it up, your arm became something that shouldn't be there. We had to use this measure so that your years of life are maintained. Now it will be more difficult to prolong your life. The governor opened the jar and handed it to Issei, who took it. Thank Gabriel for offering this idea. When you lost consciousness we thought you had stabilized, but after a few seconds all your power was concentrated in your arm, which caused the skin burn, so for now you are someone without power, said the fallen one, pointing with his gaze at the bottle for the brown-haired man to drink. Issei frustratedly drinks the contents of the jar. I understand that we were in a difficult situation, but once again you have been very irresponsible in the use of your powers. Issei stands up. I know, but no matter what happens to me, as long as the others are okay, it's enough for me. Issei showed a face that was not one of regret. Sigh, I knew you would say that. You have always been like that, said the fallen one, putting his hand on the brown-haired boy's shoulder. I would like to be able to talk to Ddraig, said the brown-haired boy with his head down. Relax, when the shroud stabilizes your power, you will be able to move a little and talk to him, said the governor, smiling at him. Thank goodness, I was worried about not being able to talk to him anymore, said the brown-haired boy, smiling half. The door to the room opened, revealing a small girl with red eyes and light blonde hair. The girl had a tray with a jar and cups of tea in her hands. The girl had her eyes closed so she didn't notice that Issei was awake. Azazel-sama, I brought some tea for the two of us. I prepared this with opens eyes noticing Issei. Hello Elmenhild, says the brown-haired boy, greeting the all for honor mentioned. The girl dropped the tray, breaking the jug and cups. Her expression turned sad when she saw the boy standing there. She couldn't hold back the tears she had kept inside. She quickly walked up to Issei, jumped and hung onto his neck, hugging him lovingly. Issei was pushed back slightly by the force but was able to stay on his feet. Good thing you're awake, the vampire said, smiling as tears came out. Issei felt bad seeing the girl in that state, so to calm her down he stroked her hair. I'm sorry to worry you, but I guess you know that I wouldn't hesitate to put my life at risk to save others. Issei said this while looking at the ground. I know you've been like this for a long time, said the vampire in a calmer voice. Since Issei showed her that he keeps his word, Elmenhild has talked to the girls about the boy's past and exploits in the supernatural, and what they highlighted the most is that attitude of wanting to protect his loved ones. After all, that was the boy's way of life. The vampire still didn't let go, pressing her cheeks closer to the boy's. Azazel with some discomfort begins to whistle. It seemed as if he was not there. After hearing Azazel's whistle, the vampire releases him, but not before kissing Issei's cheek. I don't think I ever thanked you for saving me, said the girl with a blush on her cheeks. Issei blushes a little and scratches the back of his neck. Why, you don't have to thank me, I would do it without hesitation all the time. The girl smiles at him, and then remembers that she had dropped the tea set. Right. I'll go get something to clean up the mess I made, said the girl as she quickly left the room. It was just a pretext for the vampire so that Issei wouldn't see her blush anymore. I'll go tell the others that you're awake. They must still be asleep in the waiting room, said the fallen one, leaving the room. Issei was left alone to reflect on what the fallen one told him. So now I have no power. This thought made him feel bad. It was like going back to the beginning of everything, when he had entered the supernatural world. Suddenly the boy felt very tired and quickly sat down on the sofa for all. Damn it. The door to the room opened forcefully, revealing Issei's entire harem. They entered as if it were a stampede, but changing their strength when approaching Issei, being aware of the state their partner was in. "I'm glad you're awake," Tomo said, smiling as she took Issei's hand. "Well, you've made us worry again," Rosweiss caressed Issei's bandaged arm while smiling. Lu Fei, on the other hand, hugged him by the neck while giving him kisses on the cheek. All of Issei's girls expressed their relief to see their Issei okay. But for Issei, he felt that something was not right. His girls seemed calm compared to other times that he ended up almost in the same state. "Girls, is everything okay?" Issei asked with doubt. The girls looked at Issei in confusion. "Why do you ask?" Seraphol said with her finger on her chin. "It's just that I see them very calm compared to others in which I have put my life in danger." Issei looked at each one to see their different expressions. That statement from the Sekiryuutei was already expected, so the king of the Sitri peerage steps forward to speak for everyone. "Issei, of course we were very scared, worried and sad to see you like this, but we have decided that we will no longer cry in front of you. On the contrary, we will show you our smiles and encourage you so that you do not have to feel bad for us," Sona said, smiling at him. "That's right, Issei-chan, we want you to have few worries," said the Mao Leviathan, winking at him. The brown-haired boy smiled, raising his thumb. "I promise that as soon as this is over we will have a big party, and live our days peacefully." Issei tried to stand up, but it was useless. "Sigh, wow. I feel so useless like this," said the brown-haired boy, looking at the ground. "Issei-san, I brought you this wheelchair. You don't have to make any effort until your body recovers." Rhea brought a comfortable wheelchair to Issei. Between Kuroka and Tsubaki, they helped Issei sit in the wheelchair. "Let's go to the meeting room. There are several things you need to know." Sona moved the chair to the exit of the room. The other girls left the room, following them both. Hospital meeting room. The large hospital in Sitri territory had everything, including a meeting room where doctors held meetings about new treatments, diseases, curses, or any health problems they could solve. This time some alliance leaders and allies borrowed the room to discuss their strategies against the Chaos Brigade, which was already capable of releasing the great monster whose existence they had recently learned of. Issei just remained silent as he thought about how he could get out of his situation. Lu Fei, who was holding the push handles of the chair, looked at Issei in a very worried way since she still remembers that horrible feeling she felt when Issei abused his power. With this we conclude the meeting. DXD group can now begin the operation, and Issei, you are going to rest, said the Crimson Mao, looking seriously at Issei. "But, no buts, I will not allow you to hurt yourself again," the Mao retreated with a little regret. Sirzex Lucifer didn't like the idea of seeing Issei get hurt. It made him feel like he was carrying everyone's burden. "This time it won't be like that," was what the Mao thought with determination. Lu Fei took Issei out and carried him outside the hospital, in front of a beautiful garden full of sapphire-colored flowers. She put him under a tree. "Issei-sama, you have to accept that for now you can't do anything, you have to rest," said the blonde, stroking his head. Issei remained silent as he looked at the other sick people around him who were with other people. I know I should, it's just that I don't like being unable to do anything," said the brown-haired boy while clenching his fist. "I understand, but now more than ever you should worry a little about yourself. You worry a lot about others but never about yourself," said the magician, sliding her hand until reaching the brown-haired boy's hand and interlacing her fingers with his. Issei smiles to turn his head to the girl. "I'm glad you care so much about me." It's obvious since I love you so much," said the girl, blushing. "Me too, Lu Fei," said the brown-haired boy, smiling at him. The girl was going to kiss her lover, but they were interrupted by a small magic circle that appeared in front of them. From this came Valley Lucifer, who was surprised to see Issei. "So you're already awake? I was really worried about you, Hyoudou." The young man stood up to be at Issei's level. "If I knew it would be like this, I would have preferred to sleep more." Ouch, Issei felt someone give him a little tug on the ears. This was Lu Fei, who had a pout. Valley let out a small laugh before telling Issei some news. "I have a little news for you, Hyoudou. Someone in the land of dragons wants to talk to you." Valley stood up. Issei raised his eyebrows slightly. "Who are you talking about?" "If it's Tiamat, tell her I can't help her yet, much less in this condition," said the brown-haired boy with a drop of sweat on his neck. "It's not about her," said Valley, smiling. "Come on and you'll find out." "Okay, take me," said the brown-haired boy, extending his arm. "Why are you extending your arm?" he asked himself, confused. "Aren't you going to carry me?" Issei said jokingly. Don't be joking, Hyoudou. We will teleport as we are. Valley immediately teleported them to the land of dragons. HMMP. If only I could cross both arms, he said indignantly. Le Fay laughed when he saw these two friends. The land of dragons looked the same as it had the first time they came. Let me call him to come. Valley exerted power in the area, his armor appearing. From among a mountain where dragons were flying, one of them flew in the distance towards the young people. Once closer they observed a huge, strong blue-green dragon with enormous claws, feet, wings and head. This was the first time they had seen that dragon. Of all the dragons they had met in the days they were training, they had never seen this one. The dragon fixed his gaze on Issei, and with an imposing voice he spoke to him. I ask you, are you the Sekiryuutei? Was what the imposing dragon said. Issei snapped out of his trance, blinking lightly. Yes, my name is Hyoudou Issei and I am the current Sekiryuutei, so who are you? And why have you called me? If it is to fight, I will have to decline the offer due to my current condition, said the brown-haired man holding his arm. My name is Tiamat and I have called you to lend you my strength. The great green dragon bowed his head before Issei. The name, Tiamat, echoed in Valley's head, as if he had heard it before. Ah, old Tiamat, how have you been? Albion's voice is heard from Valley's armor, surprising those present. Do you know Albion? Valley asked, surprised. That's right, he was a great friend of Ddraig and an ally of mine at one time. He was a candidate for Dragon King but made the decision to reject the offer, he revealed to the rest, causing more surprise to the others. So she's a friend of yours, Ddraig, the brown-haired boy said, smiling a little as he looked at his arm. Indeed, and why doesn't Ddraig speak? Did Albion tear out his tongue? The dragon asked with doubt. He is sealed in my left arm, I can't even communicate with him, said the brown-haired boy with a long face. Oh, I didn't know that, I thought it was just a bandage. I hope your condition improves, the dragon showed signs of support. Why? Why do you want to lend me your strength? Said the brown-haired boy, getting straight to the point. I recently woke up from my long sleep. When that traitor Crom and his minions attacked, I woke up, and it was then that after many years I finally found the person who was carrying my friend. The dragon now fixed his gaze on Issei's arm. That Ddraig, he never tells me anything, Issei said, laughing to himself. Le Fay smiled a little while caressing Issei's hand a little. He always forgets things, the great dragon laughs a little to himself. Issei with some difficulty stands up and Fay quickly helps him up. I'm fine, Le Fay can stand up. Le Fay nodded and moved away from him a little. Any friend of Ddraig is a friend of mine, so I will accept with great honor all your strength, said the brown-haired boy, extending his hand. All right, boy, I'll be your sword and shield from now on, I hope we get along. Tiamat tilted his head and then felt Issei's hand. A great duo had been formed and Hyoudou Issei was ready to regain his power and form a great bond with his new partner. Tiamat began to glow until it took the form of a small dragon. I suppose this form will be more convenient to be in the places you are. When you are able to use your strength, we can form our bond, said the dragon, maintaining his same imposing voice. Wow, his voice didn't change at all, Le Fay said with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Issei felt his legs turn to jelly and Fay quickly noticed that, so she held him and helped him sit up. This bothers me, said the brown-haired boy, sighing. Tiamat flew to Issei's lap and laid down there. Don't worry, you'll recover soon, said the dragon, looking at Issei's face. I hope you're right. Issei noticed how several small dragons flew in the distance at great speed straight towards him. Le Fay, let's go now. Those kids are going to attack me again, he said, alarmed while looking at Valley desperately. Valley sighs amusedly as he remembers all the times those dragons charged at him. Le Fay creates a magic circle and teleports away with the others. The little dragon stopped dead and flew back, heads down. Things for Issei and company will improve in the future, and of course there will also be complications and other feelings. With everyone's support he will easily get ahead, once again becoming the strongest Sekiryuutei of all. During class hours at the Kuo Academy, the brown-haired boy was reviewing everything he had missed due to the matters that arose in the supernatural world, which forced him to miss classes. It seems you have solved these derivations correctly, congratulations, Issei. The person who praised him was none other than his partner, Momo Hanakai, who had reviewed the worksheet he had written for her boyfriend. I'm still a little rusty, but I'll do my best to stay up to date. With the pace you're going, you might be able to keep up with Kaicho. No, I don't believe that. The sound announcing the academic recess was heard by the entire student body. We will continue with this once we return. Will you accompany us to the council? At Yura's question, the boy thought for a moment before declining. My friends Motohama and Matsuda will come to pick me up. I will spend time with them. Momo approached the desk with his wheelchair. Yura helped him stand up and sit in his chair. Okay, let me take you to the exit. With the help of the white-haired girl, she left her classroom to stay with them, waiting for her friends in the hallway. Hyoudou Issei's condition had gradually improved over time. His arm that was bandaged with the holy shroud was now able to move again. The use of the wheelchair was strictly imposed by the doctors of the Sitri territory, since even though he could walk, the chair was necessary to prevent the inappropriate use of energy, thus allowing him to rehabilitate himself 100%. At first the brown-haired boy was reluctant to use it, but after thinking about it carefully he came to the conclusion that if any attack by the Chaos Brigade happened he wouldn't be able to do anything. Issei would usually be denied attendance at classes in that condition, but due to his constant fallbacks in his studies he was given the opportunity to return to classes. How embarrassing, everyone looks at me with pity. He looked away from any student who made eye contact with him. What a pity they don't know you're a hero. Yura gently stroked his hair. Now I feel like a puppy. From among the students came those people who were waiting while waving from a distance. I see that the rumors that you were disabled were not false. The one who spoke was Matsuda. You look like Stephen Hawking, but with average grades. The other friend was Motohama. Yes, guys, I miss you too, he said with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Those three friends let out a little laugh like old times. We will leave Issei in your care. If something happens to him we will castrate you. Do you understand? Anything that harms him we will know. Both girls glared at them, causing them to instinctively step back. Come on girls, don't be so hard on them, okay? That smile caused both girls to blush, managing to appease their threats. Jay, just because you say so, but we'll still be watching them. We'll see you later, Issei. The two girls leave, leaving the three friends alone. They are terrifying. Are we going? We haven't talked for a long time, so I want to take advantage of every second with you. The bald man and the glasses man smiled and then took Issei to have a good time on break. After school, once classes announced their end, the red-haired Gremory went straight to Issei's classroom to try to spend time with him. She watched as he moved from his desk to his chair. Issei, are you free? I was wondering if I could walk you home. Yura and Momo stood in front of him, preventing her from getting any closer, but instead Issei told her that there was no problem, surprising both girls and making the Gremory happy. You can go ahead with Sona and the others, I will catch up with you later. With a smile that showed confidence, both girls nodded as they calmly left the classroom. Can I ask you to push my chair? I could do it myself, but it's a bit tiring. He let out a few small laughs. I would be delighted. As if she were an excited child, she took Issei out of the classroom and headed towards the exit of the academy. Did you want to talk to me about something in particular? I was surprised by the fact that you came to look for me alone without the others. It's nothing, I'm important. I just want to spend time with you. The others didn't want to bother you with so many people. I see, and how have you been, heiress? With some enthusiasm, she begins to tell him that she has felt very well and that she has managed to be at peace of mind, but that she was still worried about what could happen with the actions of the Chaos Brigade. Your Issei? How do you feel about your body? I feel better now than before. I can move my left arm again. He raised his bandaged arm and made a peace sign, but the doctor strictly ordered me not to leave the chair. You must listen to them, otherwise you will never recover, and there may even come a time when you will need all your strength. You are absolutely right. For those reasons I agreed to stay in this chair a little longer. They both continued talking calmly as if they were old friends. Ddraig, who was listening to everything, felt happy that things between them were fixed, at least repairing their friendship. In front of the Hyoudou residence, the redhead stops to ring the bell, but before she even does so, the door opens, revealing a young woman with pale hair and red eyes. Welcome, Issei, I miss you so much. The girl in front of him lunges to give him a short little kiss on the lips, making the redhead jealous, which she hides. Hello Elmenhald-chan, I missed you too, he caressed her cheek lightly. Come in, the food will be ready soon. Hey, are you a couple? She asked, trying to keep her jealousy to herself. Yes, when I was in the hospital she took good care of me, and after getting to know each other better one day she confessed to me, giving a result to our relationship. With some shame he said it. Oh, so that's why every time I visited you she was there. She prepares a very good tea. I'll ask him to prepare one for us. The redhead enters with Issei into the huge house, heading to the huge living room where the entire harem, her parents, Vali and Azazel, were. The Hakuryuku went to where Issei and Rias were to greet them. "You finally arrive on wheels. I thought you would never arrive." That comment brought out a little vein in Issei. "I'm glad to see you too, King of Butts. Have you seen a good one today?" Vali just smiled bitterly. "You're lucky you're my friend, otherwise your chair would need another chair." From among the crowd a small dragon flew to land on Issei's lap. Tiamat just in time. "Bite this fool," he said, pointing at him with his finger. "Please don't involve me in your childish fights." The girls around came forward to welcome their beloved. "Issei, how was the academy? Did they treat you well? Did you eat your lunch properly?" The little kitsune bombarded the boy with questions, who nodded smiling before stroking her head and giving her a kiss on the forehead. The young man turned to see Rias, who was a little nervous. "Do you want to stay for dinner? My mother cooked with the help of Ross-chan and Irina. If you want you can invite the others. After all there is a lot of food." She could no longer contain it. Small tears came out of her eyes that she let escape unconsciously, and that was due to the kindness of that young man whom she still loves from the bottom of her heart. "Why are you crying? Did I say something wrong?" He was surprised, along with the rest, as they watched as the girl shook her head several times. "Not at all. I'm just happy, nothing more." She smiled at him and approached the brown-haired boy with a little sadness before stroking his head. "Thanks, Issei." He smiled shyly at her, nodding. Some time later, in an unknown place where the interior was very well decorated with fine objects and furniture, there were 5 individuals gathered around a round table where on it were magical devices that detailed what seemed to be their plans. "Did you manage to reincarnate the entire human militia to join our ranks?" The man who asked that question was a man with dark silver hair who held a small chalice in his hand. This man was the leader of the large group that had been in charge of wreaking havoc on the supernatural, the greatest criminal in history, Resivim Levon Lucifer. "Yes, just as I ordered." The one who answered was a man with the same hair color as him but younger, named Euclid Lucifuge. "I thought you hated having to reincarnate humans into demons." The other was an evil being known as Apophis the Eclipse Dragon, who highlighted the hatred that the person he considers his leader has. For now, his appearance was human. "Indeed, but to carry out our plans it is necessary to gather many pawns to fight in our name. A man of sacrifice, it is a strategy that I would use, and with the losses we have had lately it is totally necessary." This human-like individual was Azidahaka, the dragon of diabolism, who playfully emphasized the word casualties. "We would have more advantage if someone hadn't been beaten up." Azidahaka mocked the presence in the corner of the room, ignoring the taunts. He answered to the name of Krumkruch, the dragon of the crescent circle, considered the strongest among the evil dragons. A grimace of disgust escaped from between his lips, and it was not because of the other dragon's mockery, but because of his only defeat in his entire life, where he almost died at the hands of the Sekiryuutei, which he had initially heard was the weakest. "That Sekiryuutei is a monster. None of us alone could defeat him. I hate to say this with all my being, but I alone can't defeat him," he said to himself in an almost inaudible whisper. He wouldn't ask anyone for help to defeat him because that would be a horrible stain on his pride as a dragon. He was upset and happy at the same time because he found someone worthy of his great strength, and although he knew he couldn't defeat him, he was excited at the idea of fighting him again. "I'll go outside." Without saying anything else, the strongest evil dragon left the place with the aim of increasing his strength so that he would have a chance of defeating him next time. "It's the first time in centuries that I see Krum willing to defeat someone. That boy who has Ddraig has managed to defeat him and kill several of ours at the same time. Even I want to face the Sekiryuutei." Both evil dragons exchanged dialogue with each other. "Listen everyone, I declare that today we will enter phase 2 of our plans. It is time to carry out our revenge against the factions, so Euclid, inform all members of the Chaos Brigade to prepare for war." "All right, my lord. Very soon I will unleash chaos throughout the world, and you, my Trihexa, will help me with your fight with the Great Red One." Letting out a few laughs, the man for the first time in a long time feels the excitement of seeing what the future will be like from now on. Will the Alliance be ready for such an attack? Will Issei be able to recover from such events that are coming? What strategies will the leaders use to counteract everything? These are questions that still lack an answer, but that will be resolved in the future. The day in which a great supernatural battle would take place had arrived. a day in which the alliance of supernatural factions would face off against the largest terrorist group of all time known as the Chaos Brigade. This battle will decide the future of both humans and supernatural, who would rule and who would perish. Both sides had managed to form large armies of warriors who would fight for the ideals of their leaders and their own interests, some for riches and others for fame. However, what they all had in common was their survival. The battlefield was a complete carnage, disintegrated, severed and burning bodies. All due to the combination of modern and magical weapons achieving the goal of generating the greatest possible destruction. Most leaders were helping on the battlefield instead of holed up in their fortresses. Fortunately, no innocent civilians were involved in this battle, as it was taking place in a desolate place where its dimension was separated from any known plane, with portals being the only way to access that point. The Crimson Mao destroyed his enemies with the power of destruction, while he was supported by his best friend Ajuka Beelzebub. It's time to throw in the element of surprise, saying this I dodge a stab from a manticore mount. I'm going to communicate our request for reinforcement. Ajuka eliminated that mount with great ease. A small circle appeared from his ear where he communicated with the person who would bring a larger army. It's time, bring them all here. Land of Dragons. In that land where hundreds of dragons lived, everyone was roaring on the ground and in the air. Dragon riders were preparing their weapons and mounts, and others were saying goodbye to their families. Understood, we'll be there in a few minutes. The one who responded to the message was none other than Hyoudou Issei, the person who would be in charge of leading the greatest army of dragons ever seen before. Are we ready, Hyoudou? Valley Lucifer equipped himself with his white armor. Yes, I'm going to say a few words to everyone before marching into battle. Laugh, always so poetic. That brown-haired boy who was previously in a wheelchair was now standing proudly in front of everyone, wearing his Crimson Dragon knight armor and with Tiamat at his side. Dragons? The voice that came out of his lips was not only his, it was also the Ddraig which combined with his. Today we face a common enemy, a group of twisted people who wish for the destruction of not only the human and supernatural world. Our vast lands are also in danger along with our offspring and females. The dragons roared at the top of their lungs. The time has come for our enemies to remember the fear that a dragon can cause. We are strong. We are relentless. We are proud beings that always bring victory. We are dragons. More roars and shouts of soldiers were launched into the air with passion and thirst for battle. Raise your wings and let their roars chase you even when you are dead. With his power he created a banner with the emblem of the dragons on its flag, and when he planted it in the ground the portals opened where the battle that was taking place was shown inside. Loda. Everyone in the land of dragons entered the portals to join the battle to fight for a new day. It was a great speech, Issei. I am proud to serve you as a mount and companion for this battle. Tiamat expressed great satisfaction at having a companion like Hyoudou Issei, someone who has so much passion in fighting to protect. I'm glad you're with me, Tiamat. As soon as this war comes we'll eat some delicious dragon apples and tell everyone about our exploits in combat. Yeah. Issei climbs onto the dragon's back so that it can take flight and enter the fight. During the crusade to the portal, Issei had some flashbacks of what had happened before the war. Painful farewells to their parents and partners, promises and plans for the future once everything is over. He did not fear death, he would gladly give his life if it would stop the apocalypse. But he had made many promises to his girls, friends and family that he would come back alive. He had already broken promises on a streak, and had already worried and stressed everyone out with his death. This time he would do everything possible to survive, and with even more reason since he had consummated his love with each of his girls, marking them as his own. With the exception of certain girls who were not of an age for that kind of thing. Upon entering the battlefield he could notice the strong aroma of magic, blood and death, very different from other battle situations where he had been present. He feared that Serzex, Ajuka, Azazel, Seraphal, Gabriel, Elmenhild, Roswace, Sona, and even Rias would be in danger since they would be present on the battlefield. The rest would stay as the last line in case everything went wrong. As he continued flying with Tiamat and a division of dragons he noticed Ophis appearing sitting on his lap. Ophis had asked you to stay home, you shouldn't be here. I have told you this many times, I think I will have to mark it on your skin, you are mine and I am yours. Sigh, I figured you would say something like that. The brown-haired boy stroked his head and then focused on what was in front of him. Behind him was a formation of dragons that followed him closely, eliminating any nearby threats. Break formation, the formation dissolved, each one going to a different point. Ophis, hold on. She nodded slightly and then felt her Issei's arms surround her waist. With a jump, the brown-haired boy positioned himself right in the center of Tiamat's head. Tiamat, the time has come to show everyone our strong bond. Releasing the girl, he channeled all his energy into the dragon. Ddraig, I'm counting on you to distribute the power. Yeah. Inside the young man, Ddraig was sitting in a zazen posture in charge of distributing the energy. Tiamat's body began to glow, feeling all of Issei's power. A transparent full-body armor manifested, displaying a crimson color so pure that it seemed like the transparency was null. A purple gem formed on the dragon's forehead where the brown-haired boy and the girl were inside. Our combined power will destroy them all. Issei's allies were glad to see that he had fully recovered, displaying that power was proof of it. His partners, who were present, felt excited to see him again in his full splendor. Partner, more portals are appearing behind the enemy magic cannons. I'll take care of this. Tiamat put both of his hands together, channeling the power of Issei and himself. Separating both hands slowly, one could see how a waterfall was formed, maintaining the connection with both hands that were still close. Look at this Issei, my power and yours united. The waterfall became more abrupt, showing an emerald glow in the middle. Emerald splash. Thousands of emeralds were thrown out and exploded upon impact, diminishing the reinforcements and some magic cannons in their path. A power that made Tiamat's skin color stand out more. As splendid, the emeralds exploded at the touch as if they were explosive bullets. I got it, I can hear how many voices are being silenced. Issei and Ophis praised the attack unleashed by Tiamat. Enemies approached the front. Ddraig burst in, warning them of magic-powered fighter planes. Flying low, he dodged some magic bullets and received others without even scratching the armor. Ophis, I ask you to continue supplying energy to Tiamat so he can continue to maintain the armor. What are you going to do? I will descend into battle. She nodded and then brought her small hands to the brunette's cheeks. Please be careful. She gives him a tender kiss on the lips, which he gladly reciprocates. I will do it, Ophis, you be careful too. Coming out of the gem, he took a leap of faith, dodging planes, mounts, gunfire, magic, etc. Being a few meters from the sky, his helmet magically appears and bathing his fists in energy, he lands in an area where there were only soldiers from the enemy side, causing a wave that drives away everyone in the area. I hope you are ready for me. Letting out that threat, he launched himself towards any enemy that stood in his way, killing them all instantly with his magical blades. He avoided magic shots, explosions and saber slashes that came from all sides without receiving so many scratches on his armor. You are all just flies. Just as he said, no one had ever come across a power greater than or equal to him, thus becoming a bloody hurricane. His efforts succeeded in opening a path for his allies so that they could help him in battle. I'm glad you're okay, Issei-kun. The one who spoke to him was the demon king who bore the title of Lucifer, Surzek's Lucifer, who barely showed any signs of dust. Hey, you should be in the operations center giving orders, you're breaking the cliché. Diggle, sorry, but I couldn't just sit there giving orders and miss all the action. Surzek wiped the floor with his enemies without much effort. Also, a good leader is always in front of his men. You're right about that. Issei-chan. The brown-haired boy looked in the direction where the voice came from, only to see Sarah fall in a somewhat sexy battle suit in his eyes. Oh my god. He thought a little bewildered as he remembered the situation they were in. I'm glad to see you're unharmed, Sarah-chan. And I'm glad to see you, my Issei-chan. They both bumped fists amicably as they both looked ahead. In front of them more portals opened from which the evil dragons emerged. Issei. Behind him came the others, Sona and Tsubaki, Rias and Entourage, Roswace, Elmenhild, Gabriel, Michael, Ajuka, Azazel, Irina, Team DXD and Team Valley. All gathered at the same point in the battle. Wow, what an unusual situation, Valley got off his mount. Indeed, we have all gathered at the same point, Ajuka let out a small laugh. We have so many enemies everywhere and more are coming every time. Michael put his hands together to pray for the souls of the fallen. Our number of allies is not far behind either. We have made great progress with the help of the dragons. Azazel cast a spell into the sky to signal the soldiers and cadres of Gregory to continue advancing. Issei smiled excitedly to be close to all his allies, feeling more capable of ending this war as soon as possible. Ophis and Tiamat arrived, the latter with some damage to its armor but nothing serious. Now that we are all together, Let's end this war and stop Clipith once and for all. They all agreed to break up the group and continue advancing in this long battle. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.